Chapter 50-57. It was as if nothing had happened in Six Absolute Temple. Only Bai Xingnan knew that Six Absolute Temple was waiting for that person to appear. As for which elder it was, he wasn't very clear in his heart right now. However, as soon as he appeared, they would be done for. It would be a good opportunity to get rid of some of the people in Six Absolute Temple. A long time ago, she felt that there were some internal problems, but Bai Xingnan did not pay much attention to these problems. She felt that these were trivial matters, but now she knew that these trivial matters had suddenly become big problems. The Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun had begun to infiltrate and could actually contact the high-level elders. She even suspected that it was not as simple as just one high-level elder. What she had to do now was very simple, which was to wait. As long as she waited for that person to appear, everything would be fine. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. There was not much change in Six Absolute Temple, and it was the same on the outside. Actions against the mining areas of Six Absolute Temple were still happening as usual. They would appear from time to time and could not be suppressed at all. It was obvious that they were probing. Nightfall. In a study room, 3 figures were sitting together, surrounded by lines of runes. This was a formation, a very powerful formation. It could isolate all aura fluctuations and even make them feel as if they were not in the same space. This was a very powerful treasure, and it was not easy to obtain such a treasure. Our temple master should be recovering from his injuries. His injuries are not ordinary, so I think it's about time for us to open the formation. The person who spoke was a big man with a beard. He was the second elder of Six Absolute Temple. Basically, there won't be too much of a problem. Bai Xingnan and those few elders can't stop our people at all. It's just the right time for us to make a great contribution. The other 2 were also high-level elders. One was the 9th elder and the other was the 10th elder. The 3 elders had extremely high authority in the upper echelons. There were only 10 high-level elders in the entire Six Absolute Temple. Every high-level elder was very important and they were in charge of controlling the formation. They were also placed high hopes on them. However, this time they had decided to rebel. The entire Six Absolute Temple was no longer as glorious as it used to be. These mining areas had all been taken away. Bai Lai had never shown up. One could imagine that the rumors outside were true. He was heavily injured in the Everlasting Mountain. This time, Yellow Spring Cult Master and White Cloud Ancestor personally came to discuss cooperation with them. He had shown great sincerity. When faced with benefits and death, they would rather choose benefits than death. Therefore, the 3 of them immediately had an idea. However, they had not made a move yet. Recently, they had more or less figured out that Palace Master Bai was seriously injured. He probably only had 20 to 30% of his strength left, or maybe even less. Then let's take action tonight. Ancestor Bai Yun and the Netherworld Hierarch have arranged for a few experts to come over. We can take down Bai Xingnan and kill everyone in the Six Absolute Palace. Then we'll eat Palace Master Bai quietly. I believe it won't be a problem. After the 3 of them discussed for a while and determined that there were no problems, they prepared to take action. King Shadow, who was outside, also received the news immediately. King of Shadows was the best at finding people. However, the current King of Shadows was extremely well behaved. The moment they received the news, they immediately spread it out. Then a young figure appeared beside him. This figure was as mysterious and unpredictable as ever. I just received news that they're going to take action tonight. They've arranged for a group of people to come in first while I enter the Six Absolute Palace to test Palace Master Bai. Lin Fei knew that they would not let him wait for too long. They would definitely not sit still. He did not expect them to take action in just a few days. It seemed that they had indeed studied for a long time. Then just do as you normally would. Lin Fei left after saying that. However, he did not return to the Six Absolute Palace. Instead, he stayed in the depths of the void. Not long after, figures appeared in the void. These figures were very strange and even used treasures. They were faintly discernible as they approached the Six Absolute Palace. They even bumped into King of Shadows. 6 peak stage high gods and 10 late stage high gods. What a lineup. They're preparing to deal with the internal affairs first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly knew what they were planning. 16 high gods. This was an extremely powerful force. If it was just Bai Xingnan alone, she would not be able to stop these people at all. 6 peak stage high gods would be able to take care of her. That was because Bai Xingnan was still unable to control the power of the Six Absolute Palace. So far, the Six Absolute Palace could only display its true power in Bai Lai's hands. Everyone else had to stand aside. The formation of the Six Absolute Palace began to change slightly. The slight change was not very obvious. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to notice it at all. Bai Xingnan, who was in the study room, also received the news. Her eyes became extremely cold. Soon they would know which high-level elder betrayed the Sixth Absolute Palace. Hopefully it was only one, not two or three. Lin Fei observed from the void. After they entered, Lin Fei did not leave. That was because he sensed two powerful auras looming in the distance. These two auras surpassed the peak stage high god just now. Even a perfected high god seemed to be inferior to them. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Baiyun, the top 5 experts in this world. Lin Fei immediately knew who these two people were. One was the Netherworld Sect Master and the other was Ancestor Baiyun. They were both famous. However, they had their eyes on the Sixth Absolute Palace. I wonder who else could it be other than them? They should not be the only ones who have their eyes on the Sixth Absolute Palace. It's such a powerful treasure. Anyone who possesses it can become the #1 expert on this level. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and decided to wait a little longer. The situation in the Sixth Absolute Palace had also changed. The 6 peak stage high gods, the 10 late stage high gods, and the people led by the 3 high-level elders immediately caused chaos in the entire Sixth Absolute Palace. Second Elder. 9th Elder, 10th Elder, you're really good to have contacted so many people. Traitorous dogs. Bai Xingnan stared coldly at these people. Chapter 50-58. The 3 elders gathered with the group and prepared to look for Bai Xingnan. They would capture Bai Xingnan first. That way they would have a huge advantage. Then they would be able to put aside everything else. However, as soon as they entered the small palace where Bai Xingnan was, a large formation instantly appeared and trapped them. They were dumbfounded by the fact that they were trapped. How did they encounter such a situation? It was completely different from what they had imagined. Then Bai Xingnan walked out. No one knew that they had chosen to cooperate with the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Baiyun. However, the current situation was a little unbelievable. How could this be? Bai Xingnan, how did you know? That's impossible. The second elder and the elder's eyes turned cold. They would not have any thoughts if they knew that Bai Xingnan had received the news. However, it seemed a little too late now. She was already prepared. Do you think I can't know what you're up to? Bai Xingnan was very disappointed. She had originally thought that there would only be 1 elder, but in the blink of an eye, 3 elders had appeared. And all of them were high-level elders. He finally understood why they let people in. They actually invited so many experts. It was really unexpected, really unexpected. After a brief moment of surprise, the 3 elders immediately recovered. Bai Xingnan, so what if you knew in advance? So what if you set up a trap? Do you think you can hold us? Although the second elder was momentarily shocked, he suddenly recovered. This time they had invited an expert to help them. There were 6 peak high-level celestials and 10 late-stage high-level celestials among them. This kind of strength could definitely render the experts of 6 Absolute Hall powerless. The second elder's voice was even louder. Listen up, all of you. Bai Lang from 6 Absolute Palace is seriously injured and doesn't have much combat power left. If you follow him, you'll definitely die. I think it's better for you to follow us. Your status and treatment will be different. Don't miss it. Many people were aware of 6 Absolute Hall's current situation. However, their thoughts did not change much after hearing the second elder's words. Instead, they continued to stare at Bai Xingnan. Bai Xingnan just watched quietly. Whatever moves you have, bring them all out. This is your last chance. Bai Xingnan became more and more disappointed. These guys were really different from what he had imagined. These people were not persuaded, which made the 3 elders even more annoyed. The 6 peak stage high gods all let out cold snorts. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's just take action. The 6 of them attacked in an instant. After all, they were experts at the pinnacle of high god realm. Since they could stand here, they naturally wouldn't take these people seriously. If it was Bai Lai, they naturally wouldn't have such thoughts. However, if it was just Bai Xingnan, they would be able to deal with her with a single word. At this moment, the 6 peak stage high god experts felt a ray of light pass through their bodies. The flowing light seemed to be very terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. After the beam of light passed, they all fell to the ground one by one. There were huge wounds on their bodies. They had all been injured in a single exchange. Much less those 10 late-stage high gods. It was the same for the 3 high-level elders. Following which, a figure walked out from the void. It was neither hurried nor slow. This is also a big fish in the net. Bai Xingnan, of course, couldn't deal with such a powerful force. However, this time with Lin Fei here, things were different. Lin Fei's attack directly suppressed them. The power of a single palm could easily suppress all of them. Just now he only flicked his finger, and the power of that one wave was so powerful that they couldn't resist it. The 6 peak stage high god experts finally revealed a horrified expression. The power of one person had seriously injured them all. Didn't that mean that he had the power of a great perfection high god? Since when did the 6 Absolute Palace have such an expert? This was something they couldn't believe. All they knew was that this was a huge trap. With such an expert here, even 6 consummate high god stage experts might not be a match for him. That Bai Lang was too ruthless. He actually left such a powerful expert behind. Just take these people down. It's a waste to kill them, but it'll be different if we subdue them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Rays of power directly hit their bodies. Every ray of power made them feel like a nightmare. Now listen to Bai Xingnan. Otherwise, with a single thought, your life's work will be gone. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Later, just send the message outside as usual. If you do well, you'll naturally live longer. If you don't, you'll die early and reincarnate early. These are my words for you. Bai Xingnan's movements were also quite fast. She took all of them down in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and Ancestor White Cloud are also outside. However, they didn't come in. These 2 people are quite strong and have some powerful treasures. Lin Fei never felt that his guesses were wrong. Those 2 people were most likely the masterminds behind the scenes. Bai Xingnan's expression was also ugly. They actually dared to come. However, with their intelligence they probably won't just come in like this. They're just testing us at most. Bai Xingnan was able to see this quite clearly. Apart from the 2 of them, there should be other people watching. Such a commotion can fool most people, but it can't fool the top experts. Lin Fei didn't go out again, but he knew that there were definitely more than 2 experts. There must be another 2 experts hiding in the dark, or even 3 or 4. Thank you so much for taking down so many superior gods in one go. There's a total of 16 superior gods. 6 Absolute Palace doesn't have as many superior gods as they do. Superior gods were very common, but it was different when one reached the later stage or the peak stage. This time, 6 Absolute Palace's strength had increased a lot. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't care about these people. He didn't care about how to subdue Bai Xingnan. On the other side, a few figures came from the depths of the void. They were quite strong. They were all observing 6 Absolute Palace. They didn't know what would happen next. After all, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and Ancestor White Cloud had made a move. Chapter 50-59. The Yellow Spring Sect leader and Ancestor Bai Yun were indeed watching the situation from the outside. They also wanted to know how the situation inside was progressing. After all, they had come here to watch. If they could succeed, it would be the best thing to silently take control of the 6 Absolute Palace. After all, Bai Lai had already been injured in the Everlasting Mountain. This matter could be hidden from ordinary people, but it could not be hidden from them. So they tried all sorts of methods. In just a few decades, they had caused the 6 Absolute Palace to lose quite a few mining areas, and even caused many forces to become hesitant. They silently stood on their side. This was their greatest achievement. But even so, Bai Lai was still nowhere to be seen. This further proved that Bai Lai's injuries were very serious, and nothing could disturb him. And now, as long as this step was completed, they would have the time and the opportunity to slowly figure out Bai Lai. Where exactly was he cultivating in seclusion? When the time came, they would gather all their strength and kill Bai Lai. If nothing unexpected happens, Bai Lai must have been seriously injured this time. He can't even care about this kind of thing. The Yellow Spring Sect leader was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His face was very pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for 10,000 years. Next to him was Ancestor Bai Yun. Ancestor Bai Yun was an ancestor, but he looked very ordinary. However, his eyes were very cold, so cold that it was terrifying. The 2 of them had worked together to obtain a huge advantage. Now they were only one step away. As long as their people could occupy the 6 Absolute Palace and even take down Bai Xingnan, that was not a problem at all. At that time they could hide their strength and bide their time. No one would know that they were one step ahead of them. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. We've arranged for 6 peak superior gods and 10 late superior gods. Not everyone can stop them. Although Bai Xingnan has also broken through to the superior god level, he isn't that strong. He also doesn't control the 6 Absolute Palace, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The Yellow Spring Sect leader and ancestor Bai Yun understood Bai Xingnan very well. After all, Bai Xingnan was that person's only daughter. As for the other siblings, they didn't have any. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have used such a method. If Bai Lai had a few sons, they would have at least one method. Right now they could only use such a move. Fortunately, this trip did not seem to be too much of a problem. They would definitely be able to easily take down the 6 Absolute Palace. Time was ticking away. The Netherworld Hierarch and Ancestor White Cloud were both overjoyed. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, and they were finally about to reach the next step. Now all we have to do is wait for the message. The message came. The two of them could enter the 6 Absolute Palace. For this day they had thought about it for a long time. Today they could finally do it. A jade talisman in the Yellow Spring Hierarch's hand finally lit up. He saw a piece of information inside. A message from the Second Elder. Bai Xingnan has been captured by us. All the places are under our control. The two sirs can come in now. The message was from the Second Elder. When they received the Second Elder's message, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. This step was also within their expectations. There were only a few experts in the entire 6 Absolute Palace. After all, they had sent many experts on this trip. Again, it was completely silent. Most importantly, 6 Absolute Palace still had the Second Elder on their side. There was also the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder. That was completely different. At the very least they could catch them off guard. The two of them immediately flew toward the 6 Absolute Palace. However, when they were about to reach the 6 Absolute Palace, the Yellow Spring Hierarch suddenly stopped again. Ancestor Baiyun, who was next to him, did not understand. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ancestor Huangquan was more vigilant by nature. I don't know why, but I feel a little strange. Although our arrangements are very appropriate, Bai Lai is already injured, and there are only a few experts in the 6 Absolute Palace, why do I still feel a little uneasy? So you have the same idea. Actually, I have the same idea too. I feel that the 6 Absolute Palace is not as simple as we think. With their cultivation realm, they indeed felt that the 6 Absolute Palace was not as easy to break through as they had imagined. Although they had captured Bai Xingnan and everything seemed to be within their expectations, the two of them still felt a little uneasy in their hearts. This trace of uneasiness was not infinitely magnified, but it also let them know that something was definitely not right when they thought about it. As for where the abnormality lay, it was unknown. The two of them quickly left after looking at each other. One in front and one behind, they quickly distanced themselves from each other and did not move forward at all. Lin Fei, who was in the void, also watched the two of them leave. He had to admit that the two of them were really very smart. They actually left at this time. The big formation inside had already been activated. As long as they entered within these 2 days, Lin Fei would give them a head-on blow. He would let them experience it. However, it was quite surprising that they left in the blink of an eye. They were worthy of being experts in this area. This feeling was quite effective. Since they were not going to come in, Lin Fei was naturally going to teach them a lesson. At least, he would let them know that the 6 Absolute Palace was not a place that anyone could enter. A saber light. It instantly slashed out from the void. The saber light turned into a huge stream of light and swept across. Be it the Yellow Spring Hierarch or Ancestor Baiyun, they were instantly sent flying by the saber. Under the saber light, countless bright lights appeared around the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared one after another. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Baiyun did not expect that someone would attack them in the void. The saber light was so terrifying that the pure power in the saber shocked them deeply. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The second saber light slashed across the void and the people who were originally hiding in the void disappeared one by one. In the blink of an eye, this part of the void became quiet and tranquil. There's always a price to pay for watching the show. I wonder if you guys have experienced it this time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and returned to the 6 Absolute Palace. For quite a long time, these people will not dare to have any thoughts or ideas. The two sabers just now were not a joke. At the very least, the Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Baiyun had suffered a lot. As for the others, they were already prepared after the first slash, so they didn't suffer much damage from the slash. Lin Fei had also controlled his power, so only the Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Baiyun suffered. Chapter 50-60. The two blade lights at the entrance of 6 Absolute Palace. This appearance had indeed caused a huge commotion on this floor. Of course, this sensation was only limited to the top circle. The experts in the top circle were all great perfection high god. They could even be a little stronger. However, at this moment they all felt that 6 Absolute Palace was unusual. They all knew about the experts of 6 Absolute Palace. Apart from Bai Lai, who was the strongest, the rest of them were average in strength. At most they could not break through the defenses. After all, 6 Absolute Palace was a powerful treasure. Therefore, 6 Absolute Palace had always been above them. This time, the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Baiyun suffered a big loss, which really made everyone feel different. No one knew who did it, and no one knew how many more experts like him were in Six Absolute Palace. It also let them know that Six Absolute Palace was far stronger than them. The various forces that were originally eager to make a move on the remaining mines stopped for a while and did not make a move at all. It seemed like they would not make a move until they knew the specific situation. Even the Netherworld sect master and the others could not stop them, let alone the other forces. If someone came knocking on their door, they would not even have a place to cry. Therefore, this level fell into a short period of peace. It was as if nothing had happened before. Lin Fei did not stay in Six Absolute Palace for a long time. He also knew that Bai Lai was not in Six Absolute Palace but somewhere else. That was the only way to recover with peace of mind. The 16 High God experts all remained and became a new force for the Six Absolute Palace. At least for a long time they could still be the main force. Lin Fei had already left and returned to Hao Yue's sect. Master, you're finally back. I heard that the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Baiyun were attacked this time. I still can't figure out what happened. After Fairy Baiyu became the sect master, she didn't slack off. She immediately expanded the intelligence network. Originally, the Hao Yue sect had a certain level of strength, so the intelligence gathering was relatively smooth. Until now, the Blue Fairy had not figured out what kind of experts Six Absolute Palace had. The two of them were injured by me. The others also more or less felt the power of my saber. Your intelligence gathering is not bad. Do you have any more details? Master, you're too amazing. You were even able to injure the Netherworld Cult Master and White Cloud Ancestor. I heard that they're extremely strong, and they even have a chance of breaking through to the Almighty level. The Blue Fairy's eyes began to shine. She was once again in admiration. That was a top-notch existence. He had actually suffered a huge loss in front of his master, and even now he didn't dare to make any movements. I've gathered some information about the third floor. Fairy Greenstream hurriedly took out a set of information. The Great World of Gods had a total of 3 layers. The first layer was the most ordinary, while the second layer was the world of this world. Both the resources and the area were much larger. There was no information on the third floor that was leaked to the outside world. Although Lin Fei had yet to meet the experts on this level, Netherworld Hierarch and White Cloud Ancestor had seen them. They were the top 5 experts. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this layer, but he was especially interested in the third floor. The information was also in Lin Fei's hands. The information on the third floor was also intermittent, but Lin Fei could more or less understand the situation. It seems like the third floor is an important place that controls the great world of gods. After looking through the information, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The third floor could only be entered by almighty-level experts. However, Lin Fei had no idea how to get to the third floor. Master, I'm afraid that only Bai Lai knows how to go to the third floor, or to the second floor, the so-called Forbidden Zone. There was also a Forbidden Zone in the second floor, and it was also the most dangerous place in the second floor. This Forbidden Zone seems to be connected to another world, so it's very dangerous. Ordinary people don't dare to enter, and only late-stage high gods dare to enter. However, it's very dangerous after entering and they might not be able to come out. The Blue Fairy knew a lot about this. If I'm not wrong, Bai Lai should be hiding inside. That's the safest place. After all, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. We know this principle, and Bai Lai should also know this principle. This was also what Lin Fei had just thought of. He had been guessing where Bai Lai would go, and now he really knew. Then you guard the Hao Yue sect well. I'll go take a look at the Forbidden Zone. Since Lin Fei knew, he naturally didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Forbidden Zone. Before leaving, he gave the Blue Fairy 6 divine talismans of power. A single surge of power was enough to kill a high god paragon. Even if someone had designs on the Hao Yue sect, it would be useless. They would be killed immediately. Lin Fei didn't want to go out and find that the Hao Yue sect was gone when he returned. Fairy Baiyu had a lot of potential to be nurtured. At the end of the second layer there was a dark area. This darkness controlled a large area. When Lin Fei arrived, he sensed that something was different about this place. He furrowed his brows slightly. After frowning slightly, he sensed that this forbidden zone seemed to be moving. It was constantly spreading outwards. To put it more simply, this forbidden zone seemed to be eating away at this world. Even though this was happening very slowly, it would take at least tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years for it to devour this layer. It was devouring this world. Looks like this forbidden zone is different as well. Lin Fei sensed for a moment, then entered. As he entered, there was an enormous power suppressing him, causing his senses to shrink limitlessly. Even though Lin Fei was extremely powerful right now, the range of his senses was only a few 100 million kilometers or so. His greatest limit was 800 million kilometers. For others, they probably wouldn't even be able to reach half of his range. In fact, they would only be able to reach 1 or 200 million kilometers. This was the benefit of being powerful. Being able to sense so far away was enough for Lin Fei. It wouldn't be easy for someone to quickly reach him from a few 100 million kilometers away. Basically, as soon as someone moved, he would be able to react. This forbidden zone was extremely large. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush, so he began to slowly search. After all, this so-called forbidden zone was extremely dangerous, and there were some things that he didn't know about. At first, he didn't encounter any tricks, but as he went deeper, he began to sense some special creatures hidden in the darkness. Chapter 5061. As soon as he entered the restricted area, he noticed that there were many special creatures. These creatures were all hidden inside and were faintly discernible. They were probably all thinking about him. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. These creatures weren't very strong and none of them were willing to die. Lin Fei continued to fly. He realized that this restricted area was bigger than he had imagined and it was much more mysterious. It wasn't easy to find someone here. However, Lin Fei had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. He used the Great Karma technique right away. This Great Karma technique came in handy at this time. He felt that he could check if he and Bai Lai were here or not. The moment he connected, a faintly discernible figure appeared. Lin Fei smiled. His guess was right, this Bai Lai was in this restricted area. The other places on the second floor weren't very safe, but it was different if they entered. The restricted area was more mysterious and even one's perception was suppressed. Therefore, it wasn't something that just anyone could find if it was hidden here. After confirming the direction, Lin Fei headed towards this place. Along the way, the obstacles in the void were much larger. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He realized that there seemed to be a safe area and a dangerous area. With a whoosh, a cold light shot towards Lin Fei. It should be a hidden creature attacking. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he turned around and punched. With a loud explosion, it appeared. There was a crisp sound. That creature was directly killed by Lin Fei's punch. Following that, a cold light swept across the area. 2 consecutive slashes instantly caused the restricted area creatures to feel huge pressure. They didn't have any thoughts at all. After the 2 slashes, these restricted area creatures all felt how terrifying Lin Fei was and didn't attack. Lin Fei flew in for more than 10 days. If not for the Great Karma technique, he really wouldn't have been able to find any traces of Bai Lai. There were many restricted area creatures in the dark and their auras were all very strong. They were not afraid, but the knife in Lin Fei's hand might be a joke. With one saber strike, these Forbidden Zone creatures felt immense pressure. They did not dare to come over carelessly. Half a month passed in a flash. Lin Fei still hadn't reached the end of the Forbidden Zone. He didn't know where the Forbidden Zone was. He could only lock onto Bai Lai's position. It was just up ahead and it would take at most half a day to get there. Voila, Lin Fei heard the sound. This sound seemed to be the sound of fighting. Most importantly, it was still in Bai Lai's direction. Thus, he sped up and spread out his perception power. The distance of 800 million kilometers was quickly covered. He saw this scene. There was actually a palace inside the forbidden area. However, the situation of the palace was quite bad because there were 2 powerful creatures constantly attacking it. These 2 creatures were quite strong. He had actually reached the pseudo-divine master level. Even though a pseudo-divine master's level wasn't considered very strong, if they were used to attack the palace, it would be as easy as grabbing a snail with 2 hands. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Lai should be inside this palace. They had run into each other in such a situation. Lin Fei was indeed quite surprised. Suddenly, one of the figures fighting over there stared at Lin Fei. He had actually sensed the distance of several 100 million kilometers in an instant. What powerful perception power. Voila! One of the Forbidden Zone creatures charged at Lin Fei. With one of the 2 creatures coming his way, Bai Lai instantly felt much more relaxed inside the palace. However, he couldn't sense anyone coming his way. The pressure on his heart suddenly tightened. This is really bad. Not only did 2 Forbidden Zone creatures come, but there's also someone else coming. This time I really can't avoid disaster or blessing. Inside the palace, Bai Lai's face was somewhat pale. He was constantly controlling the palace to block the attacks of the creatures. Ever since he was injured last time, Bai Lai had come to this Forbidden Zone. He used a treasure to do so. This palace could be big or small. If he hid it in this Forbidden Zone, no one would be able to find it. It was also the safest place to recuperate. But now he discovered that he had encountered trouble. He didn't know what was going on, but he had actually been targeted by two Forbidden Zone creatures. Moreover, they were two pseudo-god masters. They were not just an ordinary level of strength. Usually, one of them was very terrifying. Now that there were two, Bai Lai couldn't resist. He was also bitterly holding on. Now someone else had come. Although he had attracted a Forbidden Zone creature over, who knew how strong this person was. Now Bai Lai didn't dare to think too much. He could only rely on the heavens. This time he had come here to recuperate. He didn't tell anyone, not even his own daughter. There were countless people on this floor who couldn't wait for him to be injured and couldn't wait to find a place where he could recuperate. This Forbidden Zone creature was extremely fast. Under Lin Fei's perception, it was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei also praised the Forbidden Zone creatures in his heart for being smart. This way the pressure on Bai Lai had decreased by a lot. At the very least, two of them attacking a palace was much less pressure than one attacking. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful Forbidden Zone creature. It was the perfect time to start. The Forbidden Zone creature was also getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. From 800 million miles, it instantly broke through to 100 million miles. The Forbidden Zone creature was already faintly discernible. At this moment Lin Fei made his move. His fist directly pierced through it. At this moment Lin Fei directly used his strength. The power of this fist was like the speed of light. It instantly pierced through the Forbidden Zone creature. The Forbidden Zone creature immediately howled in pain. Looks like this pseudo-god master Forbidden Zone creature isn't as strong as I thought. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Another punch came, but this one was blocked by the Forbidden Zone creature. The Forbidden Zone creature blocked it, forming a defense around its body. With this defense, Lin Fei's figure had already arrived. The immemorial tyrant saber in his hand directly slashed down. This saber strike was imbued with the aura of eternity. The Forbidden Zone creature couldn't move for a moment. Then it was slashed by Lin Fei's saber. Following that, a shiny object fell out. Lin Fei grabbed it and it landed in his hand. It was something like a magic core, but it was filled with a very strong power. I really overestimated this Forbidden Zone creature, and it's even at the pseudo-god master level. Lin Fei shook his head. He was still quite disappointed. It wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He had been happy for nothing. This thing in his hand was a little mysterious. He casually put it away. Chapter 5062. Bai Lai, who was inside the palace, felt very surprised when he heard the scream of the Forbidden Zone creature. It can't be. Could it be that the Forbidden Zone creature was heavily injured by that person? That shouldn't be the case. This Forbidden Zone creature is also at the pseudo-god lord level. In a one-on-one fight, even I am not his match, let alone in this Forbidden Zone. Bai Lai's imagination ran wild. But he couldn't figure out who had come here. He had no impression at all. After all, he knew all the experts on this floor. He was the strongest. The ones behind him, such as the Yellow Springs Patriarch and Ancestor White Cloud, couldn't catch up at all. Not to mention that they had such combat power. Could it be someone from the Forbidden Zone? Bai Lai couldn't think of any other explanation. In theory, those people wouldn't come here. They looked down on this place. Bai Lai knew the most secrets on this floor. Only he himself knew, and at the same time, he also knew why he had come to this forbidden area to heal his injuries. It was because this place was safe. Although there were some Forbidden Zone creatures, they wouldn't affect him too much. But this time it was an accident. Two pseudo-god Lord Forbidden Zone creatures had come at once. Now this Forbidden Zone creature seemed to have run into trouble. The Forbidden Zone creature that was attacking suddenly launched a fierce attack and fled into the distance. This really surprised Bai Lai. The scene was restored to silence. Although Bai Lai was relieved, he immediately realized that the situation was not as good as he thought. A true expert had come. The restricted zone creature that had just chased after it might have suffered a great loss, or it might have been killed by someone. To be able to kill such a pseudo-god Lord Forbidden Zone creature, this person's strength was unimaginable. That was why this Forbidden Zone creature had fled. These Forbidden Zone creatures weren't without intelligence. They still had a little bit of it and were very sensitive to danger. Bai Lai wanted to control the palace to leave, but he knew that it was too difficult. He couldn't do it at all because the palace consumed too much energy. Even the formations inside were damaged. It was all done by these Forbidden Region creatures. All Bai Lai could do now was wait and see who had come. Let's see who's here. I still have some trump cards in my hands. At worst, I'll just go all out. Not long after, he saw a stream of light coming over. The stream of light was extremely fast, but the aura on the body was very unfamiliar. When this person appeared, he saw a young figure. Who else could it be other than that Lin Fei? It was extremely shocking. I've come all the way here and you're not going to invite me in? Lin Fei was planning to kill the other Forbidden Zone creature as well so he could warm up. Unexpectedly, this Forbidden Zone creature was smarter than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, it had fled, immediately finding its trail and escaping from the range of his perception. This speed could not be considered slow enough. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have much interest in Forbidden Zone creatures. A figure appeared. It was Bai Lai. His face was pale but there was gratitude on his face. So it's you who has come to help me. Please come forward. Bai Lai heaved a sigh of relief. This Lin Fei actually came from the first floor. Furthermore, he was able to come to the Forbidden Zone. He must have been to his 6th Absolute Palace. If it was someone else, it would be very dangerous for Bai Lai. But this Lin Fei was different. He had always been unable to see through this Lin Fei. He did not expect him to come this time. It was really unexpected. He even killed a Forbidden Zone creature. That was a pseudo-godlord level Forbidden Zone creature. It was a little unbelievable to say it out loud. Since when did this Lin Fei become so strong? But no matter what, Bai Lai was finally relieved. There was no trouble at all. Not long after, the two of them sat in a courtyard inside the palace. The palace also retracted, turning into a speck of dust. Although it could not be moved for the time being with Lin Fei here, there was naturally no danger. Bai Lai had even taken out his best tea. It had a calming effect. Of course, it also had the effect of strengthening the body. It was not much to Lin Fei, but he could still understand how precious it was. Your daughter said that you should be in this Forbidden Zone. I thought about it for a long time, but I didn't expect to really run into you. You're really unlucky when it comes to healing your injuries. Lin Fei said as he sipped his tea. Bai Lai also smiled bitterly. I can't help it. Other places are not safe, even the 6th Absolute Palace. However, this Forbidden Zone is safe. Although there are also Forbidden Zone creatures, I'm just unlucky today. Bai Lai also took a sip of tea and then asked about the situation outside the 6th Absolute Palace. If he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have known. Now that he asked, Bai Lai was a little angry. This Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun are really bold. They behaved themselves when I was here, but when I wasn't here they tried all kinds of things. Fortunately, you helped me a lot. Bai Lai was also more and more grateful to Lin Fei. If it were not for Lin Fei's help, he did not know what would have happened to him. Even his palace might be destroyed by this Forbidden Zone creature. At that time, it was easy to imagine what kind of situation it would be. This was not something he wanted to see. I've already taught the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun a lesson, so they won't dare to do anything for a while. However, you have to do the rest yourself. I'm relieved to see you this time. Of course, I don't think it's a problem to talk about the outside world. Bai Lai laughed, took out a book from his ring and placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is the situation in the outside star region. It's more detailed. I bought it from the World Tower. It has all kinds of information. You can have a look first. I'll go fix the formation first. We'll talk about it after we leave this place. Lin Fei did not say anything. As he sipped his tea, he flipped through the documents. The information was quite detailed. After looking through it, he knew what was going on outside. For example, the star region that Lin Fei was in was called the Mountain River Star region. This star domain wasn't very powerful. In fact, it was relatively weak. This was because there were no experts in this star region. The strongest Divine Master was only a 4-star Divine Master. This level was not considered high. For example, the strongest Divine Master in some powerful star region was a 7-star Divine Master. Therefore, there was a big difference in comparison. Because this star region was relatively weak, some people naturally looked down on it. Chapter 5063. It took a few days. Bai Lai finally repaired the formation, and the entire palace began to move again. There was no need to stay where they were. Bai Lai finally let out a long sigh of relief. After all, the creatures in the Forbidden Zone were very troublesome. Now that they could move, it was a good thing. As for why they had been exposed before, no one knew. The star area that we are currently in is an ordinary star area, and there aren't many experts in it. Therefore, if we want to go out and explore, we need to at least have the strength of a 2 or 3-star Divine Master. Otherwise, we will easily become cannon fodder when we go out. The outside world is also exceptionally dangerous. Bai Lai returned. He knew that Lin Fei had finished reading the information. Lin Fei nodded. The outside world is indeed very dangerous, but this small world is no longer interesting to me. By the way, what is the 3rd floor? Lin Fei finally asked about something else. He wanted to know more than anyone else about the third floor of this great world. Lin Fei knew that Bai Lai would know some secrets. I heard that the third floor is a treasure left behind by a divine master, but very few people can pass through it. Bai Lai did not hide it. He knew that even if he did not say it, Lin Fei would find out sooner or later. In fact, Lin Fei already had some guesses in his heart. It really was like that. So if you want to go to the third floor, you should go through this forbidden zone, and if you want to go there, you have to face the creatures in the forbidden zone. That should be the case. Bai Lai's expression changed slightly and he smiled. You're smarter than I thought. That's right, the third floor is inside this forbidden zone. However, I don't know where the entrance is. I once searched this forbidden zone for 100 years, but I still couldn't find the entrance. Bai Lai sighed. This was the thing that made him feel the most helpless. He had searched this forbidden zone for 100 years without finding the entrance. Speaking of it, it was a slap in the face. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. How could Bai Lai not have the intention to go to the third floor? As for why he did not go to the third floor, there was only one explanation. That was that he could not find the entrance to this floor. And in the forbidden zone it was the most normal. Finding such an entrance in the forbidden zone was not an easy task. It required a lot of effort and of course a certain amount of fate. I don't have a chance to find it, but you're better than me. Maybe you'll be able to find the entrance to the third layer. Maybe you can even become the world lord of this small world. I heard that after becoming the world lord of this small world you can stay here. In this way you won't have to worry about being killed, unless this small world is completely destroyed. Bai Lai did not hide anything. Lin Fei was quite curious before. So this was the reason why Bai Lai had to search for 100 years here. Lin Fei was very confident in his body. Right now his physical body was exceptionally tough. Even if he was at the same cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to break through his physical body. Only those with the strength of a 5 or 6-star divine master would be able to do so. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do it. This was Lin Fei's greatest source of confidence. I'm not interested in becoming the world lord. I just want to see what's in the third floor. Of course, there was another sentence that he didn't say. That was, Lin Fei wanted to sign in on the third floor to see what he could get. This was what Lin Fei wanted to do. After that, Lin Fei chatted with Bai Lai about some things. It was about half a month's time. During this half a month, the palace was constantly moving. They didn't encounter any more forbidden zone creatures. On this day, Lin Fei's figure appeared outside the palace. Bai Lai also came out. Are you sure you want to stay for a while longer? Lin Fei shook his head. No, I've already disturbed you for half a month. I'll try to find the way to the third floor. If I really find it, I'll naturally tell you. I'm not interested in becoming the world lord. My goal is the Sea of Stars. Lin Fei's figure left with a whoosh. Soon Bai Lai couldn't sense him anymore. For the first time he realized that Lin Fei's thoughts were far bigger than his. Bai Lai's goal was to become the world lord. By joining forces with the small world he would be able to stay for a long time. Even if he went out to train he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. It was rare to see someone like Lin Fei. Indeed he left. Bai Lai couldn't tell how big the forbidden zone was. In any case it was very dangerous. Hence, it wouldn't be easy to find the entrance to the third floor. Of course, Lin Fei also admired this god lord for creating such a test. The third floor was definitely a test. Could he find it? It would really depend on luck. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the great karma technique. There was nothing to worry about. He directly activated it. There was a faint line that led to a certain place. He knew that this was the direction to the third floor. As for what was ahead he didn't know. Anyway, it didn't matter to Lin Fei. As long as he could find the location of the ground, nothing else mattered. Along the way he didn't meet any forbidden zone life forms. He flew for half a year. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Of course, he had a certain understanding of how big the forbidden zone was. In Bai Lai's words, the forbidden zone was very big. It could even connect to other worlds and other places. Hence, he had to be very careful in this forbidden zone. In this half a year he didn't meet anyone. He only met some forbidden zone life forms. These forbidden zone life forms weren't considered strong. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with them, so he just avoided them. Or he would release a bit of his aura. This aura would instantly make these forbidden zone life forms run as far away as they could. They didn't dare to stay at all. After an entire year, Lin Fei finally felt that he was getting closer and closer to that place. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, there was an intense fluctuation in front of him. This fluctuation came without any warning. Like a tide, it instantly rushed over. The empty space in front of Lin Fei was instantly crushed. In an instant Lin Fei withstood it. This was a Forbidden Zone life form and it was very strong. In the instant of contact, Lin Fei knew that this power was extremely strong. His ancient overlord body still suffered a certain amount of impact, and cracks appeared on it. There must be a powerful Forbidden Zone life form in front. I'm afraid it's also connected to the third floor. Or someone is fighting over there. Chapter 50-64. Lin Fei had indeed sensed the movement in front of him. Hence, he rushed over immediately, and the location where the Great Karma technique was activated was right here. Basically, that person was right here. It shouldn't be too far away. Lin Fei's speed was still extremely fast. As soon as he arrived, he saw that there were indeed people besieging a huge Forbidden Zone creature. This Forbidden Zone creature was extremely strong. Even Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air when he sensed it. This was a powerful Forbidden Zone creature that was almost at the level of a 3 or 4-star God Lord. However, this Forbidden Zone creature's attack was very singular. Even if it was singular, it was still very domineering. And the ones besieging this Forbidden Zone creature were 4 great experts. Each of these 4 great experts was controlling a treasure. After this treasure was formed, it could restrict the Forbidden Zone creature. From afar. After taking a look, Lin Fei knew that these 4 people were definitely experts. Their methods were very powerful, and these treasures all had complementary attributes. Hence, although this Forbidden Zone creature was strong, it seemed a little difficult to resist at this time. If it was under normal circumstances, Lin Fei would not have any thoughts about it. If they wanted to kill Forbidden Zone creatures, then let them kill them. But Lin Fei vaguely felt that there should be something special in this Forbidden Zone creature's body that was related to him. Then this thing was very likely to lead to the third floor. This was what made Lin Fei feel the seriousness of the matter the most. If they killed this Forbidden Zone creature or took it away, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? Lin Fei was still very interested in the third floor. He wanted to go in and take a look, and while he was at it he might be able to get some good things. He had signed in below for 1,000 years. Although he didn't sign in for long on the second floor, he still obtained some things. What he was most interested in should be the third floor. As long as he couldn't sign in on the third floor, Lin Fei felt that it was a waste. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about whether to make a move or not, a treasure suddenly smashed over. After this treasure smashed over, the void instantly collapsed, turning into a huge black hole. Everything in its path was instantly destroyed. This method was very powerful. The 3 Black Sect is working here. If you don't want to die, scram. The cold voice fell into Lin Fei's heart. It turned out that these 4 people were actually from a faction called the 3 Black Sect. And this 3 Black Gate seemed to be quite strong. It could even suppress such a ferocious creature from the Forbidden Zone. That attack just now had been extremely powerful, but Lin Fei himself had the strength of a divine master, and the strongest part of his body was his physical body. Although these people were extremely powerful when they joined forces and were able to restrain a divine lord level being, their individual strength was only around 2 or 3 stars. Although they were much stronger than Lin Fei, their bodies were still very fragile. This was Lin Fei's greatest confidence. This Forbidden Zone creature is related to me. If you kill it, that's the same as destroying my relationship, so I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei laughed heartily as he charged forward. The immemorial tyrant blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the blade appeared, streams of light slashed over. The 4 of them didn't seem to care at all. Of course, they were also a little surprised. After all, they had underestimated this fellow's ability to remain unscathed. They hadn't paid much attention to it, but as this person continued to attack, they began to feel the pressure. That was because these saber lights actually contained destructive power within them. Furthermore, they were exceptionally strong. As soon as he came over, he immediately affected their teamwork. Most importantly, this fellow's outburst was too ferocious. Blade after blade, it seemed as though he didn't need to rest at all. Although they had managed to withstand it, it still affected them greatly. At the same time, on Lin Fei's side, black holes appeared one after another. These black holes all contained attacks. Although there were only a few black holes, they instantly reduced the pressure on Lin Fei. The 4 experts from the Triple Black Sect were once again taken aback by such a move. They felt that after their attacks passed through, they seemed to be attracted to the black holes. On the contrary, when their attacks landed on the other party's body, they estimated that the power would be reduced to 20 to 30%. The other party's body seemed to be extremely strong, as he easily withstood the attacks. This was completely different from what they had imagined. If this continued, they really wouldn't be able to handle this kid. One of the 4 people flew out with a whoosh. I'll deal with this fellow. The 3 of you focus on seriously injuring this Forbidden Zone creature first. The one who flew over was a middle-aged man. On the left and right sides of this middle-aged man, a clone walked out. It turned out that this was an expert who walked the path of an essence soul. He immediately created a clone, ready to fight with Lin Fei. How dare you disturb the three black gates' work? I'll make you regret your actions this time. Not everyone is qualified to behave atrociously in front of the three of us. As soon as these primordial spirits appeared, they unleashed a barrage of attacks. These attacks were really quite powerful. Because they were essence soul experts, they were able to instantly set up a large array. This large array directly fell on Lin Fei's body. All of the attacks were rather ferocious, causing wounds to appear all over Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't care. After all, this was the first time he had fought with such a person. Moreover, this person might be an expert. I also killed a primordial soul expert last time, but I really haven't met a primordial soul expert as powerful as you. Their attacks were basically swallowed up by the black holes, and the power contained within them was also very strong. Lin Fei's saber technique also continuously erupted. To deal with these essence soul experts, he had to attack fiercely, making it impossible for him to defend. Lin Fei's saber light was indeed very fierce. In front of this saber, these essence souls were indeed a little embarrassed. After all, the power of destruction that fell on these essence souls was very terrifying. With a whoosh, a beam of light burst out from one of the black holes, instantly hitting an essence soul. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he saw the essence soul expert being killed in an instant. Previously, he felt that this black hole was a little unusual, but he didn't expect it to contain a killing move. You're quite powerful to be able to kill an essence soul of mine. The middle-aged man was surprised. He had underestimated the other party. You're not the only one I'm killing. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 50-65. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Fei's remaining black hole instantly exploded with rays of light. In an instant, the surrounding primordial spirits were destroyed. These were the rays of power that had been left behind. At the critical moment, they were still very strong. At the very least, they could instantly destroy primordial spirits. Although Lin Fei's current strength had reached the level of a god lord, his physical body was much stronger than theirs. He could still deal with these primordial spirits. In an instant, he had unleashed this power, which instantly caught the middle-aged man off guard. All of the middle-aged man's clones had been destroyed. Even he himself had been injured by this power. As soon as he was injured, Lin Fei's figure immediately appeared. He unleashed one slash after another, completely enveloping his opponent. He simply had no time to use any of his techniques. This was because Lin Fei's blade light was too terrifying. Amidst the terror, there was also the power of destruction. He simply could not resist it. Lin Fei's slash landed on his opponent's body. This slash carried the power of destruction. In an instant, more than half of his body exploded. He was seriously injured. This was because the middle-aged man's physical body was too weak. It was not as strong as Lin Fei's. On the other side, the three God Lord experts had been able to suppress this Forbidden Zone creature just now. But now, it was obvious that they were having a hard time. This was because this Forbidden Zone creature was also quite powerful. They had originally thought that they could easily take down this kid. They did not expect to see that their fellow Taoist had already been injured, and his injuries were quite serious. Half of his body had almost collapsed. This guy's physical body is extremely strong. Moreover, this black hole contains a killing move. It can absorb attacks. Be careful. This primordial spirit expert suddenly used a scroll, and his entire body disappeared. This was because he would not be able to hold on any longer. Before he left behind a message. The other three were shocked. One of the four of them had actually been beaten to the point of fleeing, and he had even used a scroll. He had left this world. This caused their expressions to instantly turn extremely ugly. This was definitely not something they wanted to see. Damn it. The three of them glared at each other. Lin Fei also came over in an instant and slashed with his hand. Of course, his target wasn't the three of them but the treasures. These treasures were floating in the air, which meant that they had formed a restraining force. With this attack, these treasures resisted to a certain extent. How could they withstand Lin Fei's ferocious attacks? One treasure after another was sent flying. With this strike, the Forbidden Zone creature regained its freedom. The three of them were in a sorry state. The three of them glanced at each other and immediately attacked. No matter what, he had to get rid of this young man first. It wasn't easy for them to find such a large Forbidden Zone creature, but it was destroyed by this guy. This time, it would be extremely difficult to take down this creature that had entered the Forbidden Land. There were only three of them left. Only 4 people would be able to take down a Forbidden Zone creature like this. When he made his move, he didn't believe that just anyone would be able to survive. In the end, he encountered such a show. It was really hard for them to accept. Voila, wave after wave of attacks came over. Their attacks were really fierce and they directly crushed it. Fortunately, Lin Fei's black hole was really strong. It absorbed the attacks, even though some of them still landed on his body. It only injured Lin Fei a little. It couldn't threaten him at all. The Forbidden Zone creature also attacked this side. On the other side, they had to endure the attacks of the Forbidden Zone creature. This made them feel a lot of pressure. They couldn't cause much damage to Lin Fei at all. The 3 of them stared at him viciously. Our 3 black sect will definitely come for you. You won't be able to escape. With a walla, the 3 of them left. They had no choice but to leave. The Forbidden Zone creature didn't stop attacking. Along with this young man restricting their strength, they didn't have much of a chance of winning. It was already good enough that they could leave. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them left. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about the 3 black sect. If he offended them, then so be it. Voila. The Forbidden Zone creature turned into a giant black hole. This black hole instantly covered Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei didn't put up much resistance. He just pulled a few black holes near him and entered them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, this place calmed down. The Forbidden Zone creature didn't seem to exist anymore. It was as if nothing had happened at all. However, Lin Fei knew that this Forbidden Zone creature was really something. It turned out that his body was connected to the 3rd level. This was something that Lin Fei didn't expect. This was because there was a tunnel here. Maybe because of Lin Fei, the Forbidden Zone creature was a black hole. It swallowed Lin Fei and entered. Then it touched the treasure inside. Then Lin Fei came to a large area. This was a slightly gray place. In front of him was a huge lake. There was nothing in the lake. There was a thatched hut on the side. He couldn't feel the time and space outside at this moment. Lin Fei knew that he should have come to the 3rd level. There was no one below the thatched hut. Lin Fei walked over and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This was because he saw a few things on the stone platform of the thatched hut. These few things seemed to be waiting for him to come. Voila. Just as Lin Fei walked into the thatched hut, starlight gathered in the sky. He saw a figure appear not far away. This figure was very blurry. It was an old man. It's been 100,000 years. Finally, someone came to the 3rd level. The moment this person spoke, Lin Fei was shocked. It was actually 100,000 years. Lin Fei greets Senior. He cupped his hands. This was a mark left by the old man. After this mark appeared, it would probably disappear soon. So it's the Tao of the physical body. This is not easy. Only people with physical bodies can withstand the crushing power of this tunnel. In the end, even primordial soul experts can't come here unless they have reached the 5th level of primordial soul. The figure looked up and down and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei knew that it would not be easy to come to the 3rd level. It turned out that one had to have a strong physical body to come to this level. Otherwise, one's primordial soul had to reach an extremely high level. For example, the primordial soul expert from the 3 black sect that Lin Fei encountered previously was not very strong. His methods were also very ordinary. If he was stronger, it would not be so easy for Lin Fei. Chapter 5066. In fact, when Lin Fei came to the 3rd level, he actually had some guesses in his heart. Basically, it was not much different from what he thought in his heart. The only difference was that no one had come to this place for 100,000 years. This was what surprised Lin Fei. Although the small world I'm in isn't much, it's still a world with quite a lot of potential. Since you're here, I'll leave these treasures to you. But you have to do something for me. The illusory figure finally spoke slowly. Lin Fei already knew that it would be like this. After all, these things weren't that easy to obtain. He had already seen them just now and they were indeed of some value. Of course, for the current Lin Fei, this bit of value was nothing. He only came to this level to sign in. It was just a simple matter to see if he could obtain some good things. I wonder what Senior wants me to do. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete it. Lin Fei also went straight to the point. In the past, Lin Fei wouldn't care much about ordinary things. However, if he really took this thing, then it would be a different story. Hence, Lin Fei decided to listen to it first. This phantom was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. These things of mine are indeed quite easy to obtain. After taking them, you can become the world lord of this world. At that time, ordinary powerhouses basically won't be able to kill you unless they're a 6-star divine lord or a 7-star divine lord. This is the greatest advantage of being a world lord. At this moment, the phantom seemed to look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled. He really didn't care about this. In the future he would be stronger than them. You should tell me about it first, although these things are quite good. An answer like Lin Fei's was really rare. Ordinary people would definitely get these things first when they saw them. However, people like Lin Fei were truly one of a kind. They were simply too rare. My request is quite simple, and that is to kill someone for me. This person has the strength of a 7-star Divine Lord. If you can agree to this task, then the 2 7-star Divine Lord treasures here will naturally belong to you, and you will become the master of the world. Lin Fei knew that this task was not that simple. It was actually to kill a 7-star Divine Lord. This task was really not simple at all. Even if Bai Lai came here, he would probably only be able to stare. This World Lord was not easy. Even if one cultivated slowly, who knew how long it would take to reach such a level? After all, starting from the 5-star Divine Lord level, one level of strength would increase by more than 10 times. A 7-star Divine Lord level of strength could kill a 6-star Divine Lord with a wave of a hand. However, it was not that easy to deal with a 7-star Divine Lord at the same realm. At the same time, it was also divided into 4 realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak, and consummate. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. Of course he wouldn't want these things. Although 2 7-star Divine Master level treasures sounded impressive, in Lin Fei's opinion, it was nothing much. Speaking of which, it was really useless. In an instant, a thought appeared in his mind. I want to sign in on the 3rd floor. Lin Fei had yet to sign in today. He had been waiting for this moment. Every day he would only sign in at the last moment. He really didn't get anything good in this forbidden world. Things were different now. This was the 3rd floor. Whether or not they could obtain good things depended on this moment. Ding. Sign in level 3, Ancient Eternal Body level 5. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback by this sign-in. He actually managed to sign into the 5th level of the Ancient Eternal Body on the 3rd level. He really couldn't imagine it. He had already reached the 4th level, but he had never thought that he would reach the 5th level in the blink of an eye. This 3rd floor really gave him a big surprise. You really have to confirm that you will become the Lord of the World after leaving this 3rd floor. With this Lord of the World, you will have an immortal life. The illusory figure continued to speak. That bewitching smell was very obvious. Lin Fei had already obtained the 5th level of the Ancient Eternal Body at this time, so he didn't think too much about it. In his opinion, these things were all empty. He had become even stronger. I'm sorry, but I choose to refuse. Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, a black hole directly appeared. It enveloped Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the 3rd floor. Lin Fei could vaguely see that the phantom seemed to shake its head, looking very disappointed. It had been 100,000 years and he was actually rejected. With a whoosh, the phantom disappeared. Lin Fei arrived outside the forbidden area in the blink of an eye. This was the 2nd floor. The familiar aura, the familiar figures. I didn't expect this phantom to be so stingy, asking me to leave directly. He didn't even give me anything. To be honest, it really surprised Lin Fei that it was so direct. Came out in an instant. This was different from what he had imagined. At the very least, it had to give him something. Speaking of which, Lin Fei was still quite surprised. Of course, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could actually encounter such a thing. Lin Fei really didn't have the mood to be the Lord of the World. Now that he had reached the 5th level of the Ancient Eternal Body, it was even more different. His strength had improved greatly and it was really earth-shaking. Lin Fei should be able to understand this feeling the best. After looking around, Lin Fei came to a mystic realm. This was some of the mystic realms in the 2nd floor, so it wasn't considered dangerous. It could be said that there was no threat at all. To him, he just found a cave abode and let go of his tricks. He started to consolidate the 5th level of the Ancient Eternal Body. The 5th level was indeed very different from the 4th level. The biggest difference was that Lin Fei's attacks had a trace of eternity to them. This trace of eternity could instantly stop all attacks. Although it didn't last for long, only 3 breaths, to Lin Fei this was extremely important. No matter who it was, they would be able to withstand these 3 seconds of breathing. Especially after Lin Fei made his move, these 3 seconds were definitely fatal. At the same time, the number of black holes that he had cultivated started to increase in an instant. There were only a few at first, but in the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 black holes behind Lin Fei. These black holes could even fuse together to form a huge black hole, and this black hole even contained streams of attack power. The power of these attacks became even more obvious. It was as sharp as a blade. One could kill the enemy. Chapter 5067. Reaching the 5th level of the Ancient Eternal Body was completely different from what it was before. At least Lin Fei could clearly feel it. If he were to encounter the people from Triple Black Sect again, things would not be so simple. He reckoned that they would not be able to withstand Lin Fei's attacks even if they were to fight. Getting close to him was enough to make them feel despair. This was the difference between the ancient eternal body and the previous fourth level. This level was truly a level of heaven. After consolidating for the second half of the month, Lin Fei had completely mastered it. His entire person was very different. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Sixth Absolute Palace. When he arrived at the Sixth Absolute Palace, Lin Fei wanted to talk to Bai Xingnan about Bai Lai. He did not expect to sense Bai Lai's aura as soon as he arrived. Bai Lai had actually returned. In Lin Fei's opinion, Bai Lai would probably take some time to return. He did not expect him to return so quickly. His injuries were probably recovering well. Before Lin Fei entered, he heard Bai Lai's voice. Lin Fei entered the Sixth Absolute Palace with a whoosh. He saw Bai Lai and Bai Xingnan in the courtyard. "You came out so quickly. I thought you would stay in there for a long time." Lin Fei had indeed stayed in there for a while. It took him a lot of time just to find that place. Of course, this amount of time was nothing at all. Lin Fei sat down. "I've reached the third level, but it's really quite different." Bai Lai had indeed returned not long ago. However, outsiders did not know that he had returned. He had only sensed Lin Fei's aura around him earlier. After all, he controlled the Sixth Absolute Palace, so his perceptive energy had been improved. That was why he had let Lin Fei in. He did not expect to hear such a thing. "You're the world lord now." Bai Lai's heart skipped a beat. Lin Fei shook his head. "I didn't go and become the master of this world because it's not that easy. I have to go and kill a 7-star divine master powerhouse. Do you dare to do it? I have no interest in becoming a master of this world. I've already told you before." Bai Lai was shocked. Lin Fei actually gave up such an opportunity. He did not sense the unique aura of a world lord from Lin Fei. It was an aura of submission, which meant that Lin Fei was right. He refused. "How can you refuse? That's the master of a world. Even if he wants to kill a 7-star divine master, he will only do it after his strength has increased. Besides, reaching the level of a 7-star divine master is a lifelong dream." Bai Lai had no idea why Lin Fei would reject him. Lin Fei laughed out loud. "Anyway, I have no interest in this world. I'll leave this world lord to you." Hence, Lin Fei told Bai Lai about how to find the Forbidden Zone creatures. He casually grabbed it and condensed a special ball of light. This ball of light contained great karma. The great karma had already been compressed inside. As long as he activated it, he would be able to find the so-called third level. At the very least, he would be able to find that Forbidden Zone creature. "This is for you. With this, you will have a chance to find that Forbidden Zone creature. However, that Forbidden Zone creature is quite strong. When you enter, it will form a passage. Don't try it unless you are exceptionally strong or have a treasure." Bai Lai looked at the ball of light in front of him and did not know what to say. He did not expect that Lin Fei would really give up on the third level and even tell him the way to enter. Bai Lai had already known about it previously. That Forbidden Zone creature should be the way to the third level. However, he did not know which Forbidden Zone creature it was. Not to mention that he could find the right direction. Now that Lin Fei had said this, coupled with this treasure, there was a 70% to 80% chance that he would be able to find that Forbidden Zone creature. "I won't disturb you father and daughter any longer. I reckon that I will leave the great world of the gods soon." Hence, this time he had come to bid farewell to Bai Lai. His purpose for coming was also quite simple. "You're really going to leave?" Bai Xingnan did not expect Lin Fei to be so straightforward. "This world is boring, so I'm going to explore the starry sky outside." As soon as he came out of the Sixth Absolute Hall, Lin Fei immediately returned to the Haoyue sect. To him, there was still one more person in the Haoyue sect, and that was the Blue Fairy. However, before returning to the Haoyue sect, Lin Fei felt that there was still one more thing he had to do. That was the Yellow Spring sect master and ancestor White Cloud. That fellow had schemed against them previously, but in the end, he had been taken away by them. This time Lin Fei was prepared to capture both of them first. Otherwise, once he left the Haoyue sect, the Blue Fairy would not be able to handle the situation without him overseeing it. The first place that Lin Fei went to was the Yellow Spring sect master's hiding place. This fellow had been injured previously, so he had been recuperating in a place that was rather secretive. In the deepest part of a dangerous place. He had set up a series of formations and not just anyone would be able to find it. However, it was impossible for Lin Fei to hide at all. Once he had a connection with the Great Karma technique, he would naturally be able to find him. The Yellow Spring sect master did not know how to hide at all. Then Lin Fei came knocking on his door. From the deepest part of the secret realm, a hand pressed down. This pressure was earth-shattering. The Yellow Spring sect master who had been in the cave abode swayed, let out a muffled groan and spat out blood. The cave abode collapsed in an instant, and the Yellow Spring sect master flew out. His mind was in a daze. Next, a huge hand came grabbing over. In the face of this huge hand, Yellow Spring's hierarch had no way of resisting at all. All the power he had unleashed disappeared without a trace as he was grabbed over by the other party. Then he saw a familiar figure. Wasn't it the young man who chased her away last time? It's you. How did you become so strong? There was really no harm without comparison. The Yellow Spring sect master was actually inferior to the other party in just one encounter. She could still hold on last time, but this time it was too direct. Lin Fei smiled and pointed at the Yellow Spring sect master's body. This time the Yellow Spring sect master's entire body collapsed. If you dare say another word, you're finished. After this, the Yellow Spring sect master did not dare to say another word. No one knew better than him that this finger had almost taken his old life. It was truly too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying guy? Lin Fei grabbed the Yellow Spring sect master and left. He went straight to Ancestor Baiyun. Ancestor Baiyun was very quiet, and he went straight back to his sect. Lin Fei's figure passed through the sect's array and came to the study. Ancestor Baiyun was fiddling with something in his hand, and he looked quite proud. Chapter 5068. Ever since old Ancestor Baiyun was injured, he had escaped. He had not expected that fella to be so difficult to deal with. He did not expect the 6th Absolute Hall to have such an expert hidden. Bai Lai had tricked them. Both he and the Yellow Spring sect master were seriously injured. The Yellow Spring sect master had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had gone to recuperate. Old Ancestor Baiyun returned to his sect. Only in his own sect could he feel safe. It took a long time for him to recuperate. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to encounter an opportunity. His injuries recovered relatively quickly. He even wanted to find the Yellow Spring sect master to see how his injuries were recovering. If he couldn't recover from his injuries, then he wouldn't mind killing this guy as well. This was because he still had many good things on him. If he used them to exchange, he should be able to exchange them for Cosmos Godstones in the star field. A few hundred cubic meters still had a certain value. What? Old Ancestor Baiyun heard a movement. It seemed like there was a fluctuation in the void. He raised his hand and slapped out. 5 streams of light came over. Each stream of light was different. It was the power of a treasure. Then a figure walked out. Another figure blocked in front of him. The Yellow Springs hierarch let out a blood-curdling scream as he withstood the 5 attacks. His voice made old Ancestor Baiyun realize who it was. Yellow Spring sect master, why are you here? Who treated you as a meat shield? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The Yellow Spring sect master's face turned pale from the attack. Fresh blood flowed out and he lay on the side. Lin Fei's figure walked out. Old Ancestor Baiyun, long time no see. I'm here to look for you. The two of you can be a pair. Lin Fei smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed. His 5 fingers pressed down like a mountain. Old Ancestor Baiyun's pupils constricted. He actually saw this young man. This was the young man who gave him nightmares. He did not expect him to barge in. Their sect's array formation did not move at all. There was no indication. Old Ancestor Baiyun panicked. He seemed to understand. Why did the Yellow Springs cult master block in front of him just now? It turned out that he was taken down by this young man. You dare? I am now a member of the 3 Black sect. If you dare to capture me, the 3 Black sect will definitely tear you to pieces. His defense was immediately broken. However, this defense was completely useless. It shattered and fell to the ground. Then a hand reached down. It landed directly on Ancestor White Cloud's body. All of Ancestor Baiyun's tricks were useless at this moment. 3 Black sect. Looks like you're pretty lucky to know such a sect. Lin Fei could not help but laugh. He had met someone from the 3 Black sect in the Forbidden Zone, but he had not expected to meet someone who had defected to the 3 Black sect here. Old Ancestor Baiyun deserved to be the unlucky one. That's right, I've already joined the 3 Black sect and become their elder. If you don't want to die, let me go immediately and follow me to do great things. We'll control this world together, and you'll naturally enjoy endless benefits. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's words that Patriarch Baiyun felt that the young man was frightened. After all, the 3 Black sect was a powerful sect in the outside world. It was not like this side. Therefore, the level of comparison was naturally different. The 3 Black sect could easily provide a large amount of resources. This was also the reason why he wanted to join them. As long as he helped them to do great things, there would naturally be endless benefits. After struggling for a while, he took out a token. It was a token of the Three Black Sect. As long as I crush it, they will receive the news and rush over immediately. I hope you don't do anything stupid. The Yellow Springs cult master was disheartened. He did not expect old ancestor Baiyun to be so cunning as to join the Three Black Sect. If he continued to interact with old ancestor Baiyun, he would not even know when he would be captured. Inexplicably, he felt a little lucky. If he was captured by this young man, at least he would have a way out. However, if he was captured by old ancestor Baiyun, it would be different. He would most likely be refined into a puppet. This was because old ancestor Baiyun had mastered many methods. If he fell into his hands, he would really be better off dead than alive. I really want to meet the people from the Three Black Sect. Please crush this thing. Otherwise, it will not be easy for me to meet them. The last time Lin Fei was in the Forbidden Zone, he had encountered them. They were quite strong. The four of them were able to restrict a creature from the forbidden area. If it was not for the black hole, his powerful divine body and his strength, he would have probably missed this opportunity. For Lin Fei, the Three Black Sect was still quite fresh in his mind. However, he did not expect old ancestor Baiyun to join them. In this case, the first thing Lin Fei thought of was that he might be able to lure the four of them over again. Since the four of them had their eyes on old ancestor Baiyun, they naturally wanted the resources of the first and second floors. This was because this world did not have a world lord yet. As long as someone could become a world lord, they would be able to control this world. Even if there was no world lord, as long as there was a faction stationed here, it would be different. This could also explain one thing, and that was, why did those four people appear in that place? Lin Fei's fist landed on old ancestor Baiyun's body. When the fist landed, old ancestor Baiyun crushed the token under the intense pain. His face contorted. You're finished? You're finished? Once the people from the Three Black Sect come, you'll be torn to pieces. Old ancestor Baiyun knew the strength of the Three Black Sect. He could not defeat any one of them. Even if the young man in front of him was powerful, he could not possibly defeat them. They were the true experts of the Divine Master level. Their world did not even have a single Divine Master. Even if they did, they could only barely explode with the strength of a one-star Divine Master. Compared to them, the difference was too great. There was no way to compare them at all. Therefore, the Three Black Sect was no less than a scourge. No one could withstand their power. Old ancestor Baiyun knew that the young man was dead meat. No one would be able to save him. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pulled old ancestor Baiyun out. Then he brought the Yellow Springs Hierophant with him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a secret area. This was not a dangerous place. He casually threw the two of them on the ground and sat down casually. Then he waited leisurely. As for how long they would take, he estimated that it would not take long. Still looking for the unrivaled king of upgrade, for free? Baidu directly searched. It was very simple. Chapter 5069. Inside the Forbidden Zone. A flying ship was moving at high speed. There were four people sitting on the flying ship. All four of them had strange expressions on their faces. That was because one of the tokens they had sent out had actually shattered. They remembered that the token was given to ancestor Baiyun from the god's great world. That person had the strength of a great perfection superior god, which was close to the strength of a divine lord. Of course, such strength was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, he was naturally one of the top existences in this world apart from those few. That was why they wanted to rope him in. After all, this world did not have a world lord. Once they took over this world, it would be a great contribution to them. They would also be able to obtain some Cosmos Godstones. This was what they were looking forward to the most. That was why they valued Ancestor Baiyun very much. In such a short time, Ancestor Baiyun's token had shattered. This was not a good thing. In other words, Ancestor Baiyun had most likely encountered trouble. They rushed over as soon as they could, not daring to stay at all for fear of missing the time. I wonder what trouble Ancestor Baiyun has encountered. If he uses his token for such a small matter, I'll be the first to let him know what fear is. One of the middle-aged men snorted coldly. His face was still somewhat pale. This was from the last time they fought. He did not expect that the young man was so strong that he was at a disadvantage in close combat. The four of them were preparing to capture a Forbidden Zone creature in this Forbidden Zone, but they encountered a young man. In the end, the four of them were chased away by that young man. Speaking of this, their faces were filled with helplessness. Of course, more of it was resentment. They were so close to capturing the Forbidden Zone creature. This Forbidden Zone creature was very unusual. This was why they had attacked. Unfortunately, they were so close. No one would believe such a thing even if they said it. Coincidentally, I've been suppressing a belly full of anger. Let's find a few people to warm up. The four of them were indeed suppressing a belly full of anger. Now that they heard that something had happened to Ancestor Baiyun, they naturally vented their anger on the person who attacked. They wanted to let them know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Not long after they entered the God Punisher Great World. Following these traces of clues, they found their way into the mystic realm, and they were suddenly enlightened. So it was in the secret realm. In that case he might have encountered a powerful opponent. Ancestor Baiyun was powerful, but he was helpless against two people of the same realm. Asking them for help had become a matter of course. The only thing that surprised them was that the arcane realm didn't seem to be very dangerous, so why would Ancestor Baiyun send out a call for help? Could it be that he really encountered two opponents of the same cultivation level? That was the only way for them to activate the token. He's up ahead. I can sense Patriarch Baiyun's aura. It's very different from before. He must have been seriously injured. He hurried to the place. As soon as he arrived, he saw Patriarch Baiyun and the Netherworld Hierarch. They had some understanding of the most powerful beings in this world. Of course, it was Ancestor White Cloud who had told them about this, so they recognized the Netherworld Hierarch at a glance. Could it really be a lose-lose situation? No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like Ancestor Baiyun's injury was more serious, while Hierarch Netherworld's injury was lighter. This made them wonder. It's been a while. I didn't expect it to be you guys. Looks like our luck is pretty good to meet you guys so soon. Right at this moment, a figure walked out. It was none other than Lin Fei. Looking at the four people in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. It was almost as he had guessed. It was very likely that it was these four people. The four of them also saw Lin Fei in an instant. They instantly showed resentment in their eyes and they immediately attacked. So it's you, lad. You can't escape this time. So you're from this world. How could the four of them forget this lad? If it weren't for this lad, they wouldn't have been injured. They still had a belly full of anger. Fortunately, they had finally met him. At this moment, the four of them attacked. After all, they were 2-star Divine Masters and 3-star Divine Masters. Their strength was still very strong. A huge black hole appeared. It appeared behind Lin Fei. Most of the attacks were instantly diverted, and they landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't move and his eyelids didn't twitch. He just stood there quietly. Your strength is indeed much stronger than last time, but I'm also stronger than last time. So, I can only say that you guys are out of luck. Naturally, they were confident that they would win when they attacked. Previously, they had been broken by this lad's joint attack. Coupled with the fact that there were creatures from the restricted zone, they didn't have much of an advantage. However, it was different now. This attack would definitely let this lad know what despair was. However, they felt despair as soon as they attacked. It wasn't the other party who felt despair, but them. The four of them had joined forces to attack, but they couldn't cause any harm to this lad. The black hole had swallowed most of the power, and the remaining power had actually made him not move at all. This made them feel a little uneasy. Whoosh! The attack in the black hole instantly erupted. As soon as the attack erupted, it covered the sky and the earth, and the rhythm of the four people was disrupted. Lin Fei also took advantage of the situation to attack. Hundreds of fist lights erupted, and in the blink of an eye, they were all sent flying. Lin Fei's strength was that of a melee fighter. When this attack erupted, and at such a close distance, it was only natural that they couldn't withstand it and they were all sent flying. It was only at this moment that they realized how serious their injuries were. They didn't have any ability to resist at all. The four of them fell to the ground in unison. Their injuries weren't just ordinary serious. Disbelief flashed in their eyes. They had lost just like that. The four of them, who were at the level of a divine master, couldn't do anything to this lad. A cold light instantly slashed their bodies. They were once again sent flying. With this slash they could feel the aura of death. What do you think? Is it your turn to despair this time? Lin Fei pointed the blade in his hand at the four of them. The four of them didn't dare to move carelessly. Ancestor Baiyun, who had thought that Lin Fei was dead for sure, instantly fainted. It was really over, completely over. Why were the people from the three black gates so weak? This was completely different from what they had imagined. Chapter 50-70. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had known that these were the four people from the three black gate. Otherwise, it would not have been such a coincidence. He had probably chased them away from the Forbidden Zone. They had come to this world by chance and finally found Ancestor Baiyun. Ancestor Baiyun had joined them, forming a karmic connection. By the time they arrived, Lin Fei was even more certain of his guess. With Lin Fei's current strength, which was almost at the level of a 5 elements divine master, he had suppressed all of them. They could not fight back at all. Lin Fei had not used his full strength. Otherwise, they would not have been able to withstand it. They would have been killed immediately. The 4 people from the Triple Black sect had indeed felt great terror. How long had it been? That young man had actually crushed them in a head-on fight. He had not even used his full strength, as if he was just warming up. It was really a slap to their faces. Facing this blade, they did not dare to have any thoughts. They did not even dare to move. They were afraid that if they moved, the blade would land on them. They would not even know how they died. "Sir, we are from the 3 Black Gate. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of our master by treating us like this?" One of the 3 Stars Divine Masters snorted coldly. Whoosh! With a flash of Lin Fei's blade, this Divine Master was killed. With one slash, the destructive power of the blade shattered him into pieces. If anyone else has any thoughts, feel free to speak. I will fulfill them one by one. Lin Fei looked calmly at the 3 people. At this moment, the 3 of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They all shook their heads. They did not dare to say a word. A 3 Stars Divine Master had been killed just like that. That's more like it. He's already a fish on the chopping board, and he still has the nerve to use the 3 Black Gate to threaten me. Isn't he just a 3 Stars Divine Master? Then let him reincarnate and cultivate again. Lin Fei said. The Yellow Spring Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun silently shut their mouths, looking at the ground in front of them. Even their faces were shut. They did not dare to listen to a word. He was afraid that if he listened to a few more words, he would invite a fatal disaster upon himself. All right, now each of you has a chance. If you answer well, you may live. If you don't, I'll send you on your way. It just so happens that you're from the same sect, so you'll have a companion on your way. They, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, instantly felt their scalps go numb. This was completely different from what they had imagined. This fellow's killing intent was too heavy. He wanted to kill their divine masters at the drop of a hat. If they had known that this fellow's strength improved so quickly, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were given 100 guts. It was as if he had committed a sin. Now, tell me what the situation outside is like. Also, tell me what our star field looks like. Lin Fei was about to leave. Now that the people from the 3 Black Sect had come knocking on their door, what could be better than having a few people who knew what was going on outside? As for Lin Fei, he had to ask them about it first. This was Lin Fei's tool. If a tool was not used well, it would not be a tool. The 3 of them didn't dare to hide anything. One by one they started talking. However, what they said was different. Each of them talked about one aspect of the situation. After the 3 of them combined their stories, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding. These were the most ordinary things. After they finished talking, Lin Fei continued to interrogate them. Although Lin Fei didn't do anything, these people didn't dare to have any ideas. Even if it was some hearsay, they told him everything. It was extremely detailed, as if they had experienced it themselves. If there's one thing that's more popular recently, it should be the so-called Tenjin Temple. One of the 2-star Divine Masters was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down his face. He suddenly thought of something more important. The Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei had never heard of this place. However, it seemed that this Tenjin Temple was a little different. This Tenjin Temple is a top-notch treasure. I heard that owning this Tenjin Temple is equivalent to owning a moving treasure house. The Tenjin Temple has mastered the time technique and the space technique. It's almost a top-notch existence in these 2 aspects. Whoever gets the Tenjin Temple will be able to integrate time and space into one and become the strongest existence in an instant. Lin Fei listened quietly. Of course, he knew how powerful time and space were. When they were combined, it would be the power of time and space. It was really a fierce mess. I heard that this Tenjin Temple was created by the top-notch 9 Stars Divine Master in our universe. He was also the first Palace Master of the Tenjin Temple. The 3 of them were very afraid when they talked about the Tenjin Temple. Of course, it was more like they were worshipping him. Lin Fei could see that, of course. To be able to become a 9 Stars Divine Master was naturally a top-notch existence. It was not a realm that ordinary people could reach. Of course, for Lin Fei, it was only a matter of time before he reached this realm. This Tenjin Temple was quite interesting to Lin Fei. He listened for a while more. Lin Fei was also sure that what they said was correct. In other words, the Tenjin Temple will come out soon. The news outside is spreading like this. It seems that there are already powerhouses starting to track the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple. When the time comes, it shouldn't be too far away. This was indeed good news for Lin Fei. He could give it a try. Even if he couldn't master the Tenjin Temple, he could still go inside and sign in once. This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind when he heard the words Tenjin Temple. He could already obtain benefits on the third level of this world, let alone a place like this. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Although he was now a 5 stars divine master. This realm was neither high nor low, but it was not conspicuous. After a series of repeated questions, Zhang Wuji's expression changed. They had nothing to say at all, and of course they had no intention of lying. Lin Fei brought all 3 of them to the Haoyue sect. When the blue fairy saw the 3 of them, she felt a great deal of pressure. The 3 of them did not dare to have any thoughts at this moment, because on the way here, they had already been tricked. The trick was extremely fierce. I won't kill you after all, you are still of some use. However, since you dealt with me in the past, you will now stay in the Haoyue sect and be worshipped for 1,000 years. When the 3 divine masters heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. At least they did not have to worry about anything. At least they could keep their lives. This was more or less something that made them heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 5071. The Yellow Spring sect master and ancestor Baiyun had also stayed in the Haoyue sect. They had also become worshippers. There was no other way. In order to survive, the 2 of them could only become worshippers. Otherwise they would have been killed by Lin Fei with a single slash. The blue fairy had not expected this to happen. The Haoyue sect's strength had increased so much that it even had almighty worshippers. Even the Yellow Spring sect master and ancestor Baiyun had become worshippers of the Haoyue sect. All of a sudden, the strength of the Haoyue sect had become the strongest existence in the great world. I will leave the Haoyue sect to you. I have to go out for a while. This was what Lin Fei had told the blue fairy. Of course. Before he left behind a few powerful forces, which could be considered as sealing forces. Each sealing force had the power of a 5-star almighty. No matter how strong a person was, as long as they did not exceed this realm, they could be killed instantly by a sealing attack. As for how the blue fairy would deal with this world, that was up to the blue fairy. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. If the blue fairy had that idea, Lin Fei would support it. He believed that Bai Lai could see that it would not be easy for him to enter that world, and it would be even more difficult for him to become the master of that world. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. That place wasn't that easy to find. Even if there was a karmic connection, it would take time and luck. Whether or not he could defeat the creatures of the Forbidden Zone was another matter. Therefore Lin Fei was not worried about this. It was a dark and windy night. Lin Fei left the outside world right away. Right now, it was very easy for him to leave this world. As soon as he arrived in the starry sky outside, he felt that this starry sky was indeed different. Then he headed in a certain direction. The starry sky that Lin Fei was in was a small starry sky, and it was very small. There weren't many experts either, and the strongest among them were only 4 or 5-star divine masters. Of course, this level wasn't considered low, but it was different in some other powerful star fields. Only those star zones were strong enough, and they usually had 6 or 7-star divine masters. In comparison, Lin Fei's star domain seemed much smaller. The first place Lin Fei rushed to was a place called the 3 Moon Star region. According to the map, this place was the closest to where they were. Of course, it would take several years to get there. The strongest person in the 3 Moon Star field was a 7 stars divine master. Although they weren't at the top, they were already qualified, not to mention the forces behind them. Because the Endless Sea was standing behind him. This force was very special. There were many hotshots in the Endless Sea. Who would dare to act rashly? Of course, Lin Fei didn't go to the Endless Sea this time. His target was the World Tower. You can buy a lot of information there. Lin Fei wanted to go to the Tenjin Temple, so he naturally had to go there to take a look. If he could find out the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple along the way, that would be for the best. Of course, the possibility of this wasn't high because according to what they said, the Tenjin Temple was faintly discernible in the depths of the void, and not everyone could encounter it. Therefore he had to buy information. On the way to the 3 Moon Star region, Lin Fei spent 5 years, and this was considered a relatively fast speed. Of course, during these 5 years he also did ordinary check-ins. He also obtained some scattered Cosmos God Stones. This was because after leaving this world he could sign in with Cosmic God Stones. This was the most common transaction currency. It was the most common because it was the most common. If there was a difference, it would be that the more precious ones were relatively rare. This was because the large Cosmic God Stone mining areas were controlled by the major forces, and not everyone could get their hands on them. There were also some special places that would produce Cosmic God Stones. These places were also controlled by some family forces, so every piece of Cosmic God Stone outside was very precious. Cosmic God Stones weren't just used as a transaction currency. They were also a cultivation resource, especially for the physical body, which could improve one's physical body to a certain extent. This improvement wasn't very strong, but it could still allow an ordinary divine body to reach the level of an ordinary God Lord. Therefore, an ordinary God Lord's physical body was quite strong. As long as they had the financial resources, they would use these cosmic God Stones to strengthen themselves. They weren't considered to be cultivators, but after their physical bodies became stronger, their combat strength would be much stronger than an ordinary God Lord's. Even if you were a 3-5-star God Lord, if your physical body wasn't strong enough, and you encountered someone 2 or 3 realms lower than you, but the other party had good treasures and a strong physical body, you would be the one at a disadvantage. This kind of situation was common in the star region. They arrived at the 3-moon star region. Lin Fei could see the huge star region in front of him and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After spending 5 years, they had finally arrived at the 3-moon star region. When they reached this region, they sensed that there were more people. It wasn't like this journey where the people they had met were scattered. Fortunately, they didn't run into any danger along the way. After arriving at this star region, Lin Fei sensed many powerful auras. These powerful auras were all at the God Lord level, and there were even some faintly discernible auras that were filled with terror. He didn't even need to think to know that these were the famous 6-star God Lords and 7-star God Lords. This was because their life auras were completely different. This was something that could be clearly felt. Now that he was here, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He headed straight for the world building. He dove into one of the worlds of the 3-moon star region. As soon as he entered, he sensed several powerful auras. If he wasn't wrong, they were all 7-star God Lords. Their auras were enough to make one's heart palpitate. This huge world was called the 100 Clouds World. When Lin Fei came down, he saw quite a few God Lords. Among these God Lords, there were strong and weak ones. This kind of strength wasn't considered strong, and it was the most conspicuous in this place. During these 5 years, Lin Fei's physical body didn't improve much. It only improved by about 10% or 20%. This kind of progress was actually considered fast. He found an inn and booked a courtyard. Lin Fei left early and returned late. A few days later, he arrived at the world building. This was also a unique force in the star region. He didn't get involved in anything, but this world always had unique information. If you wanted to get this information, you had to pay with Universe God Stones. It was that simple. The more Universe God Stones you paid, the more top-notch information you could get. You got what you paid for. You got what you paid for. You got what you paid for. In this circle, this was fair. Chapter 5072. This was the first time Lin Yunfei entered a place like the World Tower. As soon as he entered, he felt different. This was a unique space. He had to admit that the World Tower was indeed very confident. Not everyone dared to enter a place like this. As soon as he came here, he felt that the entire space-time was different. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, Lin Fei felt that he would be suppressed as soon as he made a move. This place was more unusual than he imagined. The place where Lin Fei entered was a large hall. There weren't many people here. Even if there were, they were all dressed in black robes and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Even their bodies were shrouded in treasures. One could imagine that the people who came in were a little impatient. Of course, they also had some status and didn't want to expose themselves easily. The purpose of Lin Fei's trip was quite simple. He wanted to find out where the Tenjin Temple was. He wanted to see if he could catch up to it. After all, Lin Fei had a certain amount of wealth now. He could more or less take out some Cosmos God Stones. After observing for a while, Lin Fei knew that the World Tower was indeed a little different. Because there were small rooms not far away. Each small room seemed to be an independent space. Lin Fei walked into an independent small space. The moment he entered, it was really a small place. It was a unique space. There was no one inside, just a black fog in front of him. Lin Fei sat down casually. Then, a voice came from the opposite side. "Sir, what kind of information do you want? Our World Tower has what you want. Of course, you can also sell the information to us. We can convert the information into a certain amount of Cosmos God Stones according to the value of the information." He wasn't surprised at all about this. After all, the World Tower didn't just sell information. It also received information. Otherwise, how could they have so much information? Some people would naturally sell some information here. Even if they sold it for a certain amount of Cosmos God Stones. "I want to know about the location of the Tenjin Temple. I wonder how much it will cost." Lin Fei also knew that if he wanted to improve his strength, he naturally had to go to some special places to sign in. Maybe we can get something good. Therefore, the Tenjin Temple was a direction that should be considered. We sell 10 cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones for information regarding the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple. The price of 10 cubic meters was not cheap. Lin Fei also knew that Cosmos God Stones were scarce. Ordinary people really did not have many Cosmos God Stones on them. Only those big powers had it, so some second-generation young masters were extraordinarily wealthy. Fortunately, over the past 5 years, Lin Fei had accumulated a few blocks of God Stones. He roughly calculated that he had about 10 blocks of God Stone. Then I'll have one. Lin Fei took out 10 Universe God Stones. Although he had signed in, he hadn't received many in the past few years. Now, after the news of the exchange, Lin Fei suddenly became penniless. He was thinking that he had to find something in the future to see if he could exchange for these Universe God Stones. Otherwise he would be extremely poor. Fortunately it was 10 cubes. If there were more, it would be dangerous. Wait a moment, I'll send it over right away. After some time, a jade talisman flew over. The jade talisman landed in front of Lin Fei and a voice came. This jade talisman contains information about the location of the Tenjin Temple. However, this was the situation 2 days ago. You have to be mentally prepared. The jade talisman will be destroyed after you finish reading it. 2 days ago. Lin Fei was stunned. I'm screwed. The information sold by the world building was indeed different. If he had known earlier, he would have added an extra sentence. Fortunately, he didn't. Otherwise, 10 Universe God Stones wouldn't be able to buy such information. As long as he knew the general location, it would be fine. For Lin Fei, he could still rush over in time. The Jade Talisman indeed recorded the movement traces of the Tenjin Temple in great detail. After Lin Fei saw it, he was surprised and a little emotional. The location of the Tenjin Temple was a little far. It seemed that it would be a little troublesome if he wanted to go to the location of the Tenjin Temple. Because it wasn't in this star field. It was in another star field. After coming out of the world building, Lin Fei started to ponder. There were 2 ways to reach other star fields. One was to fly over. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach there. The other way was to use the star field teleportation. This required a certain amount of Universe God Stones. Right now, what Lin Fei lacked the most was Universe God Stones. This wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. He headed to another place. This time, he not only learned about the world building, but he also learned about some other places. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived in front of a huge palace. This place was a little different from the world building. There were more people going in and out of it. Demon Hunter Hall. This was the place that Lin Fei came to. This Demon Hunter Hall was different from other places. Because this place's biggest function was to accept missions here. There were high-level missions. There were also low-level ones. One could exchange for a certain amount of Universe God Stones. Therefore, this Demon Hunter Hall was a special place in the star field. They only gave out various kinds of missions. It was said that this Demon Hunter Hall was supported by a 9-star God Master. This was the only way they could afford to open a Demon Hunter Hall. This was the news that Lin Fei received. He came to the Demon Hunter Hall directly. He didn't have any Universe God Stones on him. He could only earn Universe God Stones in the Demon Hunter Hall. He just had to register as a member of the Demon Hunter Ground. Lin Fei came to the Demon Hunter Hall. There were more people here. Compared to the World Tower, it was a completely different performance. Lin Fei first went to register as a member of the Demon Hunter Ground. The members here were divided into different levels. From 1-star member to 10-star member. The higher the level, the higher the missions. For low-level members, there was a limit to the number of missions they could accept. Of course, if you were confident in yourself, you could pay a certain price to accept a certain number of missions. After registering, Lin Fei came to the place to accept missions. There were many workers here. May I know what mission you are planning to accept? Because you are a 1-star member, you can only accept missions between 1-star and 3-star missions. This was the limit for low-level members. After all, even if you accepted high-level missions, you might not be able to complete them. I would like to ask which missions are the fastest way to earn Universe God Stones. Of course, it's okay if it's a little dangerous. Lin Fei was straightforward. Chapter 5073. Lin Fei wanted to get his hands on the Cosmos God Stone now. As long as he could get his hands on the Cosmos God Stone, it didn't matter even if it was a little dangerous. After all, his body was still relatively strong. At the very least, he could go to ordinary places. Not to mention he was a black hole. He could absorb attacks. He was more efficient than anyone else. The moment Lin Fei said this, the person seemed to understand what he meant. Hence, he smiled and said, I wonder if you are brave enough. I just don't know if you have the guts. If you do, I have a deal for you. Please speak. It doesn't matter even if it's a little dangerous. I'm not good at other things, but I'm pretty brave. Lin Fei said. The person smiled and said, recently we received a commission. We need someone to explore a mystic realm. The reward is quite a lot of Cosmos God Stones. Explore a mystic realm? Wasn't this the same logic as cannon fodder? This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. I wonder how many Cosmos God Stones they are offering. They said that as long as the route is good and clear, they can offer a price of around 50 cubic meters. The highest price is 50 cubic meters as long as your map is good. This price surprised Lin Fei a little. Of course, he knew that the price of 50 cubes was not low, especially since the price of 50 cubes was indeed not low. Ordinary missions, especially 1-star to 3-star missions, would only offer a few cubic meters. 10 cubic meters was already considered good. Now that the highest price was 50 cubic meters, Lin Fei was indeed surprised. He also knew that this mission wouldn't be easy. They also said that as long as I'm willing to explore, I can get 10 cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones immediately. Just this alone made Lin Fei a little tempted. Lin Fei didn't decide if he had to go or not. Instead, the person started talking again. They also said that as long as you enter, everything you obtain inside will belong to you. I heard that there are even some treasures that can be exchanged for a certain amount of Cosmos God Stones. That place isn't a place that just anyone can enter because it's controlled by a great force. That's right. These words instantly moved Lin Fei. The value of a few dozen cubes really didn't move Lin Fei at all. However, things would be different if the treasures inside could be exchanged for Universe God Stones. This gave Lin Fei some motivation. Other things were not as cost-effective as this. Lin Fei also did some calculations. His physical body was quite strong. With the addition of this black hole, things would naturally be different. Even if there was a danger at the level of a 6-star Divine Master, he would still be able to withstand it. At the very least, he would not be killed in a flash. Therefore, this place was still worth visiting. The other party was not in a hurry, seemingly waiting for Lin Fei's reply. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. I'm going to this place. I don't know when I can leave. There will be a certain amount of danger after you enter that place. You have to think about it carefully. I've already notified my superiors, so you have to go. It was easy to imagine how many Cosmos God Stones he could take out. No problem, I'm willing to go. That was all. Lin Fei received this mission. At the same time, he also had a gathering place. He could gather there in 5 days. This meant that Lin Fei still had 5 days of free time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Lin Fei arrived at the gathering place. This was a courtyard. This courtyard looked rather ordinary. When he walked in, he realized that there were many people inside. They were all around 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star abilities. Most of them were 2-star, and there were not many 3-star and 4-star abilities. Lin Fei walked the tempered body Dao, so he naturally couldn't see the changes in his abilities. When they saw Lin Fei enter, they retracted their gazes. Everyone stood on their own and didn't talk to each other. Lin Fei had been here for an hour. Then it was time. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of people in the courtyard, almost reaching 100 people. Just this alone would cost them a lot of Cosmos God Stones. If that was the case, then this faction was really rich. In Lin Fei's opinion, they might have to go through a short test. Otherwise, these 100 people would cost almost 1,000 cubes of Cosmos God Stones, which was a huge sum. Ordinary 2-star and 3-star Cosmos God Stones were worth a few dozen cubes, and that was already not bad. Having 100 cubes was already considered a small fortune. Welcome everyone. I'm Elder Gao of the Mystical Hall. This time, it's our Mystical Hall that needs your help to enter the Mystic Realm and explore the path inside. Everyone will be able to obtain 10 Cosmos God Stones. When they came, they didn't know what the faction was called. But now that they heard it, their expressions changed. No wonder they were so rich. So it was the Mystical Palace, a first-rate faction. A top-notch faction had to have a 9-star Divine Lord, while a first-rate faction had to have an 8-star Divine Lord expert. As for second-rate factions, they naturally had 7-star Divine Lords. So they were naturally shocked. Lin Fei wasn't a rookie, so he had naturally heard of this first-rate faction. At the very least, it didn't matter if you didn't remember the names of second-rate factions, but you had to have some understanding of first-rate factions. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. No wonder they're so rich. It's the Mystical Palace. This time, they're really not afraid of not getting Cosmos God Stones. That's right. When I came, I thought it was some small place. So it's the first-rate faction, the Mystical Palace. Elder Gao just stood there quietly, letting everyone talk for a while. Only then did he speak unhurriedly. Now I will give everyone 10 cubes of Cosmos God Stones. The high-ranking elder of the mystical palace immediately began to distribute them. Therefore, everyone received 10 cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones. One could tell that this force was very rich and overbearing. Once everyone received the Cosmos God Stones, Elder Gao continued to speak. This is a blank jade talisman. All you have to do is enter a secret realm and search for the path inside. This secret realm is quite mysterious, and of course there will be a certain amount of danger. All you have to do is search for the path. If you encounter any danger you can't withstand, you will naturally be able to come out. The mystical palace does not force anyone to ask for help. Of course, some treasures will appear inside, and our mystical palace will purchase them. Everyone was clearly even more excited. Lin Fei had thought that there would be a small test. He hadn't realized that he was overthinking. There was nothing at all. He could also see that the mystical palace was probably determined to obtain this secret realm. That was why they had gathered here. However, the danger inside was probably more terrifying than they had imagined. Otherwise they wouldn't be here. Dozens of Cosmos God Stones. This was no small number. The error-free chapter of Unrivaled King of Leveling will continue to be updated on Handheld Bar. There will be no advertisements on the site, so please bookmark and recommend Handheld Bar. Those who like Unrivaled King of Leveling, please bookmark. Unrivaled King of Leveling Handheld Bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5074. The Mystical Palace was quite capable. They actually had a spacetime transfer array. Lin Fei was no newbie. Naturally, he knew that not everyone had a spacetime transfer array. It was said that only first-rate factions had them. The Mystical Palace had the right to be arrogant. Once the spacetime transfer array was activated, they were instantly transported to another galaxy. After another half a month, they entered a mystic realm that was sealed by a huge array. Inside, they had witnessed the capabilities of the Mystical Palace. They were indeed very strong. There were even experts guarding this place. There were 3 6-star God Lords guarding this place. Coupled with this huge array, even a 7-star God Lord would not dare to barge into this array. The name of the Mystical Palace was enough to make many people feel pressured. Elder Gao brought the group to the entrance of a mystic realm. There were a few God Lords at the entrance of the mystic realm. They saw them as well. This is the mystic realm that you will be entering. Later you will be able to draw the path inside. The clearer it is, the more Cosmos God Stones you will receive. I hope that you will seize the opportunity. The God Lords immediately opened the entrance of the mystic realm. It turned out that the entrance of the mystic realm was sealed by an array. At first glance, it seemed that they could enter, but in reality they had been stopped. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one the figures rushed in an instant. After all, this was the mystical palace. They did not dare to have any other thoughts. It was better to go in and complete the task first. Lin Fei was one of them. He quickly entered as well. After entering, several God Lords stood guard at the entrance. Elder Gao looked at the people entering and said calmly, "I wonder if we can draw the path inside this time. If we can't, I don't know how long it will take." Another voice followed. "That will depend on luck. This mystic realm is more dangerous than we imagined. They must be mentally prepared to take these Cosmos God Stones. After all, the Cosmos God Stones of the Mystical Palace are not that easy to take." All of them had been guarding this place for quite some time, and they had discovered this mystic realm for quite some time. However, they had not gained anything so far. They did not dare to enter carelessly. Even the 5-star God Lords who entered came out injured. He didn't dare to enter rashly before he had a thorough understanding of the situation. Even a 6-star Divine Master would be at a disadvantage if they went in, unless they were a 7-star Divine Master. 7-star Divine Masters were the pillars of a sect. There was no way they would recklessly enter a mystic realm. The best way was to entrust some people who were not afraid of death for money. Since he had taken their benefits, he naturally had to enter. He understood this logic. This time, a few dozen people might be able to find something. They were looking forward to it. This time there were more people than before. Fortunately, they had sealed the news. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't dare to come because they didn't have the guts. Their mystical sky palace was rather particular about the rules. That was why they came up with this commission. If not for this commission, they would have used someone else. Walala walala. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he found himself in a dark swamp. The swamp didn't look small. The people who came in with him were also a little confused about this place. So. Streaks of light flew out from the swamp, and a few unlucky fellows were instantly pierced by these streaks of light. They turned into white skeletons. This scene instantly frightened everyone present. causing their expressions to change drastically. One after another, they fled in all directions. They finally realized that cosmic god stones weren't that easy to obtain. At this time they had to find a safe place first. Otherwise they wouldn't even know when they would die. Lin Fei was also attacked by many streaks of light. After leaving the swamp, the 100 or so people who entered basically disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei also knew why they had to pay such a high price. This place was indeed quite dangerous, much more dangerous than he had imagined. It seems like the cosmic god stones in this place aren't that easy to obtain. Drawing a route is indeed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Fei was already outside. It was also gray outside and corpses could be seen everywhere. One could imagine. This place was more terrifying than he had imagined. Of course, Lin Fei was a little excited. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunity for him. As long as he could draw a good route, he could exchange it for a lot of cosmic god stones. He believed that the mysterious Void Temple would be willing to pay. Of course, Lin Fei could also find some treasures inside. That way he would be able to exchange them for cosmic god stones. When the time came, he would have a chance to search for the Tenjin Temple. After all, that place was what Lin Fei cared about the most. After mastering that place, he might be able to enter and sign in. His strength would increase. Although it was considered a shortcut, there were still benefits to it. I want to sign in here. Lin Fei immediately used his sign-in. He had always been thinking about it. He didn't expect to come here today. This place looked a little strange and was suitable for signing in. This was also a small trick that Lin Fei had figured out himself. Ding. Sign-in successful at the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Received map of reincarnation. The sudden sign-in reward surprised Lin Fei. It can't be. I actually obtained a map of reincarnation. This is the Holy Land of Reincarnation. No wonder it's so dangerous. Lin Fei was really surprised. The people from the mysterious Void Temple outside hadn't obtained a complete map yet. Instead he obtained one. Moreover, this place was actually called the Holy Land of Reincarnation. It seemed that the people outside more or less didn't know about it. They felt that this place was at most dangerous and had a certain value. That was why they found someone to draw a map. Lin Fei also took out the map immediately. As soon as he took it out, Lin Fei knew what was going on. His position was indeed at the outermost circle. It was more dangerous to go in. This Holy Land of Reincarnation was completely different from what he had imagined. Without a map, it was impossible to walk inside. It was like there was only one entrance to the next level. In other words, no matter how many people the mysterious Void Temple found, without a certain amount of luck, it would be impossible to find the entrance. Everyone would be cannon fodder. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked beyond belief. To be able to encounter such a thing, Lin Fei seemed to have found the best way to sign in. That was to go to some particularly dangerous places to sign in. He might be able to get an unexpected reward. Chapter 5075. Speaking of which, Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. He never thought that this would be a place like the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Moreover, he got a map on the first day of signing in. It was really too surprising. With this map he could go inside. He could dig out any treasures. As for contributing this map, Lin Fei didn't have such thoughts for the time being. If this force had other thoughts, he would be finished. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to explain. Even if he were to draw it, he would only draw a part of it. When the time came, the rest would be in his hands. Now, Lin Fei wanted to see if there were any good things inside. That was the most important thing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei went all the way inside. There were indeed many dangers inside, one after another. But Lin Fei could easily avoid all of them. Because there were certain markings on the map. There were some traps in some places and they were very obvious. Lin Fei easily passed some people. Those people weren't as lucky as Lin Fei. If they weren't tricked by traps, they would have encountered some powerful means and would have been killed on the spot. Wow. Lin Fei entered the second floor. There were a total of 5 floors here. The first, second, and third floor belonged to the outermost 3 floors. There were no treasures or anything. Even if there were no treasures, there were still some valuable things in some places. Lin Fei followed the markings and searched all the way. Along the way he really saw some special places. There were also some treasures left behind which were deliberately placed here. Now they were all given to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Relying on his powerful physical body, he directly destroyed the treasures and got them. Basically, every item was worth dozens or hundreds of cubes. This kind of harvest made Lin Fei smile from ear to ear. He really came to the right place this time. If the mystical palace outside knew about this, who knew what kind of thoughts they would have? They would probably want to commit suicide. He let a big fish in. Lin Fei went from the second level to the third level. When he reached the fourth level, the difficulty was a little higher. Some methods, some restrictions were scattered all over this place. After arriving here, the surroundings became exceptionally quiet. There was no one left. Lin Fei also became extra careful. Even with this map, it wasn't easy to break into the innermost area. It took him half a month to reach the end of the fourth floor. However, when he reached the end, Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. If one wanted to enter the fourth floor, they would need a certain token. In other words, only those with inheritances could enter the fifth floor. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could such a thing happen to him? I thought I would be able to enter the innermost layer and loot everything. But it seems like I was a little foolish. Since it's the sacred land of reincarnation, there must be some inheritance here. I guess it's for the inheritors. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't a good thing. It was really troublesome. He also obtained 3 treasures on the fourth floor. These 3 treasures were worth about 1,000 cubes each. In other words, Lin Fei could obtain thousands of cubes of cosmic god stones on this trip. This was already a huge harvest. If he pooled it, he could reach 10,000 cubes of cosmic god stones. This was not a small number. Could be said that he had some wealth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a tycoon. Why don't I wait a little longer and see what I can sign in tomorrow? I remember that I can get good things from signing in a period of time in any place. Anyway, the people outside don't expect me to get out. Lin Fei looked at the stone door in front of him thoughtfully. Even if he went all out, he couldn't break the stone door because there was a special restriction on it. In any case, Lin Fei couldn't open it. It was that simple. In other words, he had to have an inheritor to open it. This meant that the fifth floor definitely had good things. Lin Fei felt that he should wait a little longer. He wanted to see what else he could get from signing in. Other than signing in a map on the first day, he didn't get anything else. In other words, the first to fourth floors were actually ordinary. However, the fifth floor was different. At this point, it would be a pity if he didn't enter the fifth floor. At the same time, the expressions of the elders of the mystical palace outside turned a little ugly. This batch of people who went in came back one after another. However, not many came back. Only about 30% of the people inside. The routes that he brought out were basically all messed up. None of them looked presentable. They could only infer that they were still in the outermost area. It seems like there's still one who hasn't come out. I remember it's a young man. Nearly a month had passed. The first batch of people who went in had basically all come out. However, they still remembered that there was a young man who hadn't come out. That young man probably died inside long ago. Even these people came out. This person is really unlucky. It seems like we have to prepare a new batch of people. Elder Gao was also very helpless. He didn't expect this batch of people to be completely wiped out. In that case, they could only continue to recruit the second batch of people. Apart from this method, they really couldn't think of any other way. Lin Fei kept signing in at the entrance of the fourth floor. However, the things he signed in were all inconspicuous, which really made him quite unhappy. He couldn't enter. Several places on the fourth floor had been circled, and everything that could be harvested had been harvested. However, he still couldn't enter the final door. This confirmed the guess in his heart. Forget it, forget it. It seems like I won't have that chance. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Lin Fei knew that he couldn't enter the fifth floor at all. He didn't have that fate. To be able to obtain a map, it was considered extremely good. Now he just had to go out and get some universe godstones. He wanted to see if there were any other places like this. Of course, the first thing he had to do was to find the Tenjin Temple. This was the place that Lin Fei yearned to go to the most. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another one. Lin Fei went from the fourth floor to the third floor. From the third floor to the second floor. As soon as he entered, he could clearly feel an aura appearing on this floor. He frowned slightly. It can't be. Someone actually came to the first floor. Logically speaking, it's impossible. It's impossible to find the second floor without a map. Even a blind cat bumping into a dead dog isn't that easy. Lin Fei was strong, so he could naturally feel that someone had indeed entered this floor. If that was the case, it would have been fine. However, this person kept walking inside and this path seemed to lead to the third floor. Chapter 5076. At first, Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to this figure. As he moved, Lin Fei's expression changed a lot. He had never thought that this figure would actually head for the third floor. Lin Fei had figured it out just now. Why would there be someone on this floor? If there were no surprises, it should be the people that the Xinkong Palace had brought last time had returned empty-handed. Hence, they found another group of people. Lin Fei knew very well how dangerous this place was. He had a map in his hands, so there wouldn't be many people who could make it out alive. Hence, the Shinkong Palace had to find people to draw the route. This was to prove whether this place was dangerous or not. The first, second, and third floors shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, the fourth floor would be very dangerous. In particular, the entrance to the third floor wasn't that easy to pass. The Shinkong Palace had to find people continuously so that they would have a greater chance to investigate the situation inside. After a long time, they should be able to understand the first to fourth floors. However, that would take a very long time. Now, someone had come to the second floor by accident and was now heading to the third floor. Lin Fei immediately understood. Perhaps this was the successor of the reincarnation sacred land. In fact, this person might even be qualified to obtain the treasures inside. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fei's face. I can wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching only to find it by chance. Another person actually came, and this person is very likely to be the successor. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei, who was about to leave, immediately followed. This person wasn't weak. In Lin Fei's opinion, he had concealed some of his strength. Furthermore, he was a 4-star cultivator. He should be at the peak level. He didn't stop much along the way. He seemed to be very familiar with this floor. If there were no surprises, he should be guided by the treasures. After reaching the third floor, he headed for the fourth floor. They had encountered a lot of trouble along the way. Lin Fei had been following them in the dark and hadn't made a move at all. Of course, if he really couldn't block them, he would pretend to be a good guy and intervene once. This way he would be able to advance to the fourth floor. Perhaps he would be able to enter it if he seized that sliver of an opportunity. This was Lin Fei's method. Of course, Lin Fei could also make a move and take away his legacy item. That was also a method. He felt that since this place was so special, the inheritance treasures would not be so easily obtained. Big shots would also have their own plans, so Lin Fei still chose the latter path. It would be better to be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This possibility was relatively easy, and he wouldn't have to take too much risk. Lin Fei was in no hurry. Not long later. As expected, the other party reached the end of the fourth level. It was much easier than finding it on his own. Of course, it still took him a month to find it. A black-haired young man seemed especially excited upon arriving. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, I finally found the sacred land of reincarnation. The mystical palace outside is a bunch of fools. And you people just wait and see. After I inherit the reincarnation emperor's techniques, I'll definitely make you pay with your blood. This person's voice was especially loud, as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could feel it. This voice was filled with hatred, and it sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. He didn't even need to guess to know that this guy was probably carrying a blood feud. It turned out that the owner of the sacred body of reincarnation was called the Reincarnation Emperor. Lin Fei didn't know, but since he dared to call himself the Emperor, his strength should have reached the level of a 9-star Divine Master. He should have been a top-notch existence in this universe. Even if he couldn't reach the level of a 9-star Divine Master, he should be at the peak of an 8-star Divine Master. Lin Fei felt that the former was more likely. Such an expert would definitely have left behind something good on the last level. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he couldn't miss it. This young man in front of him was definitely the inheritor. He was 100% sure. He was smart enough to know how to use the opportunity to earn Universe God Stones to come to the sacred land of reincarnation. The people from the mystical palace had really miscalculated this time. They probably didn't even know that a person with ulterior motives had snuck into the crowd. After this black-haired young man laughed, he seemed to have vented a lot of his emotions. He took out a sword talisman that looked like a sword. When this sword talisman was taken out, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel the terrifying aura that exploded from this sword talisman. Even though it was just a flash, Lin Fei could feel it clearly. This was definitely a terrifying sword talisman. Luckily, I didn't attack. Otherwise, this sword talisman would have at least the level of a 7-star Divine Master. This is a protective talisman. From the beginning, Lin Fei had felt that this place was unusual. Otherwise, the first-rate forces from the mystical palace wouldn't have kept their eyes on it. They had even set up an array outside to seal this place. One could imagine that this place was far more powerful than he had imagined. Therefore, this inheritor must have had some powerful treasures on him. Even a sword talisman like this would be enough to protect him. When this sword talisman was taken out, it gave off a dazzling light. Beams of light instantly turned into a huge talisman that landed on the stone door. The stone door, which had been motionless all this while, finally moved. The black-haired young man's eyes were filled with wild joy. He didn't even notice that there was someone behind him. So this is the only way to open this stone door. No wonder I couldn't find it even after trying so hard. It requires a certain token to open it. Realization dawned on him. Fortunately, the stone door was finally going to open. The free opportunity was finally here. All he had to do was to enter the stone door the moment it opened. When this talisman landed on the stone door, it instantly turned into nothingness. Then a door appeared just like that. The black-haired young man walked straight in. Just as he was about to enter, a figure followed him in. The time that this door had been maintained was not very long. For Lin Fei this was enough. With his physical body fully unleashed, he easily came up. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei instantly felt a repulsive force fall on him. It seemed to be external. However, Lin Fei's black hole instantly absorbed this layer of resistance. He persevered. When he looked again, he found that the young man was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to the depths of the palace. This didn't matter to Lin Fei at all. He silently said, "Sign in his heart." Chapter 5077. He finally entered. Of course he had to sign in first. It would be a waste if he didn't /T sign in. This was the last level. If it weren't /T for that kid, how could he have entered the last level of the Holy Land of Reincarnation? It was indeed mysterious. Even the power from before couldn't /T shake the stone door. He didn't /T expect a sword talisman to be able to enter so easily. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Ding. Sign-in successful on the 5th level of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Received 10 Reincarnation Essence Souls. When the reward for signing in came out, Lin Fei immediately got goosebumps. He actually received such a reward, 10 Reincarnation Essence Souls. One had to know that most of the current cultivation system was based on spells. Of course, there were also body tempering. There were also more powerful Essence Soul cultivators. Lin Fei had encountered some Essence Soul powerhouses previously. Relying on their Essence Souls, they were indeed quite terrifying. These Essence Souls could explode with a single thought and turn into a force that was difficult to resist. The other party could also cultivate it back in an instant. This was the strength of an Essence Soul. However, there weren't /T that many who could become Essence Soul powerhouses. Because it was too difficult. There were strong and weak Essence Soul powerhouses. The weaker ones could only cultivate a few primordial spirits, while the stronger ones could cultivate dozens or hundreds of primordial spirits. But now there were 10 Reincarnation Essence Souls, which surprised Lin Fei. After a majestic stream of light flowed in his body, Lin Fei also mastered the Reincarnation Essence Soul. At first, he thought that the Reincarnation Essence Soul was ordinary, but in the blink of an eye, he realized that it was really different. This reincarnated primordial spirit was really different. It was far more powerful than he had imagined. So it turns out that 10 Reincarnation Essence Souls can build a reincarnation array. Within this reincarnation array, each reincarnation can reduce the opponent /S strength. At least 40 to 50% of the opponent /S strength will be reduced. Lin Fei was astonished by such a miraculous effect. He seemed to understand how powerful the Reincarnation Emperor was. He didn't /T expect there to be such a reincarnation array that could reduce the opponent /S strength, and there were only 10 of them. The reincarnation primordial spirit was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not everyone could cultivate it, and it required a long period of time. It could be said that he had ascended to the heavens in a single step, as he had directly grasped the Reincarnation Emperor's most powerful technique. These reincarnated primordial spirits were not very strong. However, when the 10 reincarnation primordial spirits came together, they formed a reincarnation formation. This was different. In any case, signing in was really a joy for Lin Fei. Such a reincarnation array could indeed allow Lin Fei to do a lot of things. With a single thought. These 10 reincarnated primordial spirits directly entered the void, leaving no trace of their existence. The 10 reincarnated primordial spirits even had a trace of space-time power. Therefore they were like fish returning to the ocean in the void. They were not obstructed at all. Lin Fei did not hesitate for long and immediately chased after it. He was ready to see what was in this last level. Not to mention, signing in for 10 reincarnation primordial souls caused his strength to undergo a huge change. At the very least, those who wanted to fight him had to be extremely strong. Otherwise, once the reincarnation array was activated, their strength would be reduced. They were no match for Lin Fei. Not to mention, this person wasn't /T as strong as he imagined. Although there was such a treasure in Lin Fei /'s opinion, it shouldn't be difficult to take him down. In fact, it could even be said to be very simple. He chased all the way here. He saw a few words in the palace in front of him. Reincarnation. This reincarnation was like a vortex. Lin Fei's heart trembled and he immediately escaped. These were indeed terrifying words. He also knew that the young man must be inside. He chased after him in an instant. At the same time, the primordial spirits in his body. They were originally placed in the void, but now it seemed that he had to keep them in his body. In an instant, Lin Fei grasped some of the Reincarnation Emperor *S techniques. As soon as he entered, he saw a sword light slashing over. It turned out that the black-haired young man who went in had already noticed it. After the sword arrived, the world instantly changed color, and the world also became dark at this moment. Then it was replaced by light. Following behind me sneakily. You're quite daring. After this sword was slashed, the world returned to normal. The black-haired young man didn't expect someone to be able to follow him in without him noticing. If he hadn't sensed it at the 5th level, he really wouldn't have known. This was also his strongest sword. He didn't believe that anyone could take it. This was a bit of the Reincarnation Emperor *S power. He finally arrived at the 5th level. The black-haired young man definitely wouldn't let anyone snatch his opportunity. No matter who it was, he would go all out. Junior brother, you're too hot-tempered. You used such a powerful move right off the bat. Fortunately, I've learned the reincarnation technique. Otherwise, I would have suffered a bit in your hands. A person walked out. He looked unharmed, but a giant whirlpool appeared in front of him. The whirlpool spun continuously. It was such a whirlpool, but the black-haired young man instantly sensed a familiar aura. Wasn't this the aura of reincarnation? He had also cultivated a reincarnation in his body, but it wasn't as domineering as this one. This time it was the black-haired young man who frowned. You are my senior brother. The sword from before was indeed quite terrifying. After the sword came over, Lin Fei used his technique. This technique was indeed quite fierce. Fortunately, Lin Fei had already grasped the reincarnation technique. After the reincarnation came out, he used the power to reincarnate continuously. Almost 70% of the reincarnation *S power was reduced, and the remaining 30% landed on his body. Naturally, it couldn't cause any damage to Lin Fei. Do you think that master *S techniques are something that an outsider can grasp? Lin Fei smiled. He casually removed the reincarnation technique. Then one by one the primordial spirit walked out. You shouldn't have any thoughts after seeing this, right? It was also at that moment. Lin Fei had another thought. Since he had grasped the reincarnation emperor *S technique, he could naturally impersonate it. After all, such a person could be considered the son of luck. Otherwise he wouldn't have entered the 5th level. The moment the 10 reincarnation primordial spirits appeared, the black-haired young man was instantly shocked. He immediately recognized what it was. You actually succeeded in cultivating master *S reincarnation primordial spirit. Lin Fei knew that this black-haired kid should know a lot of secrets, and he must be an inheritor. As for how many inheritors there were, he didn't know. Anyway, Lin Fei had already grasped the reincarnation primordial spirit and the reincarnation formation, and that was enough. Chapter 5078. The black-haired young man was shocked when he saw the reincarnation primordial spirit. He had been trying to cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit. However, he had not been able to learn it. He did not expect that his master would leave a senior brother for him. This senior brother seemed to be very powerful. He was relieved. The reincarnation primordial spirit was not something that anyone could cultivate. Without the inheritance of the great emperor, it was impossible to cultivate it. His attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. Junior brother by Ao greets senior brother. By Ao did not suspect anything at all. Only the inheritors of the great emperor could cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit. Not to mention the reincarnation technique, which was the work of the great emperor's master. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Those who do not know are not to be blamed. I thought that I was the only one who inherited the great emperor's inheritance. I did not expect that there would be a senior brother. It seems that senior brother has been waiting for me here. Those people from Shenkong Palace must be dumbfounded. I even want to get my master's inheritance. At this time Bai Ao seemed very excited. At least he had a senior brother who had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, which was very helpful to him. If he had not pretended to be the cannon fodder that Shinkong Palace wanted, he would not have been qualified to come here. After all, Shinkong Palace was a first-class force. If he had not registered at the Demon Hunter Hall, he would not have been qualified to come here. If he had tried to force his way in, they would have found out long ago. His method was different now. He did not expect that there would be a senior brother waiting for him here. Lin Fei smiled. I've been waiting here for a long time. If I still didn't come, they would have discovered this place. At that time it would be hard to avoid a fight. Now that junior brother is here, it's perfect. After all, you are Master's successor disciple. Bai Ao did not think too much. Those who could cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit were naturally the inheritors of the great emperor, which was his senior brother. Thank you, senior brother, for waiting for me here. I will go and get the inheritance first. When the time comes, I will make Shinkong Palace regret it. There were some things in front of him. Lin Fei did not say anything. Let's get Master's inheritance first. Then you'll be my junior brother. Lin Fei did not really care what kind of inheritance the reincarnation emperor had left behind. After all, he had already taken the best thing, the reincarnation primordial spirit. The reincarnation heavenly emperor would probably faint from crying if he received such a thing from signing in. Bai Ao had never thought that the person in front of him was actually a fake. He directly went over to receive the inheritance. He didn't try to hide anything during the whole process. In any case, he trusted Lin Fei quite a bit. The legacy items were all treasures. Of course, they were all Divine Master level treasures. Among them there were quite a few 8-star Divine Master level treasures. He was indeed rich and overbearing. Lin Fei didn't touch these things from the beginning to the end. This was because these things had been left with a special method. Only Bai Ao could get his hands on them. Not long later, Bai Ao came back and he looked very different from before. Because he had already obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. At the very least, he had obtained quite a few of these treasures. Once a treasure was obtained, even if it could not unleash its full power, it could still unleash 10% to 20% of its power. After reaching a certain level, the power of the treasure would be even stronger. Thank you, senior brother, for helping to look after this place. I don't have anything good to give you. These are some cosmic god stones left behind by Master. Bai Ao was quite a good person. After all, he hadn't even cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, but his senior brother had already mastered it and could even use the reincarnation array. Naturally, he had to rope in such a backer. Here are 500,000 cubic meters of cosmic god stones. Senior brother, please accept them. Lin Fei came this time for these cosmic god stones. He had become a laborer for these things, but it seemed that the harvest was quite good. If he had taken down Bai Ao just now, it would have been a little troublesome. However, now that he was willing to give 500,000 cosmic god stones to him, it was quite good. You can keep these cosmic god stones for yourself. Senior brother, do you really care about these cosmic god stones? Since he was going to be a senior brother, he had to put on an act. Lin Fei really wanted these cosmos god stones. With these hundreds of thousands of cosmos god stones, he could use the spacetime teleportation array to head to the Heaven Deity Palace. At the very least, he would be able to get close to the Tenjin Temple. There was a chance that he could enter. Without these cosmic god stones, it would be really troublesome. Bai Ao felt that his senior brother was extremely high and mighty. He didn't even care about 500,000 cosmic god stones. This made Bai Ao want to give these cosmic god stones to his senior brother. After all, he had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. 10 reincarnation primordial spirits could weaken the enemy's strength. Although he didn't know how strong his senior brother was now, he was much stronger than him. Once his reincarnation array was used, he would be able to suppress him to death. He wouldn't even be able to struggle. Senior brother, you are too courteous. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Moreover, my family is considered wealthy and has a strong foundation. Naturally, I don't care about these 500,000 cosmic god stones. After delaying for a while, Lin Fei finally accepted these cosmic god stones. I will accept these 500,000 cosmic god stones first. In the future you can look for me if you need anything. Lin Fei finally received these 500,000 cosmic god stones. He was quite happy. He had earned 500,000 cosmic god stones for nothing. Now he would have enough for his travel expenses. Bai Ao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his senior brother wouldn't want these cosmic god stones. Since I have accepted your 500,000 cosmic god stones, I will tell you how to get started with the reincarnation primordial spirit so that you won't take too many detours. Lin Fei was quite magnanimous. After all, he had taken 500,000 cosmic god stones. This wasn't a small amount. Many people couldn't take it out, but Bai Ao could. He was indeed from a big family clan or a big sect. Bai Ao was instantly delighted. The reincarnation primordial spirit was very difficult to get started. Until now he hadn't been able to grasp it. For example, although he had received some things from his master, he still had to slowly cultivate it. He still had to slowly cultivate the basics by himself. If he had senior brother's guidance, it would be completely different. Even if he had money, he might not be able to hear it. Senior brother really took care of him. These 500,000 cosmic godstones were really worth it. Bai Ao laughed. To him, cosmic godstones weren't that important. However, it was different for the reincarnation primordial spirit. Chapter 5079. With Lin Fei's words, the situation instantly changed. Bai Ao was enlightened. It was no wonder he couldn't get started with it. This was the key. He had been on the wrong path. He was even more respectful towards this senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Without you, I really don't know how to cultivate this reincarnation primordial spirit. I heard that cultivating one reincarnation primordial spirit requires a lot of resources. 10 reincarnation primordial spirits would take at least 1,000 years to cultivate. Most people would need 2,000 to 3,000 years. Bai Ao worshipped this senior brother even more. This senior brother of his was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. This was definitely a deeply hidden existence that he knew. He didn't even receive any information. Lin Fei had a smile on his face when he heard this, but his heart was shocked. The reincarnation primordial spirit was actually so difficult to cultivate. It took 2,000 to 3,000 years to cultivate 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. The reward he received from signing in was really amazing. When you go back, just think about it carefully. Senior brother, this is a treasure left behind by Master. I don't think I can use it to its full potential, so I might as well give it to you. Although you have so many treasures and probably won't be interested in this, this is also a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Originally, Bai Ao felt that their relationship should be much closer after giving away 500,000 Cosmos Godstones. After hearing the key to cultivating the reincarnation primordial spirit, he immediately felt that this senior brother was even more terrifying. He didn't know how long this senior brother took to cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit, but it was definitely shorter than he imagined. Bai Ao felt that if he didn't get to know him better, he would give himself a big slap. Wasn't it just a godlord-level treasure? Although it was precious, it was different when compared to a senior brother like this. His senior brother taught him the cultivation of the reincarnation primordial spirit step by step. Although Lin Fei cultivated it quickly, he had already mastered the reincarnation primordial spirit. Naturally, he knew some of the key points in cultivating it. Hence, his words were of great help to Bai Ao. Bai Ao took out a treasure. When this treasure was taken out, Lin Fei's heart slightly moved. It was actually an 8-star Divine Master grade treasure. This treasure was extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't displayed, Lin Fei could feel its aura. Bai Ao had indeed obtained quite a few 8-star Divine Master level treasures, but they were of no use to him right now. It was not a problem to use it to curry favor with senior brother. Senior brother, this treasure is called the Demon Exterminating Divine Thunder Diagram. It's an extremely powerful treasure. It's useless in my hands and it might even be dangerous. But in senior brother's hands, it will be of help. Please don't stand on ceremony and accept it. He directly handed over the treasure. This treasure really made Lin Fei a little excited. After all, it could be a treasure of the 8 Immortals almighty level. His reincarnation primordial spirit didn't have any treasures yet. With this treasure, he could activate the reincarnation formation and instantly kill experts below the 8-star Divine Master level. Since you insist on giving it to me, I'll keep it for you. When you reach the 7-star Divine Master level, I'll return it to you. Lin Fei smiled and put the Demon Exterminating Divine Thunder diagram away. Bai Ao was completely relieved. As long as senior brother could accept it, there wouldn't be any problems. I'll take you out now. Bai Ao shook his head. Senior brother, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I've brought a spatial treasure so we can leave this place directly. This was left behind by Master. After a flash of light, it instantly enveloped the two of them and tore open a passage. As soon as they got out, they appeared far away in the starry sky. They were so far away that even the Shenkong Palace wouldn't be able to sense it. Senior brother, if you're free, why don't you come to my family as a guest? My father would be very happy. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Let's forget about this for now. I have other things to do. Bai Ao felt that it was a pity. This was a chance to get to know Lin Fei up close. Since Bai Ao had said so, he naturally wouldn't have any other thoughts. After the two of them left, Bai Ao left. Lin Fei smiled as he watched Bai Ao leave. He had gotten a great bargain. Not only did I get 500,000 Universe God Stones, but I also got an 8-star Divine Master level treasure and this reincarnation primordial spirit. It seems like this place is really suitable for me. At the same time, he was even more glad that he had made the right choice. He had actually thought of a way to impersonate someone. Most people probably wouldn't have thought of such a thing. This was just right. Whoosh. Lin Fei boarded the flying ship and left. He arrived at the nearest world. In the nearest world, Lin Fei used the space-time teleportation formation. Some worlds would have a space-time teleportation formation. One could earn a lot of money by traveling quickly. Therefore, most worlds would have such a formation. Lin Fei spent 50,000 Universe God Stones and finally arrived at the Tenjin Temple, on the route it had taken before. 50,000 Universe God Stones was indeed not a small amount. Many people were reluctant to travel like this, but in Lin Fei's opinion they could afford it. Of course, the shorter the distance, the lower the cost. The longer the distance, the higher the cost. When he arrived at this place, he asked around and found out that the Heavenly God Palace was heading in another direction. Lin Fei continued on his way. This time the journey was different. He spent 50,000 Universe God Stones, which was considered a long distance. He had no choice. The Tenjin Temple had appeared in this place. This information was obtained from the World Tower. Some large worlds had world towers. They were big and small, but the information was common. This time Lin Fei got what he wanted. He could buy good information and was even more certain of the Tenjin Temple's location. He spent 50,000 Universe God Stones on this trip. The information alone cost 100,000 Universe God Stones. That was about 200,000 Universe God Stones. He really spent money like water. If he didn't have any wealth, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Fortunately, he finally knew the exact location and there was nothing to worry about. Now he had to find out how to enter the Tenjin Temple. Not everyone could afford such a huge expenditure. Fortunately, he had the space-time teleportation formation. As soon as he arrived in this area, Lin Fei started to search. This was because the Tenjin Temple had disappeared in this area. As for where it went, no one knew. Anyway, it was purely luck. This was because the Tenjin Temple, according to the world building, would stay in one place for a period of time. This period of time could be as short as a day or as long as 10 days to half a month. It was purely luck. Chapter 5080. Lin Fei had experienced the feeling of spending money like water. After all, if it weren't for the 500,000 Cosmic God Stones, it wouldn't have been easy for him to find the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple. It was just that he hadn't been able to find the Tenjin Temple no matter how hard he searched. This surprised Lin Fei quite a bit. Could it be that the information was wrong? He felt that the world building wouldn't provide wrong information, so it could only mean that the Tenjin Temple was hidden quite deeply. In this area, Lin Fei didn't encounter too many people. Although he didn't encounter too many people, Lin Fei could sense traces of people appearing. If he wasn't mistaken, they were all looking for the so-called Tenjin Temple. It was just that the Tenjin Temple was too difficult to find. Lin Fei used the Great Karma technique, but he still couldn't contact it. It had to be said that the Tenjin Temple was indeed quite terrifying. It actually had the ability to resist the Great Karma technique. Lin Fei was already here for the Tenjin Temple, so it was naturally related to the Tenjin Temple. Fortunately, Lin Fei had another way, and that was to sign in. For 7 to 8 days in a row, Lin Fei kept signing in. In the end, he didn't get anything, much to his surprise. Fortunately, his mentality was still quite good. He knew that it wasn't easy to find the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple by signing in like this. Hence, he had to rely on luck. However, what worried Lin Fei was that if he couldn't find the Tenjin Temple and it left, it would definitely be quite troublesome. Now, he just wanted to go to the Tenjin Temple to sign in and get some good things. On the 5th floor of the Mystic Realm, the Holy Land of Samsara, he obtained the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit, which greatly improved Lin Fei's strength. Another day passed. Lin Fei still hadn't found anything. This area, big and small, kept expanding outwards. Unfortunately, he could not find it. Lin Fei even wondered if the Tenjin Temple was constantly moving. Although it wasn't fast, which was why he couldn't find it. The more it was like this, the more anxious Lin Fei became. However, it was useless to be anxious. He heard that only the fated could find this place. Wasn't he the fated one? His greatest hope could only be placed on signing in every day. However, signing in every day only gave him Cosmic God Stones. Speaking of which, it was quite frustrating. Although it wasn't much. Stop that guy. He must know the location of the Tenjin Temple. I saw him coming out from that place. Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him get away. If he escapes, it will be difficult for us to catch him again. There was a faint sound coming from the front. The voice was very faint, but Lin Fei could feel it in an instant. Especially those few words, which were very obvious. It immediately made Lin Fei smile. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He rushed over immediately. As soon as he rushed over, he saw someone chasing a young man. The young man was very thin, but he was vomiting blood. This was because a few figures behind him were continuously attacking him. These attacks were very powerful. The young man couldn't resist them at all. He vomited blood along the way. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. He would be caught by them. Suddenly, a large net fell directly and landed on the young man. At this moment, all his escape routes were blocked. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Let's see how you escape this time. Those people were immediately delighted. Just as they were about to come up, Lin Fei's figure came out. The saber in his hand instantly broke through the treasure. The large net was blasted away. Then the young man fell into Lin Fei's hands. A faint voice also fell into the young man's ears. If you don't want to die, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I'll blow you up with one palm strike. The moment the young man was grabbed, he lost all his strength. He was completely restrained. He knew that this person was very terrifying, so he became even more obedient. Those people saw that the young man was about to fall into their hands. They hadn't expected that someone would appear in the blink of an eye. Their faces turned extremely ugly. They immediately surrounded him. Kid, this person is one of us. Aren't you not giving us any face by taking him away? Hurry up and hand him over. That way we can still let you go. Otherwise you'll die for sure. These people were all God Lord experts, all of them around 3 or 4 stars. It was quite a formidable lineup. Lin Fei suddenly let out a cold harumph and punched out. Then, the reincarnation primordial spirit appeared. The reincarnation array activated, instantly suppressing their strength. With one slash, these God Lords were instantly killed. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to react before they died. As for the young man in Lin Fei's hands, he was completely flustered. These were 3 or 4 star God Lords, but they had been taken care of just like that. Could this person be a 5 or 6 star expert? Lin Fei waved his hand and collected all their rings. In the blink of an eye, he left the place. These fellas were quite wealthy. They had a total of 200,000 cubic meters of cosmos godstones in their rings. This was not a small number. After all, they were only around 3 or 4 stars. As for the other things, Lin Fei didn't really care about them. He would just find a place to sell them. He casually lifted the young man up. From what they said, you seem to know the location of the Tenjin Temple. Bring me there and I'll let you go. Otherwise I'll kill you right now. Lin Fei's gaze was extremely cold. The young man started to tremble. If I bring you there, will you really let me go? Not just anyone can enter that place. I only managed to enter by chance, but it's too dangerous inside. I'm not interested in what you have on you. As long as you bring me there, that's all. It's that simple. I'm different from them. Lin Fei was indeed different from them. It was not easy for him to find such a clue, so he naturally had to use it. The young man accepted his fate. I hope you'll let me go when the time comes. Just lead the way. The young man recovered after eating some elixirs. He had no impression of this young man at all. It was highly likely that he was a peak 5-star existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill those people so easily. Just now, Lin Fei had indeed been testing out the reincarnation array. It was indeed quite terrifying. With one move, he had suppressed 90% of their strength. He had taken care of them with one slash. Chapter 5081. With Suamo leading the way, things were completely different. According to him, this guy found the Tenjin Temple by chance and entered it by chance. Such a coincidence was really the result of luck and chi. If it wasn't for luck, he wouldn't have been able to enter it. Lin Fei was very clear about this. This fellow brought Lin Fei along as he shuttled back and forth in this area. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a flying boat which was much faster than him. They didn't stop too much along the way. It took them 7 to 8 days to arrive at a particularly remote place. In this remote place, there was an inconspicuous small world. This uninhabited small world was completely barren. The entire small world had turned into a wasteland. Wind and dust billowed and lightning flashed. This was a small world of death. It wouldn't take long for this small world to vanish. This was because the lifespan of a small world was limited. Once the time was up, the small world would die completely. This was what Lin Fei found out after reading through a lot of information. Unless one could upgrade these small worlds and turn them into large-scale life worlds, they would be annihilated in a puff of smoke when the time was up. Lin Fei had found many such worlds along the way. However, he didn't expect the Tenjin Temple to be in such an inconspicuous small world. The last time I came here I found the Tenjin Temple here. It was also a coincidence. It seems that something led me here. Suemo said as soon as he entered. Lin Fei didn't feel any attractive aura, but he checked it out immediately. He didn't find anything the first time, the second time, and the third time. Lin Fei's face sank. Could it be that the Tenjin Temple wasn't here? He decisively used the Great Karma Technique. As soon as he used the Great Karma Technique, he felt something. A trace of traction seemed to be moving forward. Lin Fei finally smiled. It wasn't that his Great Karma Technique was useless, but the distance was too far. Sure enough, only within a certain distance could one approach the Tenjin Temple. You didn't lie to me. The Tenjin Temple really exists here. Lin Fei also laughed. All he had to do was find the right place. Suemo finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that after this expert brought him here, he would destroy him. This was called guarding the news. I can't let you go now. I will only let you go when we find the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei continued to lead him forward. There was no danger in this place until they reached the most central position. Suemo pointed ahead and said, "It's here. It's faintly discernible. I entered it by coincidence. I think I won't have that feeling if I go in again. I can only go in once," Suemo said from the side. Lin Fei's Great Karma art was also focused in front of him. His perception did not detect the existence of the Tenjin Temple at all. If he wanted to enter this place he would have to rely on luck. He casually let Suemo leave. "You're lucky. What you said is true. You can leave now. Go as far as you can. Don't be targeted by others again." Suemo trembled as he left this small world. He only stopped when he was far away. He also heaved a long sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would really be able to survive. Lin Fei checked the surroundings up and down. There was no Tenjin Temple. Then he thought of a possibility. The Tenjin Temple was most likely in the depths of space-time. This was a profound mystery. No wonder that person could enter. This should be fate. Now Lin Fei wanted to go in but he couldn't. No wonder everyone wants to come to this Tenjin Temple. It really depends on luck to hide in such a small world. I wonder how long I can hide in this small world. Let's see what I can sign in for tomorrow. I hope there's a way to enter. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Not being able to enter was the biggest problem. What did it mean by not being able to enter the door of a treasure? This was the worst thing. Now Lin Fei's situation was even worse. If he couldn't enter it would be really troublesome. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. On the second day, Lin Fei immediately started signing in. He hoped that signing in would give him a chance to enter the Tenjin Temple. Sign in successful. Received a luck talisman. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised by this item. He was actually rewarded with a luck talisman. This thing was really mysterious. Luck was something that even Lin Fei himself couldn't figure out. This was something that no one could study. It was said that some people had heaven-defying luck and could obtain good things wherever they went. Now that he had obtained a luck talisman, could it be related to the Tenjin Temple? Lin Fei pondered for a while and took out the talisman. He used it immediately. It turned out that this luck talisman could only last for 24 hours. During these 24 hours, his luck would change to a certain extent. After using it, Lin Fei smiled bitterly. There seemed to be something wrong with his brain. This luck talisman naturally had to be used more often to increase his luck. He was just standing here like a fool. Could it be that he had gained anything? Lin Fei slapped his forehead and decided to take a stroll around this small world first. So far, this small world was the only place he could go. He couldn't go anywhere else at all. If he stood still, how would he know that there was such a thing as luck? This thing was very mysterious to begin with. Lin Fei felt that he was quite smart to be able to think of such a way. This small world wasn't very big and many of it had become ruins. Of course he also saw some palaces. There was nothing in these palaces at all. If he wasn't mistaken, they had already been ransacked several times. Even if a mouse came in, it would go out hungry. After walking for more than half a day, Lin Fei didn't find anything at all. This thing was useless? No matter what, this thing had been used. Lin Fei could only wander around aimlessly. Wait, it seems like someone came in. While wandering, Lin Fei felt an aura appear in this small world. This aura was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it went in a direction. Lin Fei remembered that place the most clearly. It was the location of the Tenjin Temple. Although Lin Fei couldn't find it, he was sure that it was in that location. And now, someone actually went there. Could it be that someone was led here? When this possibility came out, he felt that it should be true. He didn't expect that someone would really be led here. Then his chance came. Chapter 5082. Lin Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief because he finally sensed that someone was coming. If he wasn't mistaken, that person should be heading for the Tenjin Temple. His luck talisman was quite useful. Finally, the person that Lin Fei was waiting for arrived. He hadn't seen this person yet, but Lin Fei already knew in his heart that the other party was definitely heading for the Tenjin Temple. And now, as long as he went over, there was a high chance that he would have a chance to follow the other party's trail and find the Tenjin Temple. When the time comes, he would be able to reach this place. Originally, Lin Fei felt that his talent was quite good. But now, it seemed that he wasn't the luckiest person in this starry sky, let alone the son of destiny. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not find the Tenjin Temple. He even used the Great Karma technique to search for it. He could barely determine the location, but he couldn't see the Tenjin Temple. Speaking of which, it was such a sad thing. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei realized that as long as he signed in, he would naturally obtain unimaginable benefits. Swish. Lin Fei chased all the way here at an extremely fast speed. Just as he chased over here, the person on the other side also appeared. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man in a black robe was surprised to see Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed first. Your Excellency, you were also led here by the Tenjin Temple, right? This Tenjin Temple is right here. It seems that we are quite fated. Lin Fei pretended to know everything. The middle-aged man in a black robe was indeed surprised at first, but he quickly regained his senses. The Tenjin Temple was indeed here. Not everyone could enter this place. One must have the guidance of the Tenjin Temple to find this place. Not to mention entering it. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it at all, even if they used treasures. Those who could enter the Tenjin Temple were all people with great potential. He would be recognized by the Tenjin Temple. Your Excellency is also a fated person. What a coincidence. I am Immortal Kumu. Immortal Kumu cupped his hands towards the other party. This young man looked very ordinary and unfamiliar, but Immortal Kumu felt a dangerous aura from him. I am Lin Fei. Lin Fei had no reason to hide his name. Names like this were all over the streets. Even if one wanted to look for one, it would be impossible to find one in a short time. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about at all, and there was no need to worry about being targeted. Immortal Kumu was indeed quite unfamiliar because he had never heard of this name at all. However, it did not prevent him from recognizing this young man, because the other party was also a fated person. He was also qualified to enter the Tenjin Temple. Just based on this point alone, that was enough. As for fighting to the death, it was very rare. At this level, everyone knew that they would rather offend one less enemy. Who knew when this enemy would make a big move? He might even bring a lot of trouble to the family. Others might not believe such a thing. People who had reached this level would never easily offend others. However, he was even more unwilling to offend this stranger in front of him. Since you came first, you should go in first. Otherwise, when we go in together, the opportunities we encounter will be different. Don't you think so? Lin Fei smiled with a humble look on his face. This surprised Immortal Kumu. He felt that this young man was a little different from what he had imagined. He had never seen such a young man before. Immortal Kumu laughed out loud. Your Excellency is quite interesting. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Immortal Kumu didn't think too much about it. Those who could find this place were all attracted by the Tenjin Temple and were recognized. Not to mention that the other party could tell at a glance that there was a Tenjin Temple here. This would not arouse any suspicion. Whoosh. True Monarch Kumu directly flew in, and the layers of space directly retreated. In the depths of the void, there was a vague existence of the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei finally saw it. At the same time, he used the Great Karma technique. He instantly locked onto the Tenjin Temple. He knew that he was really lucky this time. The other party was indeed a person with great luck, unlike himself. After he had the blessing of the luck talisman, things were different. Instead, he met this person. If it wasn't for the luck talisman, it was hard to say when he would meet this person. Immortal Kumu finally entered the palace with some precautions. As for the other party, he stood outside and didn't follow him in. He was finally relieved. In the blink of an eye, all his thoughts were on the Tenjin Temple. Just as he disappeared, Lin Fei moved instantly. His spirit projection was launched directly. This time it wasn't projected on the other party's body, but in front of the Tenjin Temple. At this moment, the layers of void began to return to normal. And Lin Fei seized this opportunity and instantly entered the Tenjin Temple. There was a slight obstruction in the Tenjin Temple, but after Lin Fei had the luck talisman, it was completely different. It was as if the other party had recognized him. With a whoosh, Lin Fei entered the so-called Tenjin Temple. As soon as he entered, he felt like he had come to a place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was completely different from what Lin Fei imagined. His entire body relaxed. Looking at the surrounding scene of birds chirping and flowers fragrant, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the legendary Tenjin Temple? Feels quite different. It was like a sect's mystic realm with pavilions and palaces everywhere. He looked around. Lin Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. He finally arrived at the Tenjin Temple. This was a place that no one could find in a short time, but he managed to enter just like that. This was enough. As long as he signed in here, he would be able to obtain some treasures related to the Tenjin Temple. As for what it would depend on his luck. Unfortunately, he had already signed in today, so he could only wait until tomorrow. Lin Fei felt that he had to find a safe place first. He didn't know how many people were inside. It would be terrible if he encountered some powerful people and got kicked out. Not everyone was as easy to negotiate as true monarch Kumu. Lin Fei still had self-awareness. He had sensed it just now, but there was a mysterious method to conceal it, so Lin Fei couldn't sense it at all. This also made him even more certain that there was definitely a powerhouse inside. It was better for him to find a palace and hide first. This could be considered a better solution. At the very least, it was safe. For Lin Fei, as long as it was safe, everything else could be put aside. When the time came, he would be able to slowly sign in. Thinking about it, he was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 5083. Lin Fei was very careful along the way, so he didn't encounter any danger. He even saw a palace. This palace was quite inconspicuous, and its location was quite remote. Without saying a word, he went in. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei encountered some of the palace's restrictions. These methods were quite powerful, catching Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, Lin Fei's ancient eternal body was powerful. In addition, he had this black hole, so he was able to withstand it. As he wished, he entered the palace. This palace looked like the residence of an elder. The decorations were very neat, but from time to time there would be some tricks. These tricks were impossible to guard against. After suffering a lot, Lin Fei stopped exploring. Instead, he directly found a small house that looked relatively safe. He directly sat cross-legged inside. He felt that this was the only place where he would encounter the least danger. And what he needed to do now was to sign in this Tenjin Temple. It was just that simple. Signing in for 1 day was 1 day, 2 days was 2 days, and 3 days was 3 days. Lin Fei's life was just that simple. It was just that he couldn't sign in. When the time came, he could change places, but for now it was better to stay in this place. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day. Ding. Sign-in successful in Tenjin Temple. Obtained a heavenly puppet. This unexpected reward surprised Lin Fei. It was actually a heavenly god puppet. Could it be a specialty of this Tenjin Temple? Whoosh. Following that, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. A black-armored man appeared next to Lin Fei. Lin Fei had seen many puppets like this. But the puppet in front of him instantly made Lin Fei feel different. This heavenly god puppet actually exuded a dangerous aura, as if he was facing a peerless powerhouse. This feeling really surprised Lin Fei. He could actually encounter such a thing. This time's sign-in should be quite good. He actually signed in a puppet. And this puppet was called a heavenly god puppet. It was obvious that he was different and he was very strong. Therefore, Lin Fei took a look at it and his heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, this is really a good thing. I've underestimated the power of the celestial god puppet. This is actually a supreme puppet that can only be refined by the Tenjin Temple. Mine isn't the strongest, but it can still burst out with the combat power of a 6-star. After reading it, Lin Fei sighed with emotion. So far, the most powerful person he had encountered was a 5-star expert. Of course, there was still a huge difference between a 5-star expert and a 6-star expert. Even though this Empyrean god golem specialized in close combat, its attacks were truly ferocious. There were very few at the same level as it who could subdue it. From now on you can follow me. I'll call you Linny. Lin Fei gave this guy a name. The Empyrean god golem, which had been silent this entire time, actually spoke out as well. Yes, from now on I'll be called Lin Yi. Lin Fei quite liked this name. He got an Empyrean god golem on the first day of signing in. This made Lin Fei look forward to signing in here even more. He would sign in here for 3 days first. Lin Fei didn't know if the other places were dangerous or not. He tried to communicate with Lin Yi but found that he didn't gain anything. The other party didn't have any information about this place at all. He didn't have any understanding of this place. His mind was completely blank. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. It would be abnormal if this guy knew something. Ding. Sign-in successful at the Tenjin Temple. Obtained Empyrean God Puppet. When he signed in the next day, he received the same puppet again. Lin Fei simply named it Lin Air. Having 2 6-star Empyrean God puppets was indeed a huge gain. Although Lin Fei didn't get anything from his side, this Empyrean God puppet was completely different. This thing was indeed powerful. If 2 of them worked together, even a 7-star Divine Lord would probably have a headache. They might not be able to take it down in a short time. Coupled with Lin Fei's words, it was more than enough to deal with a 7-star powerhouse. The sign-in on the 3rd day was quite ordinary. Lin Fei obtained a 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. A heaven and earth medicinal herb of this age was indeed quite rare. In Lin Fei's opinion, this thing was just average. It wasn't as good as the things he signed in 2 days ago. The 4th day was average. The 5th day was different. The 6th day was average. For 6 days in a row. Lin Fei didn't get anything good, which made him want to leave this palace. He went to other palaces to take a look. Of course, it was best to go to the most powerful palace. That was different. He decisively brought the 2 Empyrean God puppets out of the palace. This time there was no need for Lin Fei to directly break these methods. With the 2 of them, it was completely different. Lin Fei witnessed their almost purely violent methods. After these 2 6-star Empyrean God puppets joined forces, even Lin Fei didn't have much of an advantage. This was because their methods were indeed quite powerful. This was the reason why Lin Fei dared to come out. When the 3 of them joined forces, even a 7-star Divine Lord would have to step aside. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei felt a fluctuation coming over. It seemed that someone was making a move. In this situation, Lin Fei knew that the person who came in should be making a move. As for who it was, he didn't know. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to find a palace before signing in. This palace should be too bad. But just as he was about to leave, he felt a familiar aura in this commotion. After pondering for a while, he concluded that it should be true monarch Kumo. It seemed that he had encountered trouble. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei felt that he still had to help this true monarch Kumo. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Tenjin Temple. Not to mention, this true monarch Kumo had some understanding of the Tenjin Temple. No one dared to guarantee such a thing, so he directly came over. As soon as he came over, Lin Fei saw that true monarch Kumo was besieged by 2 experts. This true monarch Kumo was also very powerful. He relied on 2 treasures to withstand the attacks of the 2, but the situation didn't look too good. The 2 people attacked repeatedly, and suddenly discovered Lin Fei and the 2 Empyrean God puppets. The 2 Empyrean God puppets were dressed in black robes, and they looked quite mysterious. "If you don't want to die, scram as far away as you can." The voice came over coldly. It didn't take Lin Fei seriously at all. True monarch Kumo also saw Lin Fei. "Fellow Taoist, please help." Chapter 5084. These people were indeed besieging true monarch Kumo. As soon as true monarch Kumo saw Lin Fei coming over, he immediately looked happy. He didn't expect to meet Lin Fei here. In this way he would have a chance to escape. He immediately shouted. At first, the people over there thought that he was just a passerby, so naturally they didn't plan to deal with him. It turned out that the people on this floor all had a certain amount of luck. Unless such a person was dealt with in one move, they definitely wouldn't easily make a move. It was just that they didn't expect that true monarch Kumo, who was besieged by them, actually knew this young man, and this young man was actually called Lin Fei. If it weren't for true monarch Kumo, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to enter this Tenjin Temple. Not to mention signing in. He even obtained 2 Empyrean God puppets. "Fellow Taoist Kumo, hold on a little longer, I will come to help you immediately." Lin Fei directly flew over. Faster than him, the 2 Empyrean God puppets directly launched an attack. Those people instantly felt a dangerous aura. The speed of these 2 black-robed men was extremely fast, and they instantly arrived in front of them. The means that were spread out in front of them actually seemed extremely weak at this moment. They were immediately targeted by the 2 people. As soon as these 2 Empyrean God puppets attacked, the pressure on true monarch Kumo immediately decreased. He hurriedly got out of it. When he looked at Lin Fei, he was especially grateful. He was also very shocked in his heart. How long has it been? In less than 7 or 8 days, this Lin Fei seems to have obtained a lot of good things. He remembered that when he came here, these 2 black-robed men weren't there at all, and he didn't feel any life aura from these 2 people, which meant that these 2 should be puppets. It's just that powerful puppets like these were really too rare. He instantly understood. These should be the famous Empyrean god puppets of the Tenjin Temple. In addition to envy, he also sighed. He didn't expect that when he came in with this person, he would have such an opportunity to meet him, and he even helped him greatly. It seemed that he really thought too much back then. He was also a fated person, and he was also a fated person. Compared to Lin Fei, he was too far behind. When the two Empyrean god golems attacked, these people instantly felt boundless pressure. Lin Fei's side also made a move. The saber light attacked. Once again, the pressure on them doubled. Perfected Lord Kumu didn't stand on ceremony and also activated his treasure, which was equivalent to 4 people. For a moment, they were forced to retreat. Those people glared fiercely at Lin Fei and immediately retreated, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. These people didn't dare to continue fighting here. After they left, Immortal Kumu heaved a sigh of relief and immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. After a while, the paleness on his face disappeared, and some color returned to his face. He thanked Lin Fei. It's all thanks to Taoist Lin's help. Otherwise we would be in big trouble this time. I didn't expect to be targeted by them. These guys also infiltrated the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This situation seemed to be a little different from his. There are still people who can sneak in here. Although Lin Fei was one of them, he would never say this out loud. Perfected Lord Kumu smiled bitterly. Yes, they sneaked in because some powerful people can find the Tenjin Temple and bring them with them. Naturally, those who are recognized will come in. The biggest reason they came in is to deal with people with good luck like us and snatch our treasures. If it weren't for Taoist Lin, I would have been in big trouble this time. Maybe I would have died here. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. There was actually such a thing. Fortunately, he hid in the small house and signed in. Otherwise, he would have really encountered these people. Just now he saw that these people weren't weak. They were all at the 5-star level. If they joined forces, even a 6-star might not be able to deal with them. Because their self-defense was quite good. Then I really haven't encountered them before. I was trapped in a palace for some days and I just came out recently and obtained these 2 things. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed out loud. Taoist Lin's luck is still better. Compared to you, I'm much worse. I was also trapped in a palace. There are a total of 108 palaces in this Tenjin Temple, and each palace is different. Sure enough, this perfected Lord Kumu knew more than him. In Lin Fei's opinion, there were indeed many palaces here, but he really hadn't seen how many there were. He didn't expect there to be 108 palaces. It seemed that he could sign in here for a long time. How about Taoist Lin come with me? The 2 of us can explore these palaces together. This way you and I can help each other, and I also have some information about the Tenjin Temple. In the past, perfected Lord Kumu would never have such an idea. But now it was different. He wanted to be with Lin Fei more than anyone else. If they were together, they would at least be able to help each other, not to mention these 2 puppets. These were heavenly god puppets, even he couldn't get them. He didn't expect Lin Fei's luck to be so much better than his. Such a person was definitely suitable to travel with. What's more, this place was far from being as safe as he imagined. Wasn't this what Lin Fei had always hoped for? This perfected Lord Kumu obviously knew more than him. Therefore, it was obvious that there would only be benefits for Lin Fei if he were to explore these palaces with this group. There were 108 palaces here. If he signed in for 1 day in each palace, it would take 108 days. The benefits should be much more abundant than he imagined. If Taoist Lin doesn't find it troublesome, then it's naturally not a problem. Lin Fei didn't refuse, allowing perfected Lord Kumu to breathe a sigh of relief. It's not troublesome at all. To be able to explore this Tenjin Temple with Taoist Lin is naturally fate between you and me. Having such an expert was naturally an extremely good thing for perfected Lord Kumu. I don't know much about this place because I'm a rogue cultivator, so I'm afraid I'll need Taoist Kumu to lead the way. Lin Fei also went straight to the point. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed. Brother, don't worry, I know a lot about this place, but it's really not easy for me to explore the palaces alone. Now that I have you, it's even more suitable. Even if they have ideas, they won't dare to deal with the 2 of us together. Lin Fei and perfected Lord Kumu both laughed. Chapter 5085. With perfected Lord Kumu in the team, the situation was completely different. This guy had a deeper understanding of the Tenjin Temple than Lin Fei. Lin Fei was purely someone who took advantage of his luck to enter. If it weren't for perfected Lord Kumu, he wouldn't have been able to enter. The number of palaces they explored also began to increase. These palaces all had some tricks up their sleeves. These tricks were quite difficult for a single person to crack, but with the 2 of them it was different. Especially with the 2 Empyrean god puppets as the vanguard, Perfected Lord Kumu realized that he had found the right helper. The two of them destroyed many palaces, so of course they obtained things. They weren't very good, but they weren't bad either. If they were placed outside, people would definitely fight for them. After exiting another palace, the two of them had quite a good harvest. Perfected Lord Kumu took about 40% of the benefits. As for Lin Fei, he took 60% because he had 2 Empyrean God puppets. He wasn't reluctant to part with Perfected Lord Kumu. After joining forces, their chances of clearing the skill hall were much higher. It seems that these palaces aren't suitable for us to explore. Many of the things inside have been taken away. We have to keep an eye on those big palaces. Perfected Lord Kumu flipped through a map. This map wasn't complete, but the names of some palaces were recorded on it. Along the way they followed these palaces. Fortunately their luck was good. They obtained some treasures after entering, but they didn't find anything good. In the end, Perfected Lord Kumu placed his hand on one of the big palaces. Let's go to this palace. This palace is relatively large, and this palace is called the Library Pavilion. There should be many powerful cultivation techniques inside. Lin Fei had also taken a few glances at this map. He naturally knew that there were a few big palaces inside. Of course, there were some that weren't recorded. It was already quite good to have such a map. Lin Fei originally hoped to sign in here and obtain a map, but he wasn't so lucky. Then let's go to this Library Pavilion. I also want to go to the Library Pavilion to see what good cultivation techniques there are. The two of them walked over and encountered many tricks along the way. Fortunately, the two of them could crack them, not to mention that they had 2 Empyrean God puppets as the vanguard. They felt much more at ease. In the blink of an eye, they had groped their way to the vicinity of the library. There was only one big palace here. The great palace was quiet. The words Library Pavilion were filled with a mysterious aura. In fact, Lin Fei could even feel what was called righteousness from it. It was quite extraordinary. If I can sign in here, I should be able to get some good stuff. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew better than anyone else that he would be able to get something good in this place. The previous palace was nothing much, but this palace was different. Now, it all depended on whether or not they could enter it. A palace like this should not be simple and should not be underestimated. There were no tricks in front of the library, which surprised Lin Fei and Immortal Kumu a little. Since he didn't have any tricks up his sleeves, that was for the best. With a whoosh, an illusory figure appeared. The appearance of the phantom shocked the two of them. He did not feel anything at all. It became incomparably mysterious. Welcome to the Book Collection Pavilion. This Book Collection Pavilion is different from the Book Collection Pavilion in your imagination. Only by leaving behind your own methods can you enter one of the floors. This is your opportunity. If you can't even move this stone tablet, then you don't have the qualifications to enter, let alone obtain the cultivation methods inside. As soon as the phantom appeared, it instantly spoke to the two of them. After Immortal Kumu and Lin Fei looked at each other, their hearts were filled with joy. At the very least they could still enter this place. At the same time, their gazes landed on a stone tablet not far away. Previously they had already noticed this stone tablet. Because this stone tablet was very smooth, there was nothing left on it, but it seemed a little out of place. They didn't expect it to be used as a test. You go first, I'll wait by the side. Immortal Kumu wasn't in a hurry to enter this time. Instead he gave the opportunity to Lin Fei first. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Okay, then I'll go in first. Anyway, this library should be extraordinary. Let's go in and try our luck. The stone tablet did look quite extraordinary, very different, and shone with a strange luster. Lin Fei also knew that without a certain level of strength, he probably wouldn't be qualified to enter. Activating the immemorial eternal body, he instantly punched the stone tablet. It was purely the power of the entire body. This punch was ferocious. Naturally, it became different. After this punch, the stone tablet instantly changed, like a mass of water ripples. There were ripples. There were more and more ripples. Immortal Kumu, who was next to him, had long known that Lin Fei should be on the path of body tempering, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. After the punch landed, the stone tablet instantly changed. These ripples also increased, and with a crash, the stone tablet collapsed and turned into a black fog. Then the black fog turned into a stone tablet again. There are a total of 10 floors in the library, and you are qualified to enter the 8th floor to choose a cultivation technique. Lin Fei was shocked. Without hesitation he directly flew over. The 2 heavenly god puppets were also kept, and he instantly entered the library. Immortal Kumu knew that Lin Fei's physical body was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that he could actually enter the 8th floor. The cultivation technique on the 8th floor was also exceptionally strong. He had to work hard too. When he attacked and went all out, he could only enter the 7th floor. As expected, he was much weaker. He felt even more fortunate. At this moment, Lin Fei finally entered the 8th floor of the library. This 8th floor didn't have rows of wooden shelves like he had imagined, but instead appeared in a forest. This forest was quite quiet. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This situation was different from what he had imagined. It was strange. The 8th floor of the library was like this. Could it be for him to comprehend a cultivation technique here? That was a little mysterious. Lin Fei didn't move and took the initiative to observe the surroundings. He was afraid that if he moved, he would disrupt the layout here. At that time, it would affect his comprehension. That wouldn't be a good thing. After observing for a while, he didn't see anything, but it was quiet here. When he looked again, he discovered that these trees, flowers, and the like all contained some strange techniques. As for whether there were cultivation techniques or not, he couldn't tell for the time being. Sure enough, this 8th floor wasn't that easy to comprehend. It seems that my comprehension is still a little lacking. It seems that I should just wait here to sign in. After an hour, Lin Fei still didn't comprehend anything. Chapter 5086. This place was indeed much more mysterious than Lin Fei imagined. Even if Lin Fei wanted to study it, he wouldn't be able to. He didn't have any other thoughts. It seems that this library is indeed more powerful than I imagined. This time I didn't gain anything at all. If I want to comprehend some powerful cultivation techniques here, it's no different from ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until the next day to sign in. This place was filled with trees, but these trees looked a little different. They seemed to contain a mysterious aura. This also made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. This place was indeed very powerful. The big shot who left behind the inheritance was definitely a top-notch existence. It was very likely that he was a 10-star existence. The strongest ones were 9 stars, but there were also some top-notch ones that were at the 10-star level. The 10-star level was a powerful existence. Naturally, not everyone could master the means he left behind. Lin Fei also knew that his talent wasn't the best. Fortunately, he had the sign-in system. Tomorrow he would see what he could sign in for. While waiting with difficulty, ding. Sign-in successful in Tenjin Temple's library. Received Epiphany bead. Can last for an hour. As soon as the reward came out, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to be an Epiphany bead. Moreover, it could last for an hour. This was definitely enough. Having this thing in the library was equivalent to having a super divine artifact. Lin Fei really wanted to clap his hands and cheer. The bead in his hand looked very ordinary, but Lin Fei could feel a mysterious aura coming from it. However, he didn't use it immediately. Instead, he walked inside. After feeling that he was in the center, he directly activated the Epiphany bead. He wanted to see what he could learn from this Epiphany bead. The bead was instantly used. Lin Fei also sat cross-legged. Then the surrounding scenery began to change. Clatter, clatter. Only a few figures were left, and these figures were constantly displaying some of their divine abilities. It was completely different from before. Lin Fei finally understood. This was the means of a big shot. Only those with a certain amount of potential would be able to see through these methods. They had even turned into the most common types of plants and flowers. Only those with a certain amount of potential would be able to see through these methods. Lin Fei was also very impressed. At the very least, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense it. Only now did he know that this was the real deal. The figures here were constantly moving, but Lin Fei could feel that these methods were very powerful. With so many methods, how should he choose? This became another difficult problem. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He had to choose the strongest technique within an hour. He had no need for fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and saber techniques. He had no need for saber techniques either. Lin Fei's gaze followed it. The figure that landed at the furthest end. This figure was quite simple. It was an imposing figure that kept attacking, and every time it attacked, the void would collapse. His physical body was really strong. His methods surpassed space and time, and any planet with life could be destroyed with one strike. This was a technique of the physical body. Lin Fei was instantly engrossed in it. This was the technique that he was pursuing. He was even more certain of one thing, which was that this big shot was also a body cultivator. This was the only reason why his combat strength was so strong. Even a world with life couldn't take it. Lin Fei's current physical body techniques were much weaker. Thus he focused on it. He felt that he could put aside all his other techniques. As long as he comprehended this, he would gain a lot from this trip. At the very least, it would make his combat strength infinitely stronger. Lin Fei had good eyes. There were so many figures, so many techniques, and all of them were really strong. This was the only thing that could interest Lin Fei. It was just such a simple thing. The figure kept punching, but each punch became extremely slow under this epiphany. This allowed Lin Fei to see it extremely clearly. He finally understood his opponent's techniques, and they were indeed quite strong. It was a pure close combat technique, but the attacks contained the combination of time and space. If he wanted to block this punch, he would need to be stronger, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take it at all. Lin Fei already had a certain level of control over time and space. Although he was still a little far away, it wasn't hard for him to grasp his opponent's techniques. A full half an hour passed. Lin Fei's gaze didn't leave and his entire mind was in it. Until the epiphany beat passed. His surroundings returned to normal. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see any changes. The corner of Lin Fei's lips curled up. He finally had a huge gain. Although I didn't manage to comprehend any powerful techniques from this big shot, my control over my physical body has improved to a whole new level. This time, only Lin Fei knew how much he had benefited from this. This big shot's body tempering techniques were really very powerful, and the power of each punch and kick had an incomparably mysterious aura. After Lin Fei absorbed these techniques and used them on his fleshly body, the results were completely different. Originally, my combat power should be about 5-star, but if I use this big shot's techniques, I can now reach the peak of 6-star. It had improved a lot. This was quite thought-provoking. If he were to improve further, Lin Fei's strength would be even stronger. Even a peak 6-star was enough to make people feel terrified. Even if he encountered a 7-star, he would be able to fight. This was the benefit of having a strong body. With that, Lin Fei left the library. There was a time limit to the library. Lin Fei landed outside as soon as he came out. He didn't see Perfected Lord Kumu outside. He didn't know what technique Perfected Lord Kumu had comprehended. He might as well wait here. Clatter, clatter. After waiting for a long time, a few figures came in the direction of Lin Fei. Lin Fei's body had already improved, and he had a better understanding of the surrounding movements. These 5 figures actually exuded a familiar aura. He immediately understood that they should be the few people who had dealt with Perfected Lord Kumu previously. He didn't expect them to come to the library. He really didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching and finding them by chance. They actually took the initiative to come to him. The error-free chapter of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible Leveling King, please collect. The Invincible Leveling King mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5087. Facing these people, Lin Fei was quite happy. He could finally give it a try. Because these people were all extremely strong. Otherwise, Immortal Kumu wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. The 5 of them quickly headed towards the library. They were prepared to wait here. They wanted to see when the people inside would come out. When the time came, they would be able to catch them all and obtain a few powerful cultivation techniques. Originally, they were wandering around to hunt the children of Providence who came in. Previously, when dealing with Immortal Kumu, they didn't expect to suffer such a big loss because of Lin Fei, causing them to immediately flee. Now they could only come to the library and wait. Their treasure told them that there was someone in the library. It was that simple. This treasure was the key to their continued search for the man. As soon as they got close to the library, they were instantly shocked. They actually saw the young man called Lin Fei. Apart from him, there was no one else. They were even more certain. Immortal Kumu should have entered the library. Last time, they suffered a loss at the hands of this young man. This guy actually had 2 puppets. Previously, they didn't know how these 2 puppets were used. Later on, they found out what these puppets were used for. These were the famous Empyrean god puppets. This made them even more jealous. They really didn't know how this guy could get these Empyrean god puppets. Such good things had to be used in their hands. Why did this guy have them? Unfortunately, they didn't dare to go over for a while. After the few of them joined forces, the 5 of them really weren't a match for them. They could tell from the suffering they had suffered. Ha ha, it's really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless search. Kid, you're actually here. If I'm not mistaken, Immortal Kumu should have entered the library. The leader of the black-armored men was a peak 5-star. Finally, he burst out laughing. The others also burst out laughing. A large bell flew out and landed on top of Lin Fei's head. There was a loud rumbling sound. Every strike formed a powerful force that bombarded Lin Fei's body. I know you're very powerful, especially your physical body, but I've already prepared a treasure to deal with you. Enjoy it." The 5 of them instantly got into formation. After forming the formation, their strengths merged into one and they actually possessed the combat power of a peak 6-star. The saber came slashing down. He did not give Lin Fei any chance to resist at all. They were more worried that this fellow Lin Fei would release the Empyrean God Golem. So long as the Empyrean God Golem was released, the pressure would be tremendous. As long as they didn't let him out, the 5 of them could work together, and with the help of this treasure, they would naturally be able to suppress him. As long as they could acquire those 2 Empyrean God Golems, they would make a fortune. There was a loud rumbling sound. On the other hand, Lin Fei's body was riddled with cracks. The number of cracks was increasing. He couldn't help but sigh. The treasures of these people were indeed powerful. This bell was definitely specially designed for body tempering. If one's body tempering wasn't strong enough, they would be directly shattered and their body would be heavily injured, not to mention this saber. He raised his hand and opened his fingers, grabbing the saber light. The saber light instantly shattered. Whoosh whoosh. It didn't land on his body. "So this is all you have? Then take a punch from me. This is a punch that I just learned in the library. I hope you can take it." Lin Fei grabbed the saber light with his bare hands and even crushed it. This caused that person's expression to change. He realized that he was under pressure again, not to mention what he said at the end. His expression sank. They didn't dare to underestimate the methods of the library. If this fellow had mastered a powerful fist technique, then things would be different. Instantly, a large shield appeared in front of them. Anyone can talk big. If you have the ability, try it. Another few saber lights slashed over, but this time within each saber light, there were dozens of attacks. After a few attacks, there were hundreds of attacks. They were going all out. They didn't believe that this fellow Lin Fei could withstand them. As long as the celestial god puppet didn't come out, they could naturally withstand it. It was that simple. Lin Fei's body began to move. As soon as he moved, they felt that something was different. Lin Fei's entire body emanated an incomparably terrifying aura. A punch pierced through the air. After this punch, the place they were in instantly felt as if it had been attacked by a violent storm. All of their techniques were instantly blasted away by the violent power of this punch. Even their shields were sent flying. Not to mention the radiance on their bodies, this punch had directly caused the void around them to explode. Even if they had other treasures, they didn't have time to use them now. The power was distorted. The space around them kept on distorting, and each distortion brought with it a huge amount of power. 4-star divine masters were instantly twisted into pieces. Even the strongest of them couldn't withstand this twisting power for more than 2 or 3 breaths before being twisted into pieces. This was the power that Lin Fei had mastered. Indeed, this kind of fighting method uses up a lot of energy. This punch actually uses up about 1/10 of my strength. I can only use this kind of punches 10 times. It seems like my body is still a little too weak. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one the items fell down and Lin Fei casually picked them up. These guys had collected a lot of good stuff and they were all stored together. If you hadn't come over, I might not have been able to find you. But now that you've come, things are different. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. Lin Fei laughed. He began to check their gains. When he did, he discovered that they had actually earned 2 million cubes of cosmic god stones. He was slightly shocked. Such a huge amount of wealth actually came from the 5 of them. No, this was definitely not their wealth. There was still someone standing behind them. Lin Fei hadn't forgotten what perfected Lord Kumu had said earlier. He had said that if he killed these 5 people, then the person behind them who had brought them here would probably be thinking about him. There were 2 million cubes of cosmos god stones here. In addition to the rest, it was probably worth 3 to 4 million cubes of cosmos god stones. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, Lin Fei's mentality quickly returned to normal. So what if they had someone behind them? Now that he had the combat power of a peak 6-star, the only way to deal with him was to be careful. Chapter 5088. The strength of the punch was indeed as Lin Fei had imagined. It was indeed very strong. It contained void techniques and it was really hard to defend against. One punch triggered some void techniques. Even if the opponent could see it, they wouldn't be able to defend against it. Hence he was easily killed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't very satisfied with such a fist technique. His physical body was still too weak and he probably couldn't even reach 1% of his opponent's power. It seemed like he had to continue working hard. Fortunately, he had gained millions of Eternity God Stones. This was when Lin Fei didn't use the reincarnation formation. If the reincarnation formation was activated, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. He didn't even have the ability to defend against this punch. This was what Lin Fei used to try, and it seemed like the effect was quite satisfactory. After waiting for a few days, Perfected Lord Kumu finally came out. When he came out, he saw Lin Fei. He thought that Lin Fei had left, but he didn't expect him to be waiting for him outside. He looked at him gratefully. He also knew that it wouldn't be so easy for him to find treasures here alone. His impression of Lin Fei improved. Daoist Lin, you came out quite early. Thank you for waiting for me outside. I was delayed inside. He himself had entered the 7th level, and the comprehension of the 7th level was much more difficult. He thought that he was fast enough, but he didn't expect Lin Fei to be faster than him. He was already waiting outside. He was even more impressed. This was what a true expert should be like. Actually, I didn't wait for long. It seems like you have gained a lot from this trip. Look at the smile on your face. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed out loud. I was lucky to obtain some good techniques. What's left is to comprehend them. Once I succeed, my strength should increase by a lot. Even though he said that, Perfected Lord Kumu was still quite proud. After all, he had gained a lot from coming here. Where are you going next? Lin Fei asked. Perfected Lord Kumu took out the map. He searched on it and finally placed it in another position. We've already been to the library pavilion, so the remaining place should be here. This should be the so-called weapon refining room, which is also the weapon room. There should be a lot of weapons here. Let's try our luck. Lin Fei had noticed this place early in the morning. It would be great if he could find a treasure here. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to use it to exchange for Cosmos God Stones. This was the greatest use of these treasures. Of course, he already had a primordial spirit, and it was a reincarnated primordial spirit. Naturally, he hoped to have some powerful treasures on hand. It was a bottomless pit. No matter how much Cosmos Godstone Forest he earned, he would have to use it to buy some powerful treasures. We can indeed go to that place. There will probably be more people there, so we should be mentally prepared. The two of them laughed heartily and headed towards the place. Lin Fei released his 2 Empyrean God Golems as well. With these 2 puppets in hand, even a 7-star would have a headache if they encountered one. Not to mention the reincarnation primordial spirit. It was also a trump card. Therefore, the current Lin Fei was already very terrifying. Whoever underestimated him would suffer a huge loss. The two of them explored along the way and met with some trouble, but it wasn't as difficult as they imagined. The two of them worked together, and with the Empyrean God Golems, they managed to barge their way through. Ahead should be the weapon refining room. Damn, this place is really different. The two of them felt that this place was much more majestic and domineering than they had imagined. There was a huge statue at the entrance with a divine blade in the air. Even though it was just a statue, Lin Fei felt pressured. The statue contained a hint of terrifying power. If it were to explode, one blade would be able to split the world. No one would be able to withstand that blade. Compared to the book collection pavilion, this place was completely different. Even Immortal Kumu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my god, why is there such a statue? Could this be the first-generation blacksmith of Tenjin Temple? Apart from this explanation, there was really no other explanation. Because the statue was really scary, Lin Fei retracted his gaze. Let's not touch this thing. At the very least, if we want to enter this weapon refining room, we have to behave. Immortal Kumu nodded. That was indeed the case. The two of them entered the weapon refining room. There was no one stopping them. They had a small accident. They thought that this place would be quite difficult, but now it seemed that they had thought too much. Along the way, they saw that some of the palaces were empty and there was nothing inside. The two of them were already prepared. If there are no accidents, the good things should be in the innermost part. I'm afraid there should be people inside. Immortal Kumu came out from another palace and Lin Fei came out from another palace. Both of them shook their heads. They didn't find anything and looked ahead. There was a passage that led all the way to the front. Hence, the two of them continued forward. A huge palace appeared in front of them. Whoosh! The two of them rushed in from the outside. As soon as they rushed in, a huge Dharma treasure came crashing down. This Dharma treasure was like a mountain, covering their heads. Mere 5 or 6-star cultivators dared to come in. Scram! A cold snort, filled with boundless dominance, rang out. The two Empyrean god puppets instantly attacked. This treasure came crashing down. At the same time, Lin Fei punched out as well. This punch covered over 100 punches, and the treasure was instantly blasted out. Then they saw the situation in front of them. On the left and right of the 2 round platforms, there were people standing. They were either sitting cross-legged or staring. The two of them instantly knew that they had to occupy one of the round platforms. Lin Fei's gaze instantly stared at the outermost round platform. In the blink of an eye he attacked. There was indeed a person sitting there. This person was actually a peak 6-star existence. There were a few people behind him. They didn't seem weak, but the two Empyrean god puppets made them feel pressured. As for Lin Fei, he directly punched out. This punch moved the void, and Immortal Kumu also attacked. As soon as he attacked, there was a loud boom and the few people on the round platform were instantly chased down. Lin Fei and Immortal Kumu instantly landed on this round platform. If you don't want to die, scram. Yet another punch blocked his way. Chapter 5089. When Lin Fei punched out, the two Empyrean god golems blocked in front of them, instantly causing them to feel pressure. This was because the two Empyrean god golems weren't afraid of being injured at all. They attacked ferociously, instantly suppressing them. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a whirlpool in front of them releasing a flood. The flood instantly swept over. A layer of ripples instantly appeared on the round platform. It was blocked. The faces of those who weren't on the round platform instantly changed. In the blink of an eye they were turned to dust. Fortunately, Lin Fei had immediately retrieved the Empyrean god golems. Otherwise they really would have lost two Empyrean god golems. The nearby true monarch Kumu sighed to himself. The round platform actually had such a great use. Fortunately, Lin Fei had acted quickly and snatched the round platform. Otherwise, he really would have suffered greatly in this palace. After suffering such a loss, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. Treasures are coming out. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw these balls of light fly out. Before he could act, the people in front of him all used their treasures to collect these treasures. They didn't come out as though they knew how powerful this flood was. By the time it was their turn, there were no more divine weapons. They were all taken by the 7 people in front of them. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. Since he had come here, he would definitely be able to snatch these treasures. After the divine weapons were taken, the flood instantly disappeared. It was as though nothing had happened in the entire palace. But Lin Fei knew that the power just now was extremely powerful. It contained a destructive power, and no one would dare to take it head-on. Just by looking at the people in front of him, he could tell that all of them were extremely powerful. All of them had the power of 7 stars. The two at the very front were actually 8 stars. No wonder they dared to come here. Fellow Taoist Lin, these people are extremely powerful. If they aren't 7 stars, then they are 8 stars. I'm afraid we're in trouble. True monarch Kumu secretly sent to Lin Fei. He naturally felt the pressure. After all, his power was only SOSO. If he hadn't been with Lin Fei, he really wouldn't have been able to come here. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Lin Fei replied. It's fine. Since we're on the same side, they won't make a move easily. We're not that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was confident. This place was filled with either 7-star or 8-star cultivators. It looked quite intimidating, but if a fight were to break out, it was hard to say who would be the victor. Brat, did you kill my men? A cold light flashed over. The two Empyrean god golems instantly blocked in front of him, nullifying this attack. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't push everything onto me. A middle-aged man on the other side snorted coldly and instantly attacked. The Empyrean god golem wasn't weak either. It immediately blocked the attack. Lin Fei immediately realized that this person might be one of the people from before. He had robbed him of millions of universe god stones. I know who you are. You've killed my men because you've left their scent on your body. I can't be wrong. You've got guts. Don't you know that in the Jianghu kingdom, people can't be killed by anyone? The middle-aged man was very certain. His men were killed by this guy in front of him. After his attack, it was instantly blocked by the Empyrean god golem. The others were silent. They could already tell that the young man was more powerful. His fist technique was very domineering. He could easily shake one's body. Although 7-star and 8-star cultivators didn't think much of it, people like this were definitely not to be trifled with. Hence it was better to just watch the show. Now that the people from the Jianghu kingdom had made a move, it was best. As a newcomer, Lin Fei naturally didn't know how powerful the Jianghu kingdom was. However, true monarch Kumu, who was next to him, knew about it. Taoist Lin, the Jianghu kingdom is considered quite powerful in the star field. They have several 9 stars experts. They can be considered a first-rate force. It was no wonder that a first-rate force was so arrogant. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet this person from the Jianghu kingdom here. You said that I killed your men. I also think that you stole something from me. Come at me if you can. Don't talk nonsense. Of course Lin Fei wouldn't admit it. After all, it was not a small matter that he had 3 to 4 million universe god stones on him. If he admitted it, he was afraid that the people around him would have designs on him. Now these people were watching. They probably wanted to test his ability. Previously, his methods had indeed made them feel pressured. However, they were more afraid of him. No one could guarantee that there wasn't a great expert behind him. The middle-aged man from the Dachio kingdom snorted coldly. There's no point in quibbling. I will remember you. You won't have a good life after killing my men. Of course, this person wouldn't say that 3 to 4 million universe godstones were taken by this guy. He stared at Lin Fan coldly and didn't dare to make another move. This was because he could see that these two puppets were very powerful. However, he couldn't recall what kind of puppets they were. If they are powerful, just bring them over. If they aren't powerful, then stop talking. Lin Fei laughed out loud. The two Empyrean god puppets attacked again. This time, it was the Empyrean god puppets' turn to show their prowess. The two Empyrean god puppets were very powerful. They were about 6 stars. In addition, they were invulnerable. Their combat power was limitless. The middle-aged man from the Dachio kingdom had an ugly expression on his face. The people who were watching recognized them immediately. These were the extremely rare Empyrean god puppets. Their expressions changed slightly. At this moment, no one made a move. However, they all remembered the Empyrean god puppets. Empyrean god puppets were good stuff. It would be great if they could get their hands on them. When their gazes fell on this young man, they were even more puzzled. None of them had Empyrean god puppets. How did this guy get Empyrean god puppets? Could it be that an even more powerful person had helped him create this Empyrean god golem? These two Empyrean god puppets were enough to suppress a 6-star expert. Even a 7-star expert would be in trouble for a while. This 7-star expert from the Dachio kingdom was indeed hard to deal with. He couldn't beat these two Empyrean god puppets at all. It would be very difficult to collect them. It seems that your methods are the same. If you want to deal with me, you alone won't be enough. Call more people over. Lin Fei called back. The two Empyrean god puppets stood to the left and right. Just by standing there, it really made people feel different. If you don't dare to make a move, then shut your mouth. I, Lin Fei, am not that easy to deal with. Chapter 5090. Lin Fei's methods were indeed making things difficult for Zhao Fengtian. For a moment, he was unable to gain any advantage. Instead, his expression turned ugly. As for the others, they were all wondering who Lin Fei was. However, no matter how they thought about it, they found him unfamiliar. It was as if this person had appeared out of nowhere. However, he was quite daring to provoke the Daikyu kingdom. Everyone knew that the Daikyu kingdom was a first-rate force and was very powerful. Zhao Fengtian from the Daikyu kingdom was also very powerful and had a very bad temper. He was not very strong, only around 7 stars. However, everyone had to give him face. No one dared to do anything to Zhao Fengtian. Everyone knew that the people of the Daikyu kingdom were very narrow-minded. Anyone who offended them would basically be uprooted. Therefore, everyone in the circle would try not to offend them if they could. Of course, the Daikyu kingdom would not be so stupid as to offend people everywhere. Of course, this was nothing to a young man like Zhao Fengtian. Zhao Fengtian's gaze had been fixed on Lin Fan the entire time, and had never left him. In his opinion, Lin Fan was doing it on purpose. Those two Empyrean god puppets were too tempting. The others also recognized that they were Empyrean god puppets. The more they did this, the more uncomfortable they felt. Where did this kid come from? He actually had Empyrean god puppets. This thought was quickly put to the back of their minds because divine weapons and treasures would appear from time to time. They had to take these divine weapons and treasures fiercely. If they missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy to get these divine weapons and treasures. Therefore, all of their thoughts were on this. The two 8-star cultivators at the front naturally took the most, while the people at the back naturally took the least. Lin Fei's position could be said to be the one with the least number of treasures. Not a single one. This was because they directly divided the treasures and did not give Lin Fei any chance at all. Although they would not attack Lin Fei, they would not let Lin Fei have the chance to get these treasures either. Taoist Lin, the situation is not right if this goes on. These people are not giving us any chance at all to take the treasures. Immortal Kumu transmitted his voice over. He was quite helpless. This was because any one of these people was more capable than him, and their backgrounds were much more powerful. His only hope was fellow Taoist Lin. After all, Lin Fei was quite domineering and unfathomable, able to capture even an Empyrean god golem. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It could also be seen that some of these divine weapons and treasures were indeed quite good. If his reincarnation primordial spirit could obtain such a divine weapon, its combat power would increase greatly. We really have to think of a way. They won't attack us because they haven't seen through us. However, they definitely won't let us snatch these treasures. Lin Fei of course knew what was going on. These people were really narrow-minded. After all, they were all in the same circle. This was understandable. Since they were in the same circle, they would never give outsiders a chance to snatch the treasures. However, to snatch those treasures from their hands is truly too difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Immortal Kumu really couldn't think of any other way. Lin Fei was also pondering. Whoosh! Another torrent of water came. This time, the power of the flood seemed to have increased quite a bit compared to before. It was quite astonishing. This time there were many treasures as well. There were actually more than 10 of them. This time, everyone was exceptionally spirited. They all used their own methods. And right at this moment, the 2 Empyrean god golems in front of Lin Fei flew in. Just now, Lin Fei had been pondering how he could seize the treasures. After pondering for some time, he felt that he would only have a chance when the flood came out. This was when the power was at its greatest. These people didn't dare to enter the flood because they couldn't withstand it at all. But the Empyrean god golems were different. Lin Fei hadn't been able to imagine this before. But afterwards, he was certain that the Empyrean god golems could withstand this power. After all, these were golems produced by the Tenjin Temple. Most likely this was the effect. Lin Fei was prepared to give it a try. Whoosh! The Empyrean god golems entered. As soon as they entered, they didn't feel any of the power wash over them. Lin Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart. The heavens really are on my side. My method really is effective. The 2 Empyrean god golems charged straight in. As soon as they charged in, the power passed through their bodies, allowing them to seize the treasures. They stared at one of the mirrors. This seemed to be an 8 trigrams mirror, but it seemed to be quite high grade. The 2 Empyrean god golems charged in. Zhao Fenshin had his eyes on this item as well. When Zhao Fenshin saw the 2 Empyrean god golems charge out, his face instantly changed. Bastard, you dare take what belongs to me? He attacked once more. However, as soon as his techniques entered the flood, a large portion of them were lost, while the rest were intercepted by the Empyrean god golems. Thus the first 8 trigrams mirror flew over. It successfully landed in Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei casually collected it, then followed the 2 Empyrean god golems to the next treasure. Such a fast speed also caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. They truly had no idea that Empyrean god golems could be used in this manner. In the blink of an eye they had arrived. They had to seize the Empyrean god golems. If they didn't, they would be in deep trouble. Perhaps the majority of the treasures here would end up in this fellow's hands. Right now, all they could do was feel envy. They had spent countless trials and tribulations in order to find a spot here, but acquiring these treasures would be rather difficult. They didn't expect that this young man named Lin Fei would be able to do it so easily. It truly left them speechless. How could there be a fellow like this? Lin Fei, you dare? Those are ours. Hurry up and hand them over. Otherwise you'll regret it later. The other 2 figures on the platforms all glared angrily at him. By now, the Empyrean god golems had already returned with 2 treasures. These 2 treasures landed in Lin Fei's hands. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared completely. The nearby True Lord Kumu watched as well, blinking. He had acquired 3 treasures just like that. This was a bit too fast. Only when faced with the 3 figures on the platforms, True Lord Kumu couldn't help but secretly sigh. It seemed as though he had offended someone again. Fellow Taoist Lin is so mighty and domineering. He truly was in awe of this sort of ability. In fact, this was the first time he had ever heard of an Empyrean god golem having such an ability. Chapter 5091. In this round, 3 of the treasures had been taken by Lin Fei. Naturally, they didn't wish for Lin Fei to take away any of their treasures. Thus they were all extremely vigilant. Never would they have imagined that they would actually have to use an Empyrean god golem. This Empyrean god golem was fairly powerful. As soon as it appeared, it made them feel helpless. Their Empyrean god golem wasn't affected at all. In fact, it was even easier for them to use it. All of their techniques were suppressed, causing them to instantly lose 3 treasures. In the blink of an eye, this round was over. Everyone's gazes fell upon Lin Fei. This sort of fellow definitely couldn't be allowed to remain here. Otherwise, quite a few of the treasures would have been taken away by this fellow. But this person was a stranger to them, and they had no idea where he had come from. Zhao Fenshin's gaze was murderous. They had lost a treasure. Lin Fei, hurry up and hand over our treasures. You don't deserve them. The same goes for this Empyrean god golem. Don't blame us for attacking. You aren't qualified to be here. The people on the 3 platforms all stared at Lin Fei as though as long as Lin Fei said the word, no, they would immediately attack. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He had been prepared for this long ago. If you want my Empyrean God Golem and my treasures, then go ahead and attack. If worst comes to worst, I'll take you down with me. Are you afraid or not? Lin Fei began to laugh. I heard that the self-detonation of this Empyrean God Golem is extremely powerful. I just don't know if you people will be able to withstand it. In any case, it doesn't matter if one of me dies. If I can drag everyone down with me, I'll naturally be very happy. At least we'll have companions on the road. Lin Fei's words instantly caused the faces of everyone present to change. The Empyrean God Golem wasn't any other golem. They could tell just now that it was definitely different. If it really did self-detonate, not just anyone would be able to withstand it. This young man was going too far. Could it be that he really wanted to take them down with him? The looks on the faces of these 7-star experts had changed. They really didn't dare to take this risk. They wanted both the Empyrean God Golem and the treasure. Of course, the Empyrean God Golem was still the most important thing, but they naturally didn't want to see it end up in mutual destruction. If there was another way, they would naturally be more than happy to do it. In this way, the gazes of several people on the round tables immediately fell on the first 2 round tables. This was because there were 2 8-star experts there, and those 2 were naturally the most powerful ones. If they were to act, they would naturally be able to take down the Empyrean God Golem. The 2 8-star powerhouses also looked over. Their gazes fell on Lin Fei. After exchanging glances, one of them smiled. I'm not interested in this. Naturally, they all knew about this person who had no interest. In the circle, he was only interested in finding all kinds of mystic realms to increase his strength. As for the other things, it really wasn't worth paying attention to. The other 8-star was different. There was a tinge of greed on his clean-nosed face. Earlier, he had recognized the Empyrean God Golem, but he guessed that it would only be of average use. But now, things were different. This thing would give him an enormous advantage when fighting over divine weapons and treasures. Do you know who I am? I am Patriarch Firecloud. I am interested in your Empyrean God Golem. Hand it over, and I will let you leave this place safely. This is my promise to you. Now that Patriarch Firecloud had spoken, the others fell silent. After all, Patriarch Firecloud was an 8-star expert, extremely powerful. If he attacked, this fellow Lin Fei wouldn't be able to take him at all. True Lord Kumu had been so frightened that he was shaking. Finally, the 8-star expert had arrived. A single glance caused him to panic, and he didn't dare to meet his gaze at all. But Lin Fei was all smiles. So it is Senior Patriarch Firecloud. You are planning to rely on your power to bully a junior like me. If you want to take my Empyrean God Golem, come at me. I'll immediately blow it up. Lin Fei didn't know how powerful the explosion of the Empyrean God Golem would be, but these people definitely wouldn't be able to easily take it. Even this 8-star expert, Patriarch Firecloud, was the same. Most likely, he knew better than anyone else that this Empyrean God Golem would most likely have an advantage when fighting over divine weapons and treasures. As for whether or not it would be able to withstand the explosion, this fellow probably didn't dare guarantee it. Patriarch Firecloud's face instantly turned ugly to behold. You really are quite bold, fellow. Then let's see if you have the confidence to blow up the Empyrean God Golem. A hand stretched out. As soon as this hand appeared, Lin Fei instantly felt as though he had fallen into a different void. This was an extremely marvelous technique. Lin Fei knew that this should be a spatial technique. It was fairly powerful. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. Right now, I can give you one more chance. Hand over the Empyrean God Golem. Otherwise, you will immediately regret it. Within this chaotic space, Lin Fei seemed to have lost all connection with his surroundings. In fact, he even felt as though he had lost control of the Empyrean God Golem. However, he knew that this was most likely a misconception. This was the power of an 8-star expert. If you have the ability, then destroy me first. Otherwise, you won't be able to take this Empyrean God Golem. Don't think that I won't know just because you used a spatial technique. Lin Fei began to laugh loudly. One punch after another exploded forth, and then a hint of disturbance appeared in the void. An enormous finger stabbed out, causing the entire void to tremble. An enormous black hole instantly appeared, and then one samsara primal soul after another walked out as well, instantly forming a grand reincarnation formation. Isn't this just the technique of an 8-star expert? Today I'll test out this technique and see what it is like. Is it as powerful as I imagined it to be? I hope you won't disappoint me. Patriarch Firecloud did indeed attack. He used his own methods right from the start. He was determined to win. However, what happened next caused his pupils to instantly shrink. He saw 10 primal souls walk out from behind him. These 10 primal souls gave off a terrifying aura, and he immediately recognized them. This was the legendary Samsara primal soul. This was the strongest technique of the Samsara Emperor in the past. The moment this formation appeared, it could suppress one's technique and strength. Not to mention that the black hole behind him could actually absorb attacks. There was even a dangerous aura within the black hole. Where did this fellow come from? Chapter 5092. Many people were elated by Patriarch Firecloud's move. At the very least, this young man couldn't take it at all. Even Zhao Fenshen was the same. He almost clapped his hands and cheered. Who asked you to be cocky and put on airs? Great, now everything will be snatched away by others. They didn't say a word and just watched this guy get killed by Patriarch Firecloud. But after Patriarch Firecloud made his move, they felt a little different. They vaguely felt that this guy named Lin Fei didn't seem to be injured at all. Instead, he withstood the attack. The one who saw it the clearest was the other 8-star powerhouse. The Divine Lord Observing Moon. He was a little surprised. His eyes could see through the outer layer. He could see directly inside. Naturally, he saw the 10 Essence Souls. As soon as he saw the 10 Essence Souls, he knew what kind of Essence Souls they were. That was the famous Reincarnation Primordial Spirit. Most importantly, 10 Reincarnation Primordial Spirits could cast the Reincarnation Grand Array. They could suppress one's strength in an instant. Not to mention that there was a black hole behind this young man. This black hole also contained a dangerous aura. He knew he had made a mistake. He didn't expect this kid to be so powerful and cultivate the Reincarnation Essence Soul. Moreover, there were 10 Reincarnation Essence Souls. Since when did such a powerful prodigy appear? The Divine Lord Observing Moon naturally knew how powerful the Reincarnation Emperor was. Back then he was considered to be at the top level. It was a pity that he didn't make a breakthrough. However, no one dared to look down on his Reincarnation Array. However, it was very difficult to cultivate the Reincarnation Array. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cross the threshold. Even the more powerful ones had only managed to cultivate 7 or 8 primordial souls with great difficulty. Now that there was someone who cultivated 10 essence souls and cast the Reincarnation Array, things were different. This time, Patriarch Firecloud was probably going to suffer a little. Fortunately, his technique wasn't on the surface but in the depths. Therefore, everyone couldn't see it clearly. If it wasn't for that, they would have been scared out of their wits. How about it, Patriarch Firecloud? My means are pretty good, right? If you have the ability, then continue. I can hold on. Besides, I still have some big moves that I haven't used yet. If you want to have a taste, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. Once the Reincarnation Array was activated, the power of the array was reduced. Not to mention the black hole behind him. That way, when the attack landed on Lin Fei's body, he would naturally be able to withstand it. Compared to before, the current Lin Fei's strength was indeed very different. At the very least, if the 8-star Fire Cloud Ancestor wanted to make a move, it wouldn't be easy to suppress him unless he went all out. In that case, Lin Fei indeed wouldn't be able to endure it. However, as long as he brought out his means, he didn't believe that Ancestor Fire Cloud wouldn't think twice. In fact, Ancestor Fire Cloud did sense an extraordinary aura from Lin Fei. There was the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit and the Black Hole. Most importantly, he had cultivated 10 Reincarnation Primordial Spirits. If his strength continued to increase, the Reincarnation Matrix would be activated. In the same realm, there was almost no one who could match him. Such a person instantly made his scalp tingle. He knew that there was already someone standing behind this guy who was at least an 8-star expert. If he was unlucky, it was highly possible that he was a 9 stars expert. This wasn't a good thing. With this comparison, Ancestor Fire Cloud regretted making a move. Why did he make a move so rashly? Youngsters nowadays are really too hot-tempered. Wasn't this a trap for experts like them? It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to this realm. If they offended an 8 stars and then a 9 stars, it would be a little terrible. One look and he knew that this guy was definitely someone's personal disciple. All of them had such means, but he had never heard of such means. Actually, I just wanted to see how strong you are. This is called no discord, no concord. You youngsters are getting stronger and stronger. We are all old. Ancestor Fire Cloud laughed dryly and retracted his hand. In his opinion, there was no need for him to make another move. Who knew what trump cards this guy had? It was better to get someone else to deal with this big rock. He didn't have the capability. Lin Fei knew that this would happen. However, he didn't intend to fight tit for tat. After all, this guy was an 8 stars. He had already tested him. His Reincarnation Array, the Black Hole, and his physical body could indeed withstand the power. Of course, as time went on, it would naturally be strenuous for him to attack more. This was the best outcome. I also think that we did it by accident. After all, it's normal to snatch something. It's just that some people sowing discord isn't a good thing. Don't you think so? Ancestor Fire Cloud knew what was going on the moment he heard this. This guy, Lin Fei, probably had designs on Zhao Fenshin. Zhao Fenshin was from Daikyu country, which was also a first-rate force. Although Ancestor Fire Cloud wasn't afraid of him, he was naturally unhappy to get into such trouble. I won't get involved in such matters. You can deal with it however you want. The conversation between the two ended in an instant. Everyone outside was watching. In the blink of an eye, they saw the scene return to normal. Then they saw the young man on the round platform, Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. He was all smiles. Sorry, I made everyone happy for nothing. These words weren't pleasant to hear. They couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be destroyed by Ancestor Fire Cloud. Then he would snatch away his Empyrean God puppet. However, the scene in front of them left them in disbelief. How could this be? This was completely different from what they had imagined. Zhao Fenshin's eyes were about to pop out. That was Ancestor Fire Cloud. An 8-star expert. They were the two most powerful 8 stars on the round platform. One of them, Divine Master Moonwatch, didn't make a move. Only Ancestor Fire Cloud would. Now, even Ancestor Fire Cloud couldn't capture him? Or did this guy have some trump card? Other than this explanation, it was really hard to believe. Immortal Kumu, who had been standing at the side, also heaved a long sigh of relief. Daoist Lin was amazing. He was actually safe and sound after fighting with Ancestor Fire Cloud. He was sure that they had fought just now, and his methods were very fierce. However, Lin Fei's methods were even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was even happier in his heart. It seemed that he had gotten to know a super promising person. Chapter 5093. The current situation was indeed quite surprising to everyone. They thought that this guy was dead for sure, but something unexpected happened. No one knew why Patriarch Huiyun didn't make a move. Did this guy have a trump card? Hence, everyone had a strange look on their faces. They weren't as arrogant as they were at the beginning and were pondering. You've suffered a loss. An 8-star powerhouse actually suffered a loss in the hands of a young guy. This guy is quite strange. The Divine Lord Observing Moon transmitted his voice with a smile. Patriarch Huiyun smiled bitterly. Who knows? This guy is indeed strange. He actually cultivated the reincarnation array. I wonder what's the relationship between him and the reincarnation emperor. Also, this black hole can absorb attacks. This guy's physical body is exceptionally tough. Damn it. When did such a powerful elite appear? If it was any other time, it would be fine. However, it happened at this time. It was really unbelievable. Anyway, this guy is very strange. Let's just snatch our own things. Anyway, we won't lose anything. If Patriarch Huiyun was given another chance, he wouldn't do anything to this guy named Lin Fei. There was no need for that. This guy was a nemesis. It was better not to offend such a person. Otherwise he would suffer. He could tell. If this guy was a little stronger, he would be invincible in the same realm. Because he couldn't exert the full power of the primordial spirit array for the time being. However, it could reduce the power of his means to a certain extent. I've had a feeling since a long time ago that some powerful fellows have emerged in this generation of our cosmos. Each and every one of them is very powerful. Wasn't there an 8-star expert killed by a 7-star junior not long ago? It's really scary. The Divine Lord Observing Moon spoke again. He indeed felt it, especially after seeing it with his own eyes today. He felt that this young man was indeed very different and very powerful. It was really not good to offend such a person. Patriarch Huiyun also nodded. Yes, such a person does have a certain amount of luck. We still have to be careful. Both of them were 8 stars and were naturally very powerful. However, they were exceptionally well informed. Naturally, he knew some of the things that had happened in this circle, including some powerful children of Providence. These fellows were all very powerful. They were able to crush experts of the same generation even though they were only in the first realm. No one would believe it even if it was said, but from time to time news would come out. Everyone had no choice but to take it seriously. The two 8-star cultivators did not make any further moves. This was because in the process of snatching the Dharma treasures, neither of them made a sound. It was useless to say anything. They couldn't compete with this young guy at all. This young fellow relied on those 2 Empyrean God golems to attack from time to time. He truly made them feel helpless. If they wanted to take action, even Patriarch Fire Cloud could not do so, much less them. If a fight really broke out and he was killed here, he would really become a laughing stock. Everyone remained silent. Lin Fei thought that they would make a move, but it turned out that they were happy for nothing. Instead, they were snatching more and more items. Immortal Kumu was overjoyed to see so many treasures. Where else could he find such a good thing? Ding. Sign-in successful. Received 3 heavenly god puppets. On this day, finally Lin Fei received a piece of good news. He obtained another Empyrean god puppet. Previously he obtained 2 Empyrean god puppets. Now in the blink of an eye he obtained 3 more. There were already 5 innate god puppets. Previously the 2 Empyrean god puppets still made Lin Fei feel a little unhappy. When snatching these treasures there was still some pressure. Now that there were 5 of them it was completely different. This reward was really worth it. If these people knew about it they would probably cry until they fainted in the toilet. No matter what, Lin Fei had already decided to take out the other 3. Another round of treasures came out, but this time there weren't many treasures, only 4 in total. It was a very normal thing to do here. But just as they made their move they saw a figure flying in. It locked onto a treasure. The Empyrean god puppet's hand moved, causing their expressions to change. Especially Divine Lord Moonwatch and Ancestor Fire Cloud. They looked at each other in disbelief. They thought that Lin Fei had already used up all his trump cards, but now it seemed that he hadn't. He took out 5 Empyrean god puppets at once. It turned out that he had hidden 3 before. This guy was too scary. He was definitely a son of Providence. Zhao Fenshin and the others were so angry that their eyeballs almost fell out. This was a rare treasure, but now it was actually joined together by 5 Empyrean god puppets. It was snatched away. Zhao Fenshin didn't dare to have any thoughts at all. Even 2 8 stars were indifferent. If it were him, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Hence he could only watch helplessly. At first I thought that this kid only has this much, but it seems that I've underestimated him. Fortunately you and I are both 8 stars. Otherwise we would really have gained less from this trip. Ancestor Fire Cloud didn't want to offend Lin Fei. It was completely meaningless. Who knew how many more Empyrean god puppets this fellow had? Empyrean god puppets were invulnerable and extremely powerful. These 5 alone were enough to make a 7-star expert feel uncomfortable. Even an 8-star expert wouldn't be able to break through their blockade in a short period of time. This was the power of Empyrean god puppets. Divine Lord Moonwatch sent a mental message as well. Right. This fellow really is too strange. The 2 of us really aren't easy to deal with. The 2 of them weren't greedy. They had gained some treasures. Now that this fellow had come, they would naturally be able to gain some treasures as well. But the others would be completely stupefied. This was because the chances of them getting the treasures were getting lower and lower. In reality this really was the case. After the 5 Empyrean god puppets appeared, one treasure after another was collected by Lin Fei. The others could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei knew how to do things. He gave 2 treasures to the 2 8-star experts. As for the others, they would have a miserable time fighting over the treasures. They wouldn't be able to get anything good at all. Of course, if there was no comparison there would be no harm. 8 stars would be able to get them. 7 stars wouldn't stand a chance. And Zhao Fenshin and the others behind them would have to suffer unspeakably. Their eyes were filled with hatred as well. But of course they quickly retracted it. No one knew better than them that at a time like this, it was best not to get angry. Chapter 5094. The 5 Empyrean god puppets helped Lin Fei immensely. The number of treasures he obtained increased. At the very least, every treasure had some power. He used them on his primordial spirits. This way Lin Fei's reincarnated primordial spirits had treasures. This made things very different. If it was just 1 treasure it would have been fine. But the 10 reincarnated primordial spirits all had 10 treasures, and their strength increased immediately. The others might not have understood, but Patriarch Fire Cloud and Lord Moonwatch could see it clearly. Just like that he stayed here for about half a month. Everyone was teleported out by a force. The place was closed. Everyone was unwilling because they didn't get much. Most of the treasures were taken by Lin Fei. Patriarch Fire Cloud and Lord Moonwatch glanced at Lin Fei, then left without saying anything. They didn't plan to attack. After they left, the remaining people looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, and then left without saying a word. After all, Lin Fei was still quite mysterious to them. At this moment, none of them dared to be cannon fodder. Zhao Fenshin gritted his teeth and left. He didn't have the guts to attack, but as soon as he left, someone attacked. A reincarnation great array instantly enveloped them. Zhao Fenshin's strength was instantly reduced by 30%. Then, 10 reincarnated primordial spirits came crashing down. Zhao Fenshin and the others were in a sorry state. All of their faces turned extremely ugly. At the same time they finally understood what was going on. He had cultivated a primordial spirit. He was a primordial spirit expert. And he had cultivated 10 primordial spirits. It was one thing to cultivate 10 primordial spirits, but the primordial spirits could form a formation. The formation instantly reduced his strength by 30%. Lin Fei, don't you dare. I'm from the Daikyu Kingdom. If you dare touch a hair on my head, you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 more Empyrean God puppets appeared. The 5 Empyrean God golems immediately followed me. Zhao Fenshen's forces had been reduced by 30% to begin with, and now that they had encountered the Empyrean God golem, the forces which Zhao Fenshen had brought with him were instantly slaughtered. He was the only one left. Lin Fei just watched quietly. Aren't you from the Daikyu Kingdom? Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I'm sorry about your subordinates. Now I'll let you be alone. I don't know if you're satisfied with that. Satisfied my ass. How could Zhao Fenshen be happy? But in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. It was only because he was a citizen of the Daikyu Kingdom that he managed to survive. If it wasn't for the Daikyu Kingdom, he couldn't imagine what would have happened to him. This guy was really too much. The 5 Empyrean God golems attacked as well, each blow causing his hair to stand on end. In less than a dozen breaths, Zhao Fenshen could no longer hold on. Wait, don't attack again. If you attack again, I'll definitely die. I admit that you're stronger than me. What do you want in exchange for letting me go? Zhao Fenshen had quite a temper. But of course, at a time like this, he had no choice but to restrain it. If he didn't restrain it, who knew what would happen to him? He lowered his noble head. This guy was simply too bizarre. He had a nascent divinity like this, and was able to set up a formation that was able to reduce Zhao Fenshen's power by 30%. This was the stuff of nightmares. He actually had no idea what sort of technique this was. He had never seen a nascent divinity like this before. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It's not impossible for me to let you go, but only if you hand over everything you have on you. It's that simple. If you don't want to hand it over, then I'll take it myself. You'll suffer a lot, but right now you'll suffer a bit less. In a place like this, I'll leave a treasure for you. That way at least you won't be destroyed by others. What do you say? Zhao Fenshen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this guy be so shameless? He was actually going to take away all of his treasures? You dare? The 5 Empyrean God golems rumbled towards him. Their attacks were even more ferocious than before. His body was slashed repeatedly and he was riddled with wounds. His vitality was greatly damaged. Wait. I'll give it to you, alright? Hurry up and make your Empyrean God golem stop. Hurry up and make it stop. The attacks were even more powerful than before. Naturally, he couldn't take it. Since he couldn't take it anymore, he had to lower his head and beg for mercy. Zhao Fenshen was quite tactful. After all, there was no one else here. All of the people he had brought with him had been completely wiped out. If he didn't lower his head now, what else could he do? In the faraway void, the 2 8 stars were watching this scene. I knew that kid was a bold one. I didn't think that he would actually dare to make a move against Zhao Fenshen. Not only did he kill off the people around him, he even took away all of his belongings. Without his treasures, that kid is going to suffer here. That's right. The 2 of them hadn't moved too far away. Naturally, they knew that the cause of this was most likely Zhao Fenshen. He wasn't a good person here either. However, they didn't expect that Lin Fei would really dare to act. Moreover, he was so ruthless. First he beat this guy up. Moreover, his methods were quite fierce. After beating him up, he took away all of his treasures. Luckily, the 2 of them didn't have any other thoughts. With the reincarnation formation, the Empyrean God Golem, the black hole, and his powerful physical body, even an 8-star would have a headache. That's right. If you hand over the treasures, you won't suffer. If you don't hand over the treasures, you'll suffer. It's just that simple. In the end, Zhao Fenshen still handed over the treasures. These treasures came one after another. In the end, there was only one treasure left. When he saw this treasure, he cried. This was a defensive treasure. This meant that he didn't have any offensive treasures. He didn't even have any divine weapons. Just like that, he ran away dejectedly. He didn't dare to show any anger. He only heaved a sigh of relief after running very far away. His gaze was filled with hatred. If he were to be resentful now, he wouldn't be Zhao Fenshen. Ah, Zhao Fenshen, to think that you would have such a day. Have a taste of our skills first. Swoosh. 2 silhouettes charged out. Zhao Fenshen's resentful expression turned into fear. He turned around and ran. He didn't dare to stop at all. He didn't expect that another guy would appear. He was really lucky. Previously he wasn't afraid. Now that 2 people had appeared, things were different. He didn't have any treasures and he was injured. What else could he do other than run? Chapter 5095. After obtaining such a batch of treasures from them, Lin Fei really gained a lot. Especially Zhao Fenshin. He had a lot of things on hand, but he had no choice but to hand them over and leave dejectedly. In fact, Lin Fei could even feel that someone was targeting that guy. As for what the result would be, it was easy to imagine. He would definitely suffer greatly. This suffering was not something that anyone could endure. If he was unlucky, he might even be killed. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Fei at all. Fellow Taoist Lin, you /re still the best. You easily took care of this guy. This guy has a stomach full of anger. Whether he can leave this place alive or not depends on his luck. True Lord Kumu naturally didn't /T like this Zhao Fenshin. This guy wasn't /T a good person. This time he was really dealt with. /. So what if you /re from a first-rate faction? You still suffered a lot. /. Even if you /re from a first-rate faction, you still suffered a lot. At the very least, they didn't /T have the intention to make a move. You Zhao Fenshin actually dare to make a move? I really don't /T know who gave you the guts to do so. It's a pity that he /s from a first-rate faction. Otherwise I would have killed him long ago. But now he has to suffer a little too. Lin Fei laughed and no longer paid attention to it. We /V gone to a library. Where else should we go next? Let /S hurry up and visit them while we still have time. He had already signed in 5 Empyrean god puppets here. Lin Fei naturally hoped to sign in elsewhere. Even if he went to every place once, he would be able to sign in a lot of things. True Lord Kumu also became especially serious. I don't /T think the other places are too suitable for fellow Taoist Lin. There /S still one place we can go. Let /S give it a try. I didn't /T dare to think about it before, but now I feel that I should have a certain degree of confidence. That /S the place of inheritance of the Empyrean god. Lin Fei had never heard of this place before. But after hearing the words /inheritance he knew that this place was completely different. This place was most likely quite important. Before Lin Fei could ask, Immortal Kumu had already said it. This Empyrean inheritance ground is a very special place. I heard that this place contains special methods. As long as one has a certain amount of strength, they can go there to inherit some methods. The divine abilities are even more direct than here. Of course, Lin Fei liked such a place. To him, it didn't matter if he didn't go to this place. As long as he could sign in nearby, that was enough. Hence, he headed in the direction of the heavenly god's inheritance ground. However, this place was more difficult than Lin Fei had imagined. The road ahead was not easy to walk on. Lin Fei could even sense powerful auras coming towards this place. Needless to say, this should be the most bustling place and there would probably be a lot of experts. During this period they also met some people, but when these people saw Lin Fei and Immortal Kumu, they didn't pay much attention and directly passed by. However, his eyes were filled with coldness. Of course, it was more of a mockery. Alright, can /Ti go to the inheritance ground just because my realm is low? Lin Fei seemed to understand why Immortal Kumu said that from the beginning. If one /S strength wasn't /T high enough, they really couldn't /T go. It was such a simple thing. Now that he had strength, things were naturally different. At the very least, even if Lin Fei encountered an 8-star powerhouse now, he could still hold his ground. And if an 8-star powerhouse really wanted to fight, then Lin Fei wouldn't /T mind having a good fight with him. He would see who would suffer in the end. The one who would suffer in the end would definitely not be him. Lin Fei was quite certain in his heart. In front of us is the Empyrean inheritance ground, the most special place in the entire Tenjin Temple. If it weren't /T for your strength, I wouldn't /T dare to come here. I heard that people don't /T even dare to approach this place. Once they get close, they will be chased away. Chased away. Lin Fei frowned slightly. With a loud bang, a palm print appeared in front of him. Don /T approach, kill without mercy. Just a few large words appeared. It was unknown who had left this behind, but it was indeed filled with a certain degree of deterrence. However, in Lin Fei /S opinion, such a method was only used to scare people. Since he was here, he definitely had to go in and take a look. It was the same outside, at least he could still sign in and get some things. This big palm did indeed stay in the void. In other words, this layer contained the power of the void in space. It was very powerful. Those who were afraid naturally left, and those who weren't /T afraid naturally continued forward. Lin Fei was the kind of person who wasn't /T afraid, and Immortal Kumu had obtained a few treasures, so he was naturally very happy. He wanted to follow behind Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Empyrean inheritance ground. There was no palace here, only a huge whirlpool. This whirlpool was the largest whirlpool Lin Fei had ever seen. It spanned millions of miles. It was really terrifying. Once one got close to the whirlpool, a trace of power would be drawn over, wanting to pull people over. Lin Fei struggled and passed it. He knew that this pulling force wouldn't let him go to the whirlpool to reap benefits. Instead, it would drag him inside and directly kill him. He didn't see the figures standing in those whirlpools. This is the land of inheritance. It spans millions of miles. I heard that one can obtain some inheritances here, but I don't know the specifics of the inheritance because no one can enter the innermost area. Immortal Kumu knew quite a lot of things. Lin Fei looked over and indeed felt it. There were indeed figures standing in the middle of the whirlpool. These whirlpools became stronger from the outside to the inside. At the innermost area, there was a faint aura of a 7-star powerhouse. Most of them should be around 8 stars. Of course, it was unknown if there were any peak ones among them. When Lin Fei and the others arrived at the outer area, many pairs of eyes glanced at the two of them and then they looked away. They finally understood why Immortal Kumu didn't dare to come here. This was really not a place that anyone could come to. It's okay to be in the outermost circle, but not in the innermost circle. A hoarse voice floated over. It was filled with incomparable determination and, of course, deterrence. This was at least the voice of an 8-star powerhouse. This was a very good proof. If you wanted to die, you could go and give it a try. He would definitely kill you easily. Chapter 5096. That should be their warning. This is the world of 8-star experts. Although the library is not bad, there aren't many good things. Therefore they won't go there. Perfected Lord Kumu obviously knew a lot more. The voice just now naturally shocked him. When he saw Lin Fei next to him, it was a little different. He thought more highly of Lin Fei than anyone else. In the future, Lin Fei would definitely become an expert. He would definitely become a top-notch existence among the young people, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. He was glad that he knew such a powerful guy. Therefore he told him everything he knew. There were indeed many 8 stars in this place. Lin Fei could feel it too. There were strong and weak 8 stars among them. In fact, he could even sense 2 familiar auras among them. One belonged to Patriarch Fire Cloud and the other belonged to the Divine Master Observing Moon. Both of them were 8 stars. Of course, they were not considered very strong here. They could only be considered average. Suddenly, one of the figures came toward Lin Fei. He was getting closer and closer. Then Patriarch Fire Cloud appeared. I didn't expect you to be here too. It seems that you want to try your luck. If you have the guts, come with me. Patriarch Fire Cloud turned around and left after saying that. Perfected Lord Kumu was very surprised by his words. The situation was a little different from what he had imagined. He didn't expect Patriarch Fire Cloud to come in person. Lin Fei followed him. He was naturally bold, so he could naturally see it as well. Although the Fire Cloud ancestor's words were cold, one could more or less tell that it was the case. This time, Patriarch Fire Cloud was prepared to resolve the conflict left by the previous fight. He was quite clear about this. Since he had taken the initiative to come over, Lin Fei definitely had to give him face. He was not afraid that Patriarch Fire Cloud would call other people over. If he called other people over, he could leave calmly. His reincarnation spirit was not a joke. Once the reincarnation spirit exploded, it would be extremely powerful. Therefore, as long as one was smart, he would know what to do. Just like that, they followed Lin Fei all the way here, although some of their gazes swept over Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei didn't take it seriously. In the blink of an eye, he came to the innermost part of the whirlpool. Of course, there were also figures around. Some of these figures were old and some were young. Without guessing, this was indeed the land of inheritance. Only the younger generation could come here to inherit. As for Patriarch Fire Cloud and Divine Lord Observant, they were not standing at the front. It could be said that they were standing at the back. Of course, this was because they were 8 stars. If not for being 8 stars, they wouldn't be qualified to stand here. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the Legacy Land in my lifetime. The Legacy Land is right in front of us. Do you see that circular platform in the innermost part? I heard that as long as you can stay there for a certain amount of time, you will be able to obtain a certain amount of inheritance. Some of these inheritances are powerful, while others are ordinary. Perfected Lord Kumu's expression changed. He knew a lot and didn't expect to come here to see this. It was really beyond his imagination. Actually, even if perfected Lord Kumu didn't say it, Lin Fei could see it. The round platform in front of them was indeed very mysterious. Although it was protruding from the ground, not everyone could stand on it. At this moment a figure passed by. It was a young figure. As soon as the young man's figure landed on the ground, he instantly unleashed all kinds of supernatural powers. He landed steadily on the ground, and there were some sighs coming from the surroundings. Kid, aren't you very powerful? This is the inheritance platform. As long as you have the strength, you can go up there and compete. However, those who are able to come here are the most powerful kind of geniuses. They are at least second-rate forces, and most of them are first-rate forces. Some are even peak forces. This was the voice of perfected Lord Kumu. His voice was much better than Ancestor Fire Cloud's. Ancestor Fire Cloud and perfected Lord Kumu were actually quite smart. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Fei was. Initially they thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come here. If he didn't come here, it naturally had nothing to do with them. However, it was completely different here. At the very least, it was an opportunity for them to get in touch with him. Such a son of destiny was destined to perform on this big stage in the future. Therefore, if they could get in touch with him now, it would definitely be beneficial. That was why Ancestor Fire Cloud brought him here. Only 8-star powerhouses were qualified to bring people here. An ordinary 8-star could only bring 2 people here, but some powerful people could bring more people here. This was a tacit rule among 8-star powerhouses. After all, to 8-star powerhouses, the inheritance here might be of some help to them. It wasn't as big as the inheritance of young people. This was the conclusion of generations. Therefore, the people competing on the circular platform were all young people. As soon as perfected Lord Kumu's voice sounded, some figures rushed towards the source of the voice and began a vigorous battle. Even Lin Fei's eyes were shining. These were indeed some powerful people. All of them could erupt with 5-star or 6-star strength. Although he had encountered many opportunities and even obtained lots, he didn't seem to have much of an advantage compared to them. This was just what Lin Fei thought. But in fact, if they were to fight, Lin Fei had a much greater advantage than them. After observing for a while, he could often discover some things. The few of them kept fighting until the last person had a certain level of strength to withstand the attacks. These people had to fight to stabilize their position, and this position could only be fully recognized if they could hold on for 30 minutes. Therefore, not everyone could stand on their own. It was no wonder that perfected Lord Kumu said so. After all, this place was considered a real test of strength. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. If he were to sign in here, perhaps the reward he would receive would be extraordinary. At the very least, once he activated the reincarnation primordial spirit, he would be able to suppress the other party's strength. Even if he didn't use the reincarnation primordial spirit, he could still use the heavenly god puppet to block the other party. This was something that Lin Fei could clearly sense. However, he decided to take a look first. After all, the situation wasn't very clear. The surrounding forces were either first-rate or top-tier forces. Therefore, he had to think about it first. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. Those who like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please collect. The Invincible King of Upgrade mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5097. After this idea popped up, it became extremely firm. At the very least, for Lin Fei, as long as he could sign in this place, he should be able to get something good. Just look at the 8 stars around him. If it weren't for Ancestor Fire Cloud bringing him in, it would be quite difficult for him to come in. He would probably have to display his full strength. If that happened, he might be targeted by others. It might be difficult for him to reach the top of this round platform. But now it was very easy for Lin Fei. As long as he went over now, he could easily land on this round platform. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He planned to observe the situation first. As long as there was no problem, he would naturally step onto this round platform. At that time, the other 8-star powerhouses wouldn't even make a move, even if they were at the peak. This way Lin Fei would have a chance to sign in on it. Hence, he wasn't in a hurry. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Lin Fei could understand this saying very well. Just like that, the first round of battles was still very intense. From time to time, someone would go up. The person who just stood still would be chased down. Then another person would go up. Wave after wave, it was a dazzling sight. That was until a young man with a huge shadow hovering behind him finally took on everyone's attacks. He had been standing steadily for half an hour. For many people, half an hour felt like a day passed like a year. But compared to the harvest, it was definitely very high. This is a young genius of the giant race. The giant phantom behind him is very powerful and can erupt with all kinds of magical abilities. At its strongest, it can erupt with 3 heads and 6 arms. The observing moon divine lord told Lin Fei from time to time. In a short period of time, Lin Fei learned about the origins of these geniuses. They were indeed quite powerful. They were either first-rate forces or top forces. Of course, there were also some second-rate forces. Their overall strength was still very strong. The one on the far left is the strongest here, and the 2 on the right are ranked second and third. You'll have to be careful if you encounter them. Each of them has their own mystical techniques and protective treasures of their clans. They even have the legendary protectors. Even 8-star martial artists like us won't be a match for them. That was all. Lin Fei heard a lot of news. This information was quite useful to him. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to have a good understanding of the forces here. In particular, these people were all very strong. Not a single one of them was weak. Every single one of these people was quite powerful. However, these people had brought their juniors here to gain experience. Whoosh! A gigantic golden crow appeared in the air. It appeared on the young man's body, which shocked many people in the surroundings. That's a golden crow of flames. That's a powerful technique. I heard that once you completely master it, you'll be able to display a powerful flame ability and instantly burn the void to the 99th level. Many people cried out in surprise. They also recognized it. Lin Fei could also feel the power of the golden crow of flames. It was indeed very fierce. It could even burn the depths of the void. It was not something that could be compared to. It was no wonder that everyone liked to be on this level. You decide when to go in. You should know that the round platform here won't last for long. If you miss the opportunity, there won't be another one. God Lord Observant Moon began to speak to Lin Fei. After all, he had high hopes for Lin Fei. Especially when Lin Fei came here, no one noticed him at all. But they knew how powerful he was. They couldn't help but ask. Lin Fei smiled. There's no hurry. Let's watch for a few more rounds before taking action. Anyway, this place will last for at least 10 days to half a month. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Land of Inheritance. Lin Fei's words made the Divine Lord Observing Moon have a good impression of him. At the very least, this person was quite smart. He also knew that there was no hurry at this time and decided to watch everyone's moves first. Of course, the Divine Lord Observing Moon did not think that Lin Fei was preparing to sign in. It was naturally different when he signed in the next day. As for the other people's moves, he really did not take it seriously. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. During this period, 2 geniuses went up. They successfully obtained the inheritance. One was a golden crow of flames. The other was an Earth Ultimate God. After the Earth Ultimate God was summoned, his entire person would enter a temporary state of invincible defense. Unless one was stronger than the Earth Ultimate God, one could not break the defense at all. It was considered a very powerful move. It would naturally be different if it was any other time. However, being able to summon the Hercules Ultimate God at a critical moment was naturally particularly shocking. Chapter 5098. Finally, a new day had arrived. Lin Fei finally decided to make a move. After all, it was finally the new sign-in time. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It was better to make a move early. Just as he said, if he was unlucky and the round platform disappeared, it would be bad. The further he went, the more intense the competition would be. So now, as long as Lin Fei could sit on this spot, it would be for the best. Whoosh! Lin Fei directly rushed to the round platform. His speed was quite fast. Because the others had just moved, he had already gone up. Moreover, this round platform wasn't that easy to snatch. From time to time, some people would go up. Of course, some people wouldn't let you stay on it for half an hour. It was also possible that they wouldn't make a move in the first half. Only when it was almost half an hour would they attack fiercely. There were many such situations, so whether one could stand on this round platform or not naturally depended on a certain level of strength. Of course, there was also a certain strategy. As soon as Lin Fei landed on it, he instantly felt that the round platform was different. This round platform wasn't big, just a little wide, so if one wasn't careful, they could easily be knocked down. When he landed on it, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Lin Fei could feel it more clearly than anyone else. This was the so-called observation. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of their observation. After all, Lin Fei had mastered a lot of skills. He was also a stranger, so it was quite difficult for them to know of Lin Fei's existence. So for Lin Fei, as long as he stood on it, he would naturally be able to receive the reward of signing in. For example, now. Lin Fei could actually sign in now, but he felt that it was still a little too early to do so. After half an hour, he would naturally be able to obtain a certain amount of inheritance by possessing this round platform. And if he signed in during the inheritance, perhaps the probability of him signing in here would suddenly increase. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire himself. He was smart to actually think of such a method. Such a method really wasn't something that anyone could think of. Now, it all depended on who would make a move. Fire Cloud Ancestor and Divine Lord Observant Moon were astonished. He really hadn't thought about it. Lin Fei moved so quickly and went up in an instant. Looks like they're preparing to compete. I wonder if this kid can hold on. Patriarch Fire Cloud sent a voice transmission over. I think there shouldn't be a problem. After all, his ability is not inferior to ours. Apart from his lower cultivation level, he also cultivated the primordial spirit array. You should know that the Reincarnation Emperor was extremely powerful back then. With the Reincarnation Array, he suppressed countless experts of the same generation. If they hadn't encountered this reincarnated primordial spirit, they wouldn't have recognized it immediately. With such methods, he was definitely a child of destiny. There must be a big shot behind him. After all, not everyone could cultivate this reincarnated primordial spirit. One step at a time. Others didn't know about this, but it wasn't a secret in the circle. They were all looking at Lin Fei. After Lin Fei ascended the round platform, many gazes immediately turned to him. However, they didn't recognize what Lin Fei was, and they seemed very unfamiliar with him. His cultivation level didn't seem very obvious. Thus, no one was in a rush. They would let him be smug for a while and relax. When the time came, they could chase him off. It had to be known that these geniuses could rest non-stop. Even if they lost, they could go back and rest for a while before continuing. When their luck was good, they would be able to stand on this round platform. This was a form of attrition warfare. Only with incomparable strength could one sit firmly in this position. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush at all. He knew that these people would definitely look down on him, but he didn't really care. Once they made their move, he would naturally use the reincarnated primordial spirit. With the reincarnated primordial spirit, things would be different. It was as if he could deal with all of them by himself. Not to mention, Lin Fei also had the rarer Empyrean God Golem. Once he appeared, he would make them feel the true meaning of pressure. Time passed minute by minute, second by second in such a situation. Whoosh! A figure appeared. It was a young man, and he attacked with a spear in his hands. Streaks of light shot over like dragons. Lin Fei grabbed the saber in his hands, and it instantly transformed into rays of saber light, blocking all of the attacks. This spear user was quite amazing. With a whoosh, he changed locations and actually appeared behind Lin Fei. However, as soon as he appeared, a figure instantly chopped towards him. It was an Empyrean God Golem. An Empyrean God Golem instantly caught him off guard. This is the legendary Empyrean God Golem. Chapter 5099. The Empyrean God Golem appeared. Instantly, someone cried out in alarm. These 8-star powerhouses recognized it right away. This was the famous Empyrean God Golem. Only, they hadn't imagined that it would appear in the hands of a young man. Some of these people had acquired Empyrean God Golems as well. These Empyrean God Golems were quite effective. It was quite useful to keep it by his side for self-defense. Only they hadn't expected that this young man would be so capable. He had an Empyrean God Golem right off the bat. This wasn't something that just anyone could have. But of course, that saber blow of Lin Fei's had truly made everyone feel that something was different. At the very least, they knew that this young man's power was that of a close combat expert. Because the power of this saber blow was extremely great, it had instantly blocked the opponent. This was because the opponent's power was at the 7-star level. Although he wasn't that powerful, he was still quite formidable. This was because one step above him would be the 8-star expert, who could be considered one of the most supreme existences in this universe. No, it should be said that he was a second-rate expert. The supreme 9 stars, the ordinary 9 stars, and finally the 8 stars. They were all quite qualified. After the Empyrean God Golem, a single person blocked the young man. No matter how he attacked, he wasn't able to break through. This Empyrean God Golem. Swish. Another person came. This time it was a long-range one. He actually had a great bow in his hands. One ray of light after another shot out. Each ray of light seemed to be locked onto Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's saber technique was quite formidable as well. Each saber blow was able to block the golem. Then, the Empyrean God Golem charged out, charging towards the opponent. This caused the opponent to be rather stupefied. There were even more Empyrean God Golems. What the hell was going on? A single Heavenly God Golem was already extremely lucky. But now, 2 Empyrean God Golems had appeared. This naturally gave them a sense of pressure. Who knows where this young man came from? He actually has 2 Empyrean God Golems. No wonder he has the confidence to stand on this round platform. He can indeed tie down quite a few people at once. But there are so many geniuses here. He can tie them down. The looks in the eyes of quite a few people began to change. This was because only they knew how important these two Empyrean god golems were. Especially when he didn't know this young man in front of him. More or less there was still some suspicion. Whoosh! Another young man came up. I refuse to believe you have more Empyrean god golems. The first attack was a bright moon. This bright moon emitted an endless amount of moonlight attacks. Every beam of moonlight was like a long rope, directly entangling them. Before it reached Lin Fei, yet another Empyrean god golem flew out. As soon as the Empyrean god golem flew out, it immediately began to attack. The two Empyrean god golems were enough to stun everyone. In the blink of an eye, a third Empyrean god golem had arrived. It really made their jaws drop. If I didn't have some strength, I wouldn't have dared to come up here. Don't you think so? I'm definitely standing on this round table. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, show them to me. The gazes of many experts changed a lot. This was because 3 Empyrean god golems were different. In other words, he could only restrain 3 geniuses. But this kid's words sounded a little arrogant. Voila voila. 2 more figures arrived. However, these 2 figures were once more blocked by 2 other figures. 2 more figures came down and then another Empyrean god golem. 5 Empyrean god golems blocked in front of them. This time, no one dared to underestimate this young man. This young man definitely had an incredible background. If it was just one of them, then he was lucky. But if it was 5, then he definitely had a big shot behind him. But they all recognized everyone present, and it seemed as though there wasn't a big shot behind him. Could it be that this big shot was hiding somewhere in the void? And deep in the void? Everyone frowned slightly. They secretly sized up the surrounding area, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find him. It was as though this person had never appeared. The more this was the case, the more they knew that this person might be a peak 8-star existence. Only with a spatial treasure would they be unable to detect him. Thus their thoughts had changed quite a bit. But of course quite a few geniuses felt a hint of pressure as well. This fellow himself was quite formidable, and he had 5 Empyrean god golems as well. The 5 Empyrean god golems were enough to make it so that everyone was temporarily unable to attack. This was because these Empyrean god golems were invulnerable and invulnerable. They were roughly on par with them in terms of power. This meant that they had even less of an advantage. The only thing they could do was rely on attrition warfare. Only by attrition warfare would they be able to defeat this young man. Without attrition warfare, their chances were extremely low. Voila! Several more figures came. These few figures immediately attacked. However, they thought that their attacks would be blocked by Lin Fei. You people alone aren't enough. Chapter 5100. Lin Fei's words had indeed provoked these people quite a bit. Because so many people went up. There were more than 10 people on the scene. But none of them could make this young man feel pressured. It was as if they were playing house. Such a situation was very, very rare. And the more it was like this, the more displeased many of the geniuses. How could he have 5 Empyrean god puppets by himself? And so, one by one they attacked. The pressure on Lin Fei gradually increased. But they still couldn't break through Lin Fei's technique. Many of the 8-star powerhouses were secretly shocked. They seemed to understand what was going on. This young man was indeed very powerful, and his body was especially tough. They could clearly see that some of the attacks passed through the saber lights and landed on his body. But his opponent didn't seem to have changed much. Only a faint white mark was left on his body. This was enough to prove that his body was very powerful. This was a body refiner. And a successful body refiner. Together with the 5 Empyrean god puppets, he suddenly became mysterious and unfathomable. Because they couldn't find many people like him, there was no way to verify it. This was the most inconceivable thing. He was clearly a very strange person, but his strength was monstrous, not inferior to the geniuses in the slightest. More importantly, he alone was able to resist the attacks of so many people. On the other side, Patriarch Fire Cloud and Divine Lord Observant were delighted. At the very least, their judgment wasn't wrong. This Lin Fei's strength was truly formidable. This kind of power could truly be felt. They were much more surprised when they saw the expressions of the surrounding 8-star experts. The 2 of them were hiding in the back, so no one paid attention to them. If they knew that this Lin Fei was brought in by them, many of the 8-star experts would probably have some thoughts. This way there would be one less chance for a genius to step onto this round platform. This kid's potential is absolutely limitless. Exactly. Fortunately, we didn't attack again. Instead, we sold him a small favor. He'll probably remember this. Of course, the two of them were happy in their hearts. What did it mean to send charcoal in snowy weather? This was what it meant. Although this guy called Lin Fei might be able to barge in. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that there was a super expert behind him. However, that super powerhouse was equivalent to a protector. He would never come out unless his life was in danger. Because of this, they felt even more fortunate. If he had come out rashly, he would have suffered a great loss. This loss really made one's scalp go numb. How great was it now? They had indirectly formed a relationship with Lin Fei. As for how long this relationship would last, they had no idea. However, this did not prevent them from acknowledging Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei had limitless potential. Time passed faster and faster. It had been almost an hour since Lin Fei had stood on the round platform. The person who made the move was getting more and more helpless. This guy was really hard to deal with. His fleshly body was like a huge iron plate. He couldn't move it at all. Not to mention 5 Empyrean God Golems. The 5 Empyrean God Golems were constantly moving about, giving them a sense of what it meant to be a golem. This was the most powerful golem they had ever seen. A golem like this really wasn't something that just anyone could deal with. Unless you were more powerful than this thing, all you could do was stare at it. I told you. If you guys can't handle it, then you can't. Don't waste your energy. This round platform is mine. Lin Fei truly looked down on these people. They couldn't even block the attacks of the Empyrean God Golems, to say nothing of himself. From start to finish, Lin Fei himself hadn't used much of his power. But of course, Lin Fei's gaze had been focused on those people. They were the most powerful people here, each of them at the peak of the 7-star level of combat power. However, they hadn't made a move yet. As for why they hadn't made a move, most likely they were studying him. Lin Fei knew very well what was going on. Whoosh! A figure walked out. As soon as this figure walked out, the other 10 or so Heavens Chosen all retreated. They knew that these powerful peak 7 stars were about to make a move. Only if they made a move would they be able to drive this person off the platform. I thought that none of you today would be powerful, but after seeing you, I feel that you are worthy of me making a move. I am White Shan of the Titan race. Yet another Heavens Chosen of the Titan race had come out. This wasn't the previous one. This White Shan was extremely large, like a mountain. Suddenly he transformed to a height of 30,000 meters, and with a single hand he smashed down. This smashing down clearly wasn't simple at all. At the very least, his combat power had become incomparably deep. Without comparison one wouldn't know. But the comparison was very clear. Chapter 5101. Bai Shan's actions were truly ferocious and terrifying. Many of the 7-star heaven prides felt a sense of helplessness. They probably weren't a match for this giant. They had always heard that the giant god race was extremely talented, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and the 5 Empyrean god puppets charged forward. This was also his first time fighting with the giant race. This giant race's Bai Shan was indeed quite terrifying. With this palm, it was as though the entire world was in his hands and it slowly descended. Rumble. The 5 Empyrean god puppets were knocked to the side by the force. Bai Shan's voice floated over, I know that you are quite strong, but I am even stronger than you because I am a giant. The giant's body slowly pressed down. Even though his movements weren't fast, Lin Fei could clearly sense Bai Shan's strength. He was indeed quite terrifying. He looked like a peak 7-star, but his combat strength was probably around 8-star. No wonder the giant race was viewed with such importance. This was because Patriarch Fire Cloud and Godly Lord Observant had told him about the giant race. Before exchanging blows he might not have been sure, but after exchanging blows he could sense that the giant race was indeed incredibly strong. This sort of strength was filled with power. Anyone who stood in front of him would be suppressed by this power. It was very obvious. It's been a long time since I've clashed with a giant race. This is a good opportunity to see who is stronger. Lin Fei could clearly tell that Bai Shan's methods should be some sort of innate ability. It could maximize one's strength. It was just that his usual appearance was hidden, and this was the true appearance of the giant race. Lin Fei naturally didn't know any of these abilities, but it didn't matter to him. He raised his hand and sent out a palm. A huge hand. A small hand. With a loud boom they clashed together. A wave of power swept out, but this wave of power was easily blocked by a ripple. There was a formation around that instantly blocked the attack. The ripples continued to spread, and of course many of the 7-star heaven geniuses were shocked. This kid was actually so strong. He had actually withstood the power of this palm. Since when could he cultivate his physical body to such a strong level? No wonder so many of us couldn't do anything to him. Previously they felt that this young man should be extremely powerful. Now that he looked at him again, he found that his strength was indeed stronger than he had imagined. With just one palm he had managed to block Bai Shan. There was a loud rumbling sound. Bai Shan continued to press down, but he found that his palm seemed to be blocked by a force. His tiny body was bursting with boundless power. "I don't believe that you are stronger than our giant tribe." Bai Shan roared, and a fire dragon instantly spiraled around him. In that instant he had actually increased his strength. After the increase in strength, his palm moved again and sank downwards. At this moment, a black hole opened behind Lin Fei. As soon as this black hole opened, the pressure on Lin Fei instantly decreased. He didn't expect this guy to be strong enough to have such a secret technique. After one black hole appeared, another black hole appeared. It instantly absorbed the power and transferred it over. Many people were shocked again. They didn't expect this guy to use a trump card. Bai Shan from the giant tribe used the increase in strength, but he still can't suppress this guy. The black hole can actually absorb attacks to a certain extent. What kind of technique is this? I have never seen it before. It seems that there is a terrifying and dangerous aura in the black hole. Although these 8-star powerhouses didn't make a move, they could see the situation through the black hole. This young man was indeed very powerful. He was far more terrifying than they had imagined. He could be said to be an existence that could crush those of the same generation. The few most powerful peak 7 stars also had their gazes fixed on him. They thought that Bai Shan would naturally be able to suppress the other party. Now it seemed that they had thought too much. This young man was really quite powerful. If this situation continued, it was very likely that he would successfully obtain a chance to inherit. This was naturally not what they wanted to see. "Bai Shan, a big guy like you is useless. Let me do it." Another figure flew out. After this figure flew out, he was holding a palm leaf fan in his hand. He charged at Lin Fei. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Fei's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. This sea of fire was actually purple, and it was filled with terrifying power. "Have a taste of my purple heavenly fire." The blazing fire exuded invincible power. For a moment, Lin Fei was in the middle of the fire attack. It almost surrounded his entire body and he couldn't see clearly. Chapter 5102. The purple heavenly fire was indeed domineering and full of penetration. This time, it seeped into Lin Fei's body. Even the black hole seemed to lose its effect. It was also because Bai Shan was still attacking that his power kept on surging out. Especially when he saw the other person coming out, he became even more anxious. "Xian Tianyi, you're not much stronger than me. Watch carefully, I must be the one who crushed him. Your fire doesn't have much strength." Xian Tianyi was considered a rather powerful person. At the very least, the organization behind him had reached the level of a first-rate organization. He was also a peak 7 star. His attack was very terrifying. It seeped into Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei really did feel like he was being burned. However, the strength of the fire was still a little lacking. If the opponent was a little stronger, then it would not be so easy to deal with. But now Lin Fei felt that it was still bearable. It wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Whoosh whoosh. The purple heavenly fire turned into many ropes. They wrapped around Lin Fei's body. Every time a rope wrapped around Lin Fei, it would reduce Lin Fei's strength. He actually had such a technique. Following that, the flames transformed into ropes that kept swinging over. Every blow was like a blow from a peak 7-star powerhouse. It was really strange. It was the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a technique. "You are indeed a peak 7-star favored son of heaven. Your techniques are exceptionally powerful. However, you still can't do anything to me." Whoosh. Beams of light shot out from the black hole. A Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of Xian Tianyi and blocked the attack. Even so, he was forced to retreat a large distance. He retreated through thin air. Because the powerful force collided with the Tai Chi diagram, he naturally couldn't take it. He had expected that there would be an attack hidden in the black hole. "I didn't expect you to hide such an attack in the black hole. You are indeed quite powerful. I really underestimated you." After witnessing that move, Xian Tianyi was even more fearful of this young man before him. Not only did he have 5 Empyrean God puppets, he even had a black hole killer move, not to mention a physical body like this. He had never heard of such a person before. Although he knew that there were all sorts of geniuses emerging in the universe, people like him were the strongest. With the support of the sect, he had reached the pinnacle of 7 star a long time ago. In the end, someone appeared who seemed to be even stronger than him. Bai Shan continued to attack. He couldn't even make a move. This naturally made him feel a little embarrassed. "Neither of you can do it. Let me do it." A black shadow instantly appeared above Lin Fei. As soon as he arrived in the sky, a huge sword wheel appeared behind him and instantly launched an attack. Myriad swords returned to origin. Huala huala. One by one the swords flew over. Every single sword was the real deal. Every single sword unleashed the might of a pinnacle 7-star. Furthermore, it was a massive attack from the get-go. There was no stopping at all. Lin Fei finally knew that this person was stronger than the rest of them. This was what Patriarch Firecloud had told him. The most powerful one, Zhao Quan. A true son of karmic luck. As soon as the myriad swords returned to origin appeared, the entire world became the domain of these 10,000 swords. Even the purple flames and Bai Shan's huge palm were retracted at this moment. This was because they naturally knew how powerful this Zhao Quan was. No one would be able to withstand such a move. The 5 Empyrean god puppets were actually quite a bit weaker in front of the myriad swords returned to origin. After blocking it for a moment, they were sent flying. Lin Fei instantly retracted them, and then one black hole after another appeared behind him. It seemed as though Lin Fei had quite a few black holes. No matter how powerful this person was, his black holes were still able to withstand quite a few attacks. The vast majority of the attacks landed on Lin Fei's body. Even now, Lin Fei still hadn't used his samsara primordial spirit. This was because it was still within his limits. Cracks began to appear on Lin Fei's body. The cracks weren't very large, but it was enough to prove that the opponent's myriad swords returned to origin was indeed quite terrifying. This was the first time someone had injured his body. Streaks of blood were left behind. These streaks of blood were increasing in number. This kid really is quite terrifying. He's actually able to withstand young Master Zhao's myriad swords return to origin. I'm afraid that young Master Zhao will use even more powerful techniques of the Tao of the sword. He's self-taught and has mastered the sword mantra. The techniques of the sword mantra are extraordinary. Quite a few people knew how powerful Zhao Quan was. Amongst the 7 stars, he was one of the most powerful. It was said that in the future he would become one of the most powerful 8-star experts. Chapter 5103. Lin Fei also heard the voices around him. He had to look up to this so-called Zhao Quan. He was indeed much more powerful than he had imagined. Especially his sword principle, especially the sect origin swords. It was a large-scale attack. It was really one layer after another, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would have been killed by the sect origin swords in a single move. In this area there was no chance to escape. Facing the sect origin swords, the entire space seemed to be sealed. There was no way out. The number of wounds on Lin Fei's body also increased. Of course, these wounds did not hurt Lin Fei's foundation. His black hole, on the other hand, contained streams of energy. The amount of energy kept increasing. One could imagine how overbearing this guy's sect origin swords was. It was so overbearing that it didn't seem right. If this is all you have, I advise you to change to another one. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything to me. Lin Fei laughed. He could be considered to have withstood this move. His myriad tribulations return to origin was indeed powerful, but that was all. To him it was still a little lacking. As long as he had a strong physical body and the black hole, things would be different. He wanted to see what other tricks Zhao Quan had up his sleeve. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Swoosh. The sect origin swords was put away. You are indeed strong. You have withstood so many people, and now you can even withstand my sect origin swords. You are indeed worthy of me taking action. 2 streaks of sword light appeared above Lin Fei, one on the left and one on the right. Following that, a huge sword wheel appeared. This sword wheel was like a Tai Chi array, making Lin Fei feel like he had fallen into another space. Following that, the sword wheel moved left and right. It was like a huge millstone. Every time it moved, the void would collapse. With a swoosh, this force directly hit Lin Fei's body. The big millstone moved again. It was another attack. This attack was more overbearing than the previous sect origin swords. It seemed to be locked. The surroundings seemed to have been restricted. This fellow's methods were indeed quite fierce. It was still far from being able to injure Lin Fei. The saber in his hand slashed out. Following that, the void started to shake. After all, Lin Fei had also seen this special scene before and knew about the methods used to refine one's body. Therefore, this eruption was naturally different. What's more, the saber in his hand had really shaken this technique. This caused the surrounding people to be incomparably shocked. The more he looked at this young man, the more mysterious he felt. To be able to withstand the 10,000 returning swords, and to be able to withstand such a move, what exactly was this fellow's bottom line? Logically speaking, such a powerful person would not be able to do anything. They should have received some news, but they didn't receive any news at all. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was really unimaginable. If you don't have any powerful means, then you won't stand a chance. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-hour mark. It could be said that it wouldn't be long before Lin Fei completely obtained the inheritance on this round platform. Right now, only this person called Zhao Quan could give Lin Fei a certain amount of pressure. This guy who was a peak 7-star was indeed quite powerful. The techniques that he unleashed had reached the level of an 8-star. You're really not bad. You're worthy of me using my most powerful move. Sword come. All of a sudden, Zhao Quan shouted. After this shout, everyone was stunned. In the void, a beam of sword gleam flew over. No one knew where this beam of sword gleam came from. But when this beam of sword gleam appeared, all the 7-star experts were shocked. Even the ordinary 8-star experts felt their scalps go numb. This sword had definitely reached a terrifying level. Moreover, this sword was only an afterimage. I didn't expect Zhao Quan to have mastered their most powerful move. This sword was not simple. When this sword came over, the void and time froze. Lin Fei had really underestimated this guy's ability. Fortunately, Lin Fei was prepared. After all, he knew that this guy was not simple. In an instant, 10 primordial spirits walked out. Once the 10 primordial spirits walked out, they immediately set up a huge array. In an instant, all kinds of offensive techniques were suppressed. The moment the sword entered this place, it was blocked by the reincarnation array of the 10 primordial spirits. Its strength also became weaker and weaker. Lin Fei unleashed all his strength and punched the shadow. A loud rumbling sound erupted in an instant. At this moment, Lin Fei had nothing to hide. He unleashed his full strength. This was the only way he could withstand the power of this sword. Chapter 5104. Isn't this the legendary reincarnation original god? At this moment, many 8-star experts' eyes lit up. They recognized him at one glance. They were puzzled at first, but the more they looked, the more certain they were. This was the legendary reincarnation primordial spirit. There was a huge change in their expressions. After the sword slashed over, it was suppressed by the reincarnation primordial spirit array. Coupled with Lin Fei's technique, he managed to withstand it. Even Zhao Quan himself was astonished. He narrowed his eyes and recognized it. This was the so-called reincarnation primordial spirit. You are the successor of the reincarnation emperor. The reincarnation primordial spirit was the easiest to recognize. They all had the aura of reincarnation, but not everyone could cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit. Without a certain level of ability, it was impossible to get started. Not to mention cultivating 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. This was because one could only cast the reincarnation array after cultivating 10 primordial spirits. Once the reincarnation array was activated, it could block any attack. It weakened the attack, and in addition to the explosive power of this guy's physical body, this sword was actually unable to seriously injure the other party. It only injured him a little. That's right. This is the reincarnation primordial spirit. Are you surprised? This is the most powerful technique. You gave me a sword at the beginning. Now I'll give you one too. With a swoosh, all the light in the black hole converged and turned into a terrifying attack. It slashed at Zhao Quan instantly. Zhao Quan's silhouette instantly disappeared and reappeared behind Lin Fan. In an instant, he had left behind a shadow while his real body had left. The shadow had actually been killed. But it didn't hurt the other party. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Zhao Quan was definitely a capable person. Such a person had unlimited potential in the future. Ancestor Fire Cloud and the Divine Lord Observing Moon finally heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts were in their throats just now. Zhao Quan was indeed very strong. His final move was extremely powerful. He had actually summoned a sword. That sword was definitely incomparably powerful. The stronger one was, the more powerful the summoning would be. They had heard of it before, but they had never seen it before. The sword that was summoned could kill an enemy of the same level with a single strike. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Lin Fei had won here, they were naturally incomparably happy. If he were to be killed, they could only say that it would be a pity. Looks like you don't have a chance. In that case, it's my turn to inherit this platform. Si Jia Si. Lin Fei wiped his mouth and became humble. This time, he had experienced the prowess of the heavens chosen in this universe. He had to continue signing in. At the same time, he made up his mind. This time, he had to find a place to properly sign in for a while. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage if he encountered some powerful 8-star experts. Zhao Quan knew that he couldn't control this guy this time, so he could only let him inherit. You are indeed quite powerful. However, you are only slightly more powerful than me. When I break through to the 8-star realm, I will be able to kill you with a single slash. Zhao Quan naturally knew that there was a small gap between them. But he wasn't too worried. As long as his strength broke through one more step, he would naturally be able to find this guy. But for the other geniuses, the strength that Zhao Quan displayed, it was indeed incomparably terrifying. This made them feel that they couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Quan was also a very powerful person among them. The inheritance begins. A voice appeared in Lin Fei's ears. This voice was very mysterious and also very distressed. It was as if it came from a faraway place. In an instant, Lin Fei knew that he could sign in. This was the best opportunity and the probability was also the highest. Ding. Sign in successful in the land of heavenly inheritance. Obtain 1 Tenjin Temple. The reward came in an instant. As soon as the reward appeared, Lin Fei was shocked. He actually signed in at the Tenjin Temple first. In other words, he obtained these Tenjin Temples. This was simply beyond Lin Fei's imagination and expectations. He didn't dare to imagine that he would be able to sign into such a palace. Wasn't this supposed to be a legendary existence? He could also sign in successfully. Lin Fei felt like he was dreaming. It was really hard to believe that he had actually signed in successfully. Previously, Lin Fei felt that the probability of signing in here would be higher, but he never expected that he would actually sign into such a Tenjin Temple. This was the Tenjin Temple. No one would believe it even if he said it out loud, but he actually signed in just like that. There was really no harm if there was no comparison. He had really picked up a big bargain. Land of inheritance. A faintly discernible figure pointed a finger at him. Endless light shone on Lin Fei's body. As soon as it landed on Lin Fei's body, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. Mihemi. Heavenly God Eternal Body. Like Invincible Leveling King, please collect. Invincible Leveling King updates the fastest. Chapter 5105. Empyrean Eternal Body. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. He actually managed to sign in for such a thing. Right now, Lin Fei was cultivating the ancient eternal body. Now, another Empyrean eternal body appeared. It should be a powerful divine body. However, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this because it wasn't as powerful as his ancient eternal body. However, after this body fell into his body, Lin Fei instantly felt a slight change. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the ancient eternal body to the 5th level. This sudden change really made Lin Fei feel different. He finally realized that it was his powerful ancient eternal body that swallowed the Empyrean eternal body in an instant. His physical body had been upgraded. This kind of change was really hard to believe. My physical body has actually advanced by 1 level. This is too unbelievable. As soon as he reached the 5th level, Lin Fei instantly felt different. His strength seemed to have skyrocketed by about 10 times in an instant. This kind of skyrocketing increase was really unimaginable and terrifying. The Empyrean eternal body also allowed him to obtain some methods of body refinement powerhouses. It was even more mysterious than what he had comprehended before. The harvest of this trip was really far more abundant than he imagined. Lin Fei also knew that the master of this Tenjin Temple should be a powerful body refinement powerhouse. He was extremely powerful and was probably the strongest existence in the entire universe. The next second, Lin Fei completely controlled the Tenjin Temple. Following that, his figure disappeared. No one knew where Lin Fei went in an instant. Even those 8-star powerhouses could only watch helplessly as he disappeared. They didn't even have the time to notice it. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. What kind of treasure did this kid use? He actually left so quickly. There was no movement at all. There was no void fluctuation at all. See JBX *WX star. See *OSI. This should be a very powerful treasure. I didn't feel any movement either. Originally, they wanted to know more about the origins of this successor of the Reincarnation Emperor. After all, the Reincarnation Emperor was also a very domineering person in the past. It was just that it had been a very long time since a powerful successor had appeared. Although there were a few successors of the Reincarnation Emperor, none of them managed to cultivate a real primordial spirit array. In other words, there were 10 reincarnation arrays. Every single one of these reincarnation arrays was extremely difficult to cultivate. It also depended on one's talent. Without talent, it was basically impossible. Therefore, the appearance of any successor of the Reincarnation Emperor would cause a lot of commotion. However, this time they realized that they knew very little about him. This person had repeatedly appeared out of thin air, and now he had disappeared. Successor of the Reincarnation Emperor, I will let you know what despair is next. Just now, Lin Fei had indeed controlled the entire Tenjin Temple and followed him to a special place. This was a place similar to a small study room, but from such a place, one could see the entire situation inside the Tenjin Temple. The entire distribution map also appeared in front of Lin Fei. At this time he finally understood what the Tenjin Temple looked like. This was the library, this was the Empyrean's inheritance, this was here, this was here. He looked around one by one. Lin Fei instantly understood the Tenjin Temple very clearly. This is the famous Tenjin Temple. I didn't expect it to fall into my hands. The rewards for signing in are too terrifying. Before mastering the Tenjin Temple, Lin Fei might have only understood half of it. But now he had completely mastered the Tenjin Temple. He could wipe out the entire Tenjin Temple in an instant. He chased all the people out of this place. He could even turn the Tenjin Temple into a speck of dust that kept drifting in the universe. This was also the reason why no one had been able to find the Tenjin Temple before. Here Lin Fei saw some large and small ancient books. These ancient books all exuded an ancient aura. Needless to say, they should have been left behind by previous generations. He had picked up a huge bargain. Fortunately, he took the risk. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have such a chance. He could also get something by signing in here, but it was far from being as good as signing in now. It seems that I can slowly sign in this Tenjin Temple for a period of time, at least for half a year. Lin Fei's heart was incomparably firm. He decided to sign in at the Tenjin Temple now. Then he would directly use the authority of the Tenjin Temple. The authority of the Tenjin Temple was quite simple. Huala huala mihi. A series of energy enveloped these people. No matter what kind of strength they had, they were all teleported out in an instant. This was the tyranny of the Tenjin Temple. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those who liked the Invincible Leveling King, please collect it. The Invincible Leveling King updates the fastest. Chapter 5106. From time to time, one could see figures coming out of the starry sky. After these figures came out, they were a little dazed. They looked at each other in astonishment. In fact, they couldn't believe that they had managed to escape just like that. Who can tell me what happened? Why did they come out just like that? That's right. Who can tell me what's going on? Why did he run outside? According to previous information, the Tenjin Temple doesn't seem to have its time yet. Why did they come out? Moreover, why did they come out? At this moment, no matter what realm they were in, no one was in a daze. Because they had no idea what was going on. They only knew that they came out of the Tenjin Temple and lost their opportunity. Many people were angry but helpless. No one knew what had happened. Such a situation had never happened before. They could only say that their luck was bad. No matter how they tried to sense it, they couldn't sense the existence of the Tenjin Temple. Just like that, the Tenjin Temple disappeared. It also caused quite a commotion in this universe. Especially those first-rate forces. The top forces all felt a little strange. The Tenjin Temple had always been a place of opportunity. Now he had actually disappeared without a trace. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment Lin Fei didn't think too much. He had already urged the Tenjin Temple to move far away and turned into a speck of dust. The speck of dust was very inconspicuous. In the depths of the void, even if one used their power to scan it, they wouldn't be able to detect the existence of the Tenjin Temple. This was the power of the Tenjin Temple. Only powerful people could detect a trace of it. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to find it at all. Just like that. The Tenjin Temple had been floating in the starry sky. Then it floated into a mystic realm. This was also deliberately decided by Lin Fei. This was the only way to not attract attention. He had to sign in here for a period of time first. He would come out after everything calmed down. Fortunately, everyone didn't have a deep impression of him. Even if they did, they wouldn't think too much about it. Just like that, Lin Fei hid in the Heavenly God Palace. The disappearance of the Tenjin Temple caused a great commotion. At the beginning of this universe, everyone was guessing what kind of accident had happened. Some people said that someone inherited the Tenjin Temple. Of course, there were also people who said that the Tenjin Temple had been rebuilt. There were all kinds of rumors. In the beginning it spread like wildfire. After that, the news disappeared without a trace. This part of the universe had regained its peace. No one went to look for the Tenjin Temple again. Even some of the stronger ones gave up on the idea. After all, the Tenjin Temple had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Perhaps this time, it could only be said that everyone was unlucky. If they were lucky, things would not have turned out this way. So this time, everyone could only say that they were unlucky. If he was lucky, he wouldn't have ended up like this. 1 year, 2 years. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Over the past 50 years, many major events had occurred in this universe. Thus, no one mentioned the Heavenly God Palace anymore. This was because the Tenjin Temple did not leave a deep impression on people. It was only when he came out of the Tenjin Temple that it left such a deep impression. And this time 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Lin Fei, signing in for 50 years really helped him a lot. His progress was extremely fast. Even Lin Fei himself felt like he was dreaming. It was truly inconceivable that he would have such a day where his strength would increase so quickly. In 50 years, my strength has increased by another level. This is great. Lin Fei still looked the same, but his immemorial eternal body had reached the 7th level. Compared to before, it had risen by 2 levels. This was the benefit of signing in for 50 years. Now Lin Fei's strength had soared to the level of 9 stars. Compared to 50 years ago, there was no comparison at all. 50 years ago, they could still give Lin Fei a lot of pressure if they joined forces, but 50 years later, Lin Fei could suppress them with a single hand. Not to mention, the reincarnated primordial spirits had also greatly improved in this aspect. As Lin Fei's strength increased, the strength of these reincarnated primordial spirits also increased. In other words, Lin Fei was not fighting alone. He had 10 reincarnated primordial spirits. This was completely different. Hemi, after signing in for 50 years, it's time to fulfill the promise left by the previous palace master of the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. His entire body appeared inside the secret realm. Then he casually put away the Tenjin Temple. Everyone who likes the Invincible Leveling King, please collect. The Invincible Leveling King updates the fastest. Chapter 5107. After Lin Fei took over the Tenjin Temple, he naturally saw all kinds of information left behind. One of the messages was related to a small long-cherished wish left behind by the previous Divine God Palace Master. For Lin Fei, he still had to complete it. Otherwise it would be a pity. Moreover, Lin Fei was already prepared to leave the Tenjin Temple. Naturally, it became instant doubt. How could he miss such an opportunity? After exiting the secret land, Lin Fei headed in one of the directions. This task was quite simple. It was to take care of the descendant of this expert. It would be best if he could send some of the treasures he had to help the external path solve the problem. It was quite a simple task. To put it more simply, he was going to deliver something. He had also given a few treasures that could be considered decent treasures. With these treasures and some cultivation techniques, he would naturally be able to cultivate to the level of 7 or 8 stars. If he was lucky, he could even reach the level of 9 stars. This depended on whether the other party had the talent and potential. Lin Fei had become a delivery man on this trip. To him, as long as he could deliver the things, it would be fine. The place where the other party was located was called the World of Massacre. This Master God was called the Master God of Massacre. He was considered a very powerful one. Back then he had also reached the level of 9 stars. He had even reached the peak of 9 stars. He was a very powerful existence. He had even obtained the Tenjin Temple. However, this news did not spread outside. This was because after the Master God of Massacre obtained the Tenjin Temple, he had broken through to become a 10-star existence. That was completely different. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. In the end, he died in the Tenjin Temple. Before he died, he left behind this last wish. He wanted to give some treasures and cultivation techniques to his descendants. This trip was to this world of massacre. This world was a high-level world. With a powerful existence like the Master God of Massacre, this world would naturally be different. Lin Fei soon arrived outside the world of massacre. CG. BXWX. Aside. He could feel some auras from outside. This world was still quite strong, and the strongest was actually an 8-star Divine Master. Furthermore, it was at the peak. There were 2 8-star ones like this except for Zhuge. Apart from them, there were dozens of 7-star cultivators who were average cultivators. There was a group of 6 stars below. This world was considered quite strong, especially the 2 pinnacle existences. With a little more effort, they would be able to break through to the 9 stars. After all, 9 stars was a completely different story. As soon as Lin Fei entered this world of slaughter, he prepared to search. However, after searching through a few people, he found out some information and couldn't help but frown. It's only been 1 or 2,000 years, but the forces of the Slaughter God Master have been destroyed. This is a little troublesome. It will be difficult to find him again. I'm afraid that he is not even in the slaughter world. Lin Fei's information was indeed not good. This was because the descendants of the Massacre God Lord's family had already been annihilated by the combined forces of others. Only a few managed to escape. This was not a good thing. At the very least, Lin Fei did not want to return empty-handed. Therefore he had to search carefully. This world was not small. It was not so easy to find him. It was quite a headache. Anyway, since he was here, what Lin Fei could do was to search slowly. and he had some treasures left by the slaughter god ancestor. It was definitely related to his bloodline. As he activated them, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that my method is quite useful. I should be able to find him by following this trace of connection. In the past, Lin Fei couldn't use such a method. But now it was different. He could use it easily. Along the way, following the aura, he found that the person might still be in this world. After all, it would be difficult to leave this place without reaching a certain level of strength. For Lin Fei, there was still a chance that he could find him. He should be in a big city in front. The aura here was quite obvious. Lin Fei landed in the distance. Then he entered the city. The most powerful person in this city was a peak 6-star, and there was only one. It was impossible to find Lin Fei. After a glance, Lin Fei quickly locked onto a place. I hope you won't let me down. I came here in vain. Lin Fei's figure flashed. When he came out again, he was in front of a small courtyard. This small courtyard was not big and it looked rather shabby. But in such a place, there was a person that Lin Fei wanted to find. Who are you? Are you from the Black Tiger gang? Then you have come to the wrong place. As soon as Lin Fei came in, he felt a cold light. However, this cold light dissipated in front of Lin Fei. Young man, don't be so angry. No, it's not you. Where is the person with you? Invincible King of Leveling Up, please collect. Invincible King of Leveling Up updates the fastest. Chapter 5108. The man was about to say something, but he couldn't say anything in an instant. Because this person's eyes were very scary, so scary that he almost couldn't breathe. He knew that the person in front of him was an expert. He was definitely a real expert. Human. Who is it? After being asked by Lin Fei, the other party instantly panicked. Then he raised his hand and threw a treasure over. Then he dashed inside. His movements were quite fast. However, as soon as he turned around, he found that he was caught and couldn't move at all. The young man appeared next to him just like that. Now, you better tell me honestly where the person who was with you went. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. In the next second, he heard a voice that made him feel very scared. He was a god of war after all. He could be considered a powerful god of war, but in front of the other party, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. At first, he thought that this person was that person, but he didn't sense anything. Instead, there was a faintly discernible aura left behind. Are you looking for Bai Ruyu? If you are looking for Bai Ruyu, then I can tell you that she isn't here at all. She has been captured by the Black Tiger gang. The young man was also anxious. He blurted it out. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He thought that this person went out for something, but he didn't expect that there would be some unforeseen events. Found it. That guy is hiding here. Hurry up and surround him. Don't leave a single one alive. This time we have done a meritorious deed. Don't let the person inside escape. Not even a mosquito can escape. A hurried voice came from outside. It was very loud. Then, a faintly discernible formation directly enveloped the sky above their courtyard. When the young man heard this, he panicked again. It's over. The people from the Black Tiger gang are here. As soon as the voice fell, someone rushed in from outside. It was really a guy in black armor. There was a tiger head on his chest, but it wasn't an ordinary tiger head. Instead, it was a black tiger head that looked extremely sharp. Moreover, this black tiger head was actually a treasure that could provide a certain level of defense. The person who rushed in was a tall and burly man. His eyes fell on Lin Fei and the young man, and then he laughed out loud. You can wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. You're actually hiding here. Are you coming with me? Let's do it. A huge net was cast down. The net was black, but it was a powerful treasure. It directly enveloped the two of them. The person who had attacked was quite powerful. He was actually a 1-star divine master. This kind of strength was already considered very strong. Even in some small worlds they could contend for hegemony. You are a member of the Black Tiger gang. It seems that you are a small leader. Then let me ask you. Before the net could fall, it was torn apart. Then a ray of light passed by the tall figure. He noticed that everyone around him had fallen to the ground. Instantly, his scalp went numb and his spine broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that he had encountered an expert. Even if I'm a small leader, what can you do to me? A treasure was thrown out. It was a fire dragon and its power was quite strong. It had actually reached the level of a 2-star. However, the fire dragon was destroyed with a flick of a finger when it reached Lin Fei. Then, another flick of a finger landed on the man in black armor. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground. He only had half a breath left. Don't kill me. I'm just an errand boy. I'm here on orders to capture someone. Everything has nothing to do with me. The strength of a one-star divine master was indeed quite strong. However, he felt hopeless just now. The person in front of him was too terrifying. He was at least a 3-star or a 4-star. He couldn't beat him. Perhaps only a few of the hall masters in the Black Tiger gang could beat this person in front of him. He might as well tell the truth. The young man who had thought that he was done for, suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had misunderstood the other party. This person might not be with the Black Tiger gang. Senior Bai Ryu was captured by the Black Tiger gang. Lin Fei walked over. With a flick of a finger, he poked the middle of the tall leader's eyebrows. He plundered all the memories and saw everything clearly. He finally knew what the person he was looking for looked like. It was actually a woman. The Lord God of Massacre had left behind the bloodline of a girl. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Black Tiger gang. Whoosh! The leader stopped breathing in an instant. You can leave now. Don't bother about this anymore. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Leveling will continue to be updated on Handheld Bar. There will be no advertisements on the site. Please bookmark and recommend Handheld Bar. Those who like Invincible King of Leveling, please bookmark. Invincible King of Leveling Handheld Bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5109. By the time the young man came to his senses, he could no longer see this person. She had disappeared completely. The corpses and the formation were gone as well. It was as if nothing had ever disappeared. The young man blinked his eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief and left quickly, because he knew that the Black Tiger gang would be removed from the list soon. The Black Tiger gang was a second-rate force, still a little short of becoming a first-rate force. The gang leader was a 5-star divine master. He had more than 10 4-stars under his command, which was considered a relatively strong lineup. He controlled a small city. And this time, he had made a great contribution. He had caught a descendant of the Divine Master of Massacre. This was not a small matter. It was a big deal. The entire Bloodshed universe used to belong to the Divine Master of Massacre. However, an accident had happened to the Divine Master of Massacre, and his force was wiped out. All the clansmen of the Divine Master of Massacre were hunted down. Now this was the last one and he had caught her. Therefore he was so happy that he had gathered all the higher-ups. First, he would hold a celebratory feast to rejoice. After all, that girl was only an immortal of war. With such strength there was nothing to worry about. And now, as long as he captured that accomplice, the rest of the matter would be resolved. Leader, the higher-ups will definitely reward you handsomely this time. I heard that you can even get some powerful magic treasures. If you can get a 6-star magic treasure, your strength will go up another level. Maybe the Black Tiger gang will become a first-rate force. The people below all cheered. The leader of the Black Tiger gang was a small giant. He was very tall and very fierce. He gulped down a big bowl of wine in one gulp and laughed heartily. You good-for-nothings, what's a 6-star magic treasure? This time, not only can I get a 6-star magic treasure, but I can also join their sect and become a force outside. In this way we will have a backer. Let's see if they dare to talk to me then. Mengnan was really happy. One must know that this time he accidentally caught a powerful person. This guy was quite strong. If it wasn't for the fact that he was stronger and the other party couldn't unleash the power of that treasure, he would have returned empty-handed. The others burst into laughter again. No one knew better than them that this time, their Black Tiger gang would really become famous after this battle. No, it should be said that they were completely famous. No one would dare to say anything bad about their Black Tiger gang anymore, because they didn't dare to offend him. Mengnan was also particularly happy. He drank a bowl of wine one after another. For him, the wine didn't affect him at all. On the contrary, his mood was getting better and better. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the palace out of nowhere. It seems that everyone is in a good mood. I wonder who the leader of the Black Tiger gang is. Please tell me, I have something to talk to you about. The sudden scene instantly caused the expressions of everyone present to change. The few divine masters closest to him instantly took action. 2 of them immediately flew over, but as soon as they arrived, they instantly turned into a pool of blood. I will only say it once. I don't want to say it twice. I hope you can understand. An autumn wind swept over. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one the figures fell down. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people fell down. The remaining people's scalps went numb and their faces turned pale. The first thing he did was point at their gang leader. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. He is the leader. We are just some people doing things. It has nothing to do with us. Mengnan was a little drunk. He raised his hand and attacked. He had actually grasped some spatial techniques. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Lin Fei. However, when his hand was just in front of Lin Fei, it was grabbed by Lin Fei. He used force. Half of his body collapsed in an instant, and his whole body kept retreating. You are the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. You are so weak. Where did you lock the girl that you recently caught? Please take me there. Meng Nan received the news that no one would come to help this girl. But now, the situation was completely different from him. Someone actually came to help. This person's strength seemed unfathomable. He was a 5-star, but this 5-star could not even touch the other party's clothes. He was directly suppressed. Who are you? That girl is a member of the Massacre God clan. If you help her, you will be the enemy of the whole world. Chapter 51:10. This person's strength was too strong. Meng Nan couldn't bear it at all. No matter what move he used, the other party was as still as a mountain. Even with a gentle wave of his hand, he could disintegrate all his attacks. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. After a helpless struggle, he chose to surrender. He knew that if he didn't surrender, he would die. This young man could destroy him with a wave of his hand. This was definitely an existence that was stronger than him. At least he was a 7-star existence. It was very likely that he was an 8-star existence or even a 9-star's existence. For such a person, there was no need to offend such a fierce existence. Meng Nan still knew his limits. Isn't it better this way? If you had brought me there at the beginning, everything would have been fine. Don't you think so? But it's too late now. Lin Fei pushed out with one hand. With a bang, this guy turned into pieces. As for the rest of the people, they were the same. He didn't intend to spare these people at all. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to find Bai Ruyu. He could already feel a trace of connection. It was deep under this city. Sure enough, there was an underground palace deep under the ground. This palace could also be called an underground prison. There were many people locked here. Their strength was ordinary. And among them Lin Fei finally found Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu was locked in a cage alone. This was a stubborn girl. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. However, after Lin Fei took a look, he felt that this girl was not simple at all. There was a special bloodline in her body, which was the bloodline of the Massacre God clan. If she was given a suitable cultivation method and treasure, she could naturally break out the power of this bloodline. At that time, her strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Such a person appeared here without any warning. It really surprised Bai Ruyu. Of course, it also shocked the people in the other cells. This was not a place that just anyone could enter. Lin Fei walked towards Bai Ruyu and the iron door opened automatically. Bai Ruyu also stood up. If you have the ability, then kill me now. If you don't kill me now, I will kill all of you sooner or later. Bai Ruyu's gaze was extremely cold. It was so cold that the surroundings seemed to be covered in frost, and the temperature dropped as well. This feeling was quite obvious. Lin Fei also knew that if Bai Ruyu was given a period of time, she would definitely become a ferocious existence. Just like now. He didn't see anything in Bai Ruyu's eyes. Other than hatred and revenge, there was nothing else. After all, those people had gone too far. Let's talk somewhere else. Bai Ruyu didn't even feel anything. With a whoosh, she arrived at the peak of a mountain. It was so fast that Bai Ruyu felt like she was dreaming. She actually came out. There was a very powerful formation in the dungeon. But now she actually came out. Could it be that this person came for her? I'm friends with your grandfather. This time I came to take a look. I didn't expect so many things to happen. Lin Fei casually came up with a reason. This reason was quite suitable. Bai Ruyu's heart instantly skipped a beat. You are my grandfather's friend. When their grandfather died outside, his friends immediately came and divided up all the benefits of their family. They even killed all their clansmen. Because their bloodline had the most powerful existence, and that was the power of the bloodline. Once the power of the bloodline broke out, it would become extremely terrifying. These people naturally didn't want the descendants of the Lord Massacre God to stay in this world. If the bloodline was activated, it would be a strong enemy. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to kill it in advance. This also led to the disaster of their descendants. Now only Bai Ruyu was left. In Bai Ruyu's eyes, there was only hatred and revenge. I know what you want to do, that is, revenge. I can do this kind of thing, but it's meaningless for me. It's different for you. Revenge is best when you do it with your own hands. Therefore, I will take you to cultivate for 50 years. Originally, Lin Fei did give Bai Ruyu skills and treasures to her after meeting her. But unexpectedly, the system actually issued a random task, which was to accept Bai Ruyu as a disciple. If that was the case, it would be fine. but if he accepted Bai Ruyu he would get a reward. This made Lin Fei happy. This system was really quite humane. No, it should be this task. Bai Ruyu was delighted. Senior, you said you would teach me. You can also say that I accept you as a disciple, but I will only teach you for 50 years. Chapter 51:11. Such a temporary mission was indeed nothing to Lin Fei. He only needed to train with Bai Ruyu for 50 years. Moreover, 50 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. For Bai Ruyu, not even in her dreams would she dare to believe that she had actually come to such a mystical place. She had actually heard of this place before. That was the so-called Tenjin Temple. It was said that it caused a lot of commotion. In the end, the Tenjin Temple disappeared without a trace. No one knew where this fellow had run off to. But now, Bai Ruyu found out that the Tenjin Temple that she had always wanted to go to was actually kept away by Senior Lin Fei. No, it should be her master now. Although she was only an in-name disciple now. Lin Fei did accept Bai Ruyu, but he didn't make her a real disciple. She was only an in-name disciple. Even if she was an in-name disciple, that was still quite good. That was it. Lin Fei brought Bai Ruyu and began to train. Bai Ruyu's foundation was still very good, but it wasn't easy to quickly improve her strength. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of resources. He obtained a lot of treasures from signing in, not to mention that the Lord of Massacre also left behind some of his family's treasures that could stimulate his bloodline. Basically, there was no need for Lin Fei to teach Bai Ruyu. It was just to give Bai Ruyu a better cultivation environment. There was one good thing in the Heavenly God Palace, and that was time acceleration. The time acceleration here could be maintained at a ratio of 150. In other words, the first day here was equivalent to 50 days. 1 year was equivalent to 50 years of time. 1 year was equivalent to 50 years of time. If it was 10 years, it would be equivalent to 500 years of cultivation. Even a pig could fly very far in such a short time. In fact, Bai Ruyu's potential was indeed very powerful. Basically, she didn't need Lin Fei's guidance, and this Bai Ruyu quickly broke through. After breaking through from the War God realm to the Divine Master realm, he had broken through from 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars all the way up to 5 stars before slowly coming back down. Lin Fei knew that this was because his bloodline power had been completely burned away. However, he had only cultivated for less than 15 years. In addition to the time acceleration, it would take a total of 750 years to reach the level of 5 stars. It was neither fast nor slow. After all, this was the power of the bloodline. At this point there wasn't much for Lin Fei to do. I think it will be difficult for you to break through after reaching this realm. After all, your bloodlines are different and your cultivation methods are the same. You can go out now. Lin Fei had been observing from the beginning to the end. He found that after Bai Ruyu reached this realm, she was also the so-called 5 stars. Bai Ruyu's progress became slower and slower. Bai Ruyu knew that this should be the limit. At this time, what she needed to do was very simple, and that was to go out and gain experience. For example, to take revenge. Master, I also know that I seem to be stuck at a bottleneck now. With my family's cultivation method, it seems like I really need to go out and cultivate through battles. Only then can my realm continue to break through. Thank you, Master, for letting me cultivate here in peace for such a long time. Bai Ruyu said. After 15 years, Bai Ruyu was still as cold as ever. After cultivating her family's cultivation method, the coldness on her body became heavier and heavier. She really was like a Rakshasa. Go and take back the glory of your family. Master will support you from behind. Just like that, Bai Ruyu left the Tenjin Temple. As soon as she left, she found that she was actually not far from the world of slaughter. She could even vaguely feel that she had dived into the world of slaughter. Her eyes also became even colder. In 15 years, Bai Ruyu had lived through 750 years. The hatred in her heart also grew stronger and stronger. After Bai Ruyu came in, a figure also came in. That was Lin Fei. Naturally, he would not leave now. This world of slaughter was also considered a medium world. It was also relatively strong. Not to mention that there were 2 peak 8 stars. There was also a large group of 7 stars below them. If Lin Fei was not here to watch over Bai Ruyu, once they surrounded her, it would be a little troublesome. Now what Lin Fei had to do was to watch quietly. The Tenjin Temple was also placed in the world of slaughter by Lin Fei. This thing had an extremely high level of concealment. Even a peak 9 stars couldn't see through it. This was something that Lin Fei had learned from his own practice. He was also exceptionally relieved. He sipped his tea while watching Bai Ruyu, waiting to see what kind of tricks she had up her sleeve. It was really worth looking forward to where she would start. She was the first in-name disciple that Lin Fei had accepted. To complete this mission, Not only did he have to accept Bai Ruyu as an in-name disciple, he also had to unify the entire world of slaughter. In this way Lin Fei would be able to get a reward. As for what the reward would be, it was unknown. Chapter 51:12. Bai Ruyu returned to the world of bloodshed once again. Although it had only been 15 years since she came back, she had already cultivated for 750 years in the special space where time was accelerated. It was even colder than before. That deep coldness seemed to cause the void to slowly freeze. At the same time, she knew that returning to the world of bloodshed this time was destined to set off a reign of terror. Only then would her master be satisfied, and at the same time, let the glory of the family spread once again. Although this path was difficult, Bai Ruyu knew that she could definitely do it. This was the hope of her master and the hope of the family, and now it was all on her. Bai Ruyu already had an idea. This time she did not plan to hide anything and decided to start with the first force. It was a family. This family had a deep relationship with their family because they were also part of the Bai family. In the past, because of the power of their branch family, their bloodline was completely annihilated. And he was one of the few who managed to escape. After that, this Bai family committed all sorts of crimes, helping them to capture people from the Bai family, and could be said to be the real accomplice. If one were to say that Bai Ruyu hated those people, then she naturally hated them to the extreme. But if one were to say who she truly hated, it would naturally be this traitorous Bai family. In other words, they were a branch family. If those people's hatred could only be 7 points, then this Bai family would be 10 points. This was also the reason why Bai Ruyu wanted to find this Bai family right from the start. Although this Bai family still had many experts to her, as long as she kept fighting, she would be able to destroy this Bai family. One day she would be able to completely destroy this Bai family. What she needed to do now was to first make the people from the Bai family feel fear. Although Bai Ruyu was only a 5-star now, with the addition of treasures and treasures, she could completely burst out with the strength of a 6-star. The strength of a 6-star wasn't very high, but it was very fierce. With this kind of strength she could almost do a lot of things. The Bai family had a huge city, and all the benefits of this city belonged to the Bai family. This was the benefit of betraying the Bai clan all those years ago. As soon as Bai Ruyu arrived, she quietly snuck into the city. He knew his own strength well, even though he had not made a move yet. Bai Ruyu was ready to find some people from the Bai family. They found their target so quickly. It seems like this city has something to do with Bai Ruyu. Lin Fei, who had been drinking tea, also felt that this city was different. He felt that there was an aura in this city that was slightly related to Bai Ruyu. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. He believed that a lively scene would soon appear, and it was even faster than he had expected. The 100 Flowers Tower was the favorite place of the young masters in this city, and it was also a place where they spent a lot of money. He really couldn't afford to play without money. In the evening, a few figures walked out. These figures appeared to be relatively young. As soon as they appeared, many people moved to the side. No one was willing to offend these people because they were the masters of this city, which meant that they were the disciples of the Bai clan. In this city, anyone could be offended except the Bai clan. Once someone offended the Bai clan, it would be difficult to leave this place. Although the Bai clan would never make a move directly, many things were done by the Bai clan. However, there was no evidence. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a newcomer or an old person, once they came here, they would basically receive a notice. That was, they could offend anyone but the Bai clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Haha, today is too enjoyable. That guy was beaten up by me. An arrogant young man laughed loudly, and the people around him also started to flatter him. Of course, the third young master is powerful. How could those guys compare to the third young master? Their eyes are all white. These few outsiders have the nerve to fight with the third young master. I really don't know who gave them the courage. If I were them, I would come and apologize to the third young master now. The one who was called the third young master was a member of the Bai clan. He was also the son of the Bai clan's current leader. He had many sons, and among them, the third young master was one of the more elegant ones. He was more favored because he looked like the current leader. This also made the third young master arrogant. As long as he was in this city, no one dared to say anything. It could be said that he dared to show it but did not dare to say it. With a whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared. No one knew when this figure appeared, but with a flash of crimson light, they saw third young master Bai's head fly into the air and fall to the ground. Bai clan's remnants, death cannot wipe out your crimes. The cold voice was filled with endless coldness. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Then, their vision blurred and they could no longer see the figure. Only the headless third young master was left on the scene. Something big happened. Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There will be no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please collect. The Invincible King of Upgrade, the mobile game bar updates the fastest.